Hi, good morning, everyone. We will be beginning shortly.
There we go. And now I don't need it. Okay, all right, great. Good morning. I'm at-large council member Anita Bonds, chairperson of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. The time is 9:43 a.m. on Wednesday, the 15th of February, 2023. We are meeting virtually via Zoom to convene the committee's second public oversight hearing of 2023, which is also streamed and recorded on the committee's YouTube channel named EAL Committee. It is anticipated that today's hearing will be lengthy as we hear from the following agencies: the Office of the City Administrator, Department of Human Resources, the Office of Labor Relations and Collective Bargaining, Public Employee Relations Board, and the Office of Employee Appeals. The purpose of today's hearing is to receive public and government witness testimony regarding these agencies' performances for FY22 and FY23 to date. I'm asking that the witnesses please keep your remarks to 3 minutes or less for individuals and 5 minutes or less for organizations if you are a public speaker. And this will allow everyone the opportunity to be heard. Having said that, I'd like to note that all written testimonies will be a part of the record. If you are testifying today and have not submitted your testimony, please do so to the committee email address, ceal@dccouncil.government. We will review the progress and the challenges encountered during FY22 and the months of October 2022 to date of the operating agencies assigned to the Council's Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. These oversight hearings are an opportunity to evaluate the hard work and commitment of our government agencies and to see where we can improve for the benefit of all DC residents. I am proud of how our public leaders, their staffs, and members of the community have risen to the challenges of our time, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. And over the past 2 years, district leaders have worked tirelessly to build safe and effective programming and services despite the odds. As we emerge from the pandemic, our city continues to meet the needs of every household, business, worker, and institution to support the city's recovery. I look forward to working with and learning more from all of the agencies presenting today on how we are doing and their next steps forward. At this time, I would like to recognize any of my colleagues who have joined me. I believe Councilmember Furman from Ward 3 is with us, and I'll ask if he would like to make an opening statement. Councilmember.
Thank you very much, Chairman Bonds. I will be brief, and I must say I'm a little bit concerned because we all have a lot of different things going on, so I'm not sure I won't be able to be here for long. I will return, but may have. I hope I don't miss the question and answer with the Office of the City Administrator. The job of the City Administrator is massive, and I think it needs to be said that our City Administrator and his team have done a phenomenal job in the last years of keeping the trains running on time and managing a giant enterprise in a very difficult period. There are a couple of things that are of particular interest to me today that I'll circle back in the questions. And if I miss that part of the hearing, then I'll try to reach out more directly. One relates to the WTU contract and continued hope to get clarity about the implementation. I think a lot of the questions were cleared up in the last hearing on this, but still will be curious to learn more. And there is this question of how to treat the charter sector in this process. And on that, I think many of us hope that that teachers in the charter sector will get a raise. It's important that all of our teachers be fully compensated. There is a challenge in trying to apply a collective bargaining agreement negotiated by one group that has lots of different conditions onto another group that doesn't have any of those kinds of conditions. And so it strikes me, and we can explore that and explore this in testimony or separately, that a first thing that the city would need to do is gather a lot of information to figure out if some of the terms and some of the benefits were to apply in the charter sector, how would they apply, and how would they apply in a way that created actual parity. So I would urge that there be a methodical approach here, that the first step of which would be information gathering. I'll return to that in questions or separately through outreach. The other big thing that's out there for me is the Whittle Intelsat building on Connecticut Avenue, which presents a giant opportunity for the city. It's a big commercial building that can be used as a school, can be used as many schools actually, can be used in lots of different ways, but also with a very, very steep price tag to it. Maybe that could come down. And I would want to explore with the city administrator how we can systematically approach that opportunity, evaluate the options that might be there, consider how it might be paid for. It's again, not a situation where the city can just jump in and do it, but the city should have a system to methodically consider its options there. And I wonder if the city administrator has ideas about how we might do that in that setting. So with that, I will stop and look forward to hearing from the public witnesses. I have something that starts at 10 o'clock, so I'm going to disappear at least for a while. And thank you very much for holding this hearing and for the work of the agencies that are testifying today.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fruman. And if you just happen not to be here in time, we will attempt to explore these issues with the city administrator. It's my understanding that he's listening, so he has heard your concerns, and I too wanted to explore a little bit about the Washington Teachers Union contract. So we're on point on that. So thank you very, very much. Is there anyone? Right, so that okay concludes my colleagues at this time. As Councilmember Fruman indicated, there are a number of hearings going on today, so my colleagues probably will be jumping in and jumping out, and we will continue to the best of our ability. Let's talk first about hearing from the Office of the City Administrator. As you know, the city administrator is responsible for day-to-day management of the district government, setting operational goals and implementing the legislative actions and policy decisions of the mayor and the council. The city administrator reports directly to the mayor and has direct oversight over all executive reporting agencies, including special projects and the Office of Racial Equity that was established in the mayor's office in 2021. The city administrator prepares the district's annual operating budget and provides direction to all agencies to ensure they are meeting the needs of district residents. Key services or areas of service located within the city administrator's office include the chief equity officer, budget and performance management officer, assistant city administrator, and the director of gun violence prevention, who most recently began wearing an additional hat as the ONE's office acting director. City Administrator Donahue will also speak with us today about the lab and other activities centered within his office. And so now I'll invite City Administrator Donahue to come forward so we can, I'm sorry, I'll go, I think we have a few, yes, we do have a few public witnesses. So City Administrator, if you will bear with me, we'll hear from our public witnesses very quickly and then turn to you for your testimony. And so our public witnesses, I believe we let them in the room? Okay, Sandra Seegers, Kimon Freeman, and Aman George. Thank you for joining us today. All right, okay. All right, Ms. Seegers, you can begin when you're ready. Unfortunately, I can't see anything, so I'm at a disadvantage, but now I see you.
Okay.
You're
Well,
visible. Thank you. Thank you very much.
when I'm first, it kind of throws me off. How are you today?
Pretty good. We are trying to do as much as we can to have witnesses and the public to be a part of these hearings. So we're doing these hybrid, and so it takes a little getting used to.
Okay. Yeah, you'll handle it. Even there, you'll be able to do it.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Sandra S.S. Seegers, Ward 8 resident and a member of CRAVE, which is Concerned Residents Against Violence. CRAVE's main concern is violent crime prevention and intervention. I met Kevin Donahue when he was the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety. As the city administrator, he continued his professionalism and approachability. Recently, I contacted him about a disturbing case under the Child and Family Services Agency, the CFSA, to let him know the director of CFSA is trying to update you. The director of CFSA is trying to figure things out and straighten things out. I hope you check with Robert Matthews to see how things are going overall. Kevin's style of leadership is excellent. What I would like his office What I would like for his office is that council gives him everything he needs in the budget to continue to serve DC well. Do not cut corners and demand him to perform at his usual high standard. So when he sends the budget over, I hope you give him everything he asked for and more. I'm a little concerned though about the new Office of Racial Equity. I'm sure it was formed with good intention. I'm hoping that the proper marketing is done to make the residents aware of it, what they do and how to contact them, and be sure they have enough staff to respond to residents accordingly. Also, we need to be more aware of the distinct difference between the new Office of Racial Equity and the already existing Office of Human Rights, which includes affirmative action, and the Office of Equal Opportunity. I ask that there's enough money in the budget to do that. We must be clear that the proper people need to staff the Office of Racial Equity, because it is hard to force racist and arrogant people to position of authority to be equitable. And I hope this agency makes a difference. Notwithstanding, I support Kevin Donahue and the work he does, and hope he continues serving DC with excellence. And that ends my statement, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Seegers. Mr. Freeman, are you with us? Okay. Mr. George? All right. Good morning and welcome.
Thank you. My name is Aman George. I'm an advisory neighborhood commissioner for single member district 4D06 in Petworth. I'd like to focus today a little bit on transportation to encourage the city administrator to take a whole of government approach to advancing Mayor Bowser's Vision Zero goals, enhance transportation equity, and continue to press relevant agencies to prepare plans and budgets that are up to the task. The district's progress on transportation safety has been uneven. So far in 2023, 5 people have died in DC traffic accidents. That's up from 2 people in the same period last year. 2 of the deaths so far have been pedestrians, and if the past is any indicator, they will surely be joined by many more dead pedestrians and cyclists before the year is out. If the past is any indicator, a child the age of my joyous toddler could be among the people that lose their lives on DC streets this year. The district's government alone has the power to bring those numbers down, and I'd like to suggest some areas for the city administrator to invest energy in providing leadership and focus to help address some of these difficult issues. So first, I know that the administrator has helped coordinate district agencies' receipt and disbursement of federal funding from key programs like the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Unfortunately, earlier this month, when the federal government announced $800 million in funding for the Act Safe Streets program, the district didn't receive a single grant. I hope the city administrator can work to understand why this once in a generation investment of federal funding into a high priority issue has so far bypassed the district. As an ANC, and I know I hear this from my fellow ANCs as well, we know city officials often feel constrained in acting quickly about known traffic problems in our neighborhoods because of resource constraints. The district can't afford to forego the funding needed to prevent dangerous streets from festering endlessly. Second, as a leader in the mayor's efforts to center equity in district policy, I hope that the administrator will keep encouraging transportation equity in our city's budgeting and planning. Equity in transportation means that being poor doesn't prevent you from safely and efficiently getting to work, to school, to friends, and to family. Safe, reliable infrastructure for walking, biking, and transit, and fast and reliable transit are crucial components to transportation equity. And those investments need to be made in parts of the city that don't see them enough today. Third, the district is sorely in need of creative cross-agency thinking on traffic enforcement. We need to build a coherent, just, and safety-oriented enforcement system. That could mean more automated enforcement with lower fines, penalties for unsafe driving rather than unpaid tickets, resources to address fake and temporary tags, funding to make booting more common than getting struck by lightning. We need to build a system that gets dangerous drivers off the street with tools other than expensive tickets and more police stops. Last, as a cyclist, I applaud when the district makes space for cyclists to travel more safely, but I also lament when the progress seems slower and more piecemeal towards building a low-stress cycling network in the face of vocal political opposition. The vast majority of my healthy, able-bodied friends simply refuse to use a bicycle for transportation in the district for the sole reason that they fear for their lives. As someone who transports that joyous toddler on the back of my bike, my friends make me wonder whether I'm insane, whether I'm horrifically irresponsible for choosing to take my son somewhere on a bike rather than in a 2-ton steel cage. I think this reality is unsustainable. An entire form of low-cost green transportation should not just lay dormant in this city for everybody except the most brave or the most foolish. Unlocking it will take systematic investment, comprehensive planning, a reevaluation of the weight we place on things like motor vehicle throughput and parking spaces, and importantly, political courage. Vision Zero is not too ambitious. It's a moral imperative. The policies that will get us there are well established, and those policies will also help build more vibrant streetscapes, lower transportation as a barrier to economic mobility, create a more active community, clean our city's air, and do the district's part towards a better climate future. The challenges before us in transportation are political and administrative, and I hope that the city administrator can be a source of vigor and leadership in our quest for safer streets. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I just have a couple of questions. Mr. George, want to make sure that I understand because you're talking revolutionary measures when you say instead of tickets as it relates to our transportation system, that let's look at the paper tags and let's look at parking spaces. Can you elaborate a little bit on that for us?
Sure. I think that when it comes to traffic enforcement, there are a lot of different considerations that are in competition. I think people have a very understandable aversion to doing traffic enforcement where it involves a greater number of police encounters that we know can be deadly and be applied in racially unequal ways. I think the solution to that is automated traffic enforcement. For example, speed cameras and red light cameras. But I also acknowledge that a lot of the tickets that come from those cameras are very expensive. And when it comes to undertaking actions like suspending licenses and booting cars, people may simply not be able to afford to pay the tickets that they have accumulated. And I don't think that the ability to drive should be dependent on your ability to pay tickets. I think we should focus on trying to use automatic traffic enforcement in ways that help identify unsafe drivers to get unsafe drivers off the street and do as much as possible from a policy perspective to de-link that from ability to pay and making the tickets very expensive.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that better understanding. I think everyone complains about the tickets, and yet we know that that is a system that we have traditionally used that hopefully is slowing down traffic, the speeding in particular. So thank you very much for that. Ms. Seegers, just wanted to ask you, you are indicating that there is some concern about CFSA and its budget. Am I correct?
Yes.
You want to make sure that the resources are there so that it can do its work. You have faith in the system that they have in place, and you just want to make sure that the resources are there, correct?
Yes, that's the main thing. And they hired so they can hire intelligent people that can deal with families. I think their outreach for workers need to be a little bit more stringent, because I think once they get there, they kind of slack up. And not the director, but the social workers. Because I had a couple of cases where they kind of they was lacking in servicing the children. Yes, so I'm hoping that you too can check with the Robert Matthews and see what's going on. And Kevin, he's already stepped in on one case, and it's going in the right direction now. Excuse me, it's going in the right direction now. So yes, but the money is there so they can pay these good social workers so we can get a better outcome with the children.
All right. Are you indicating that there seems to be a lack of social workers, or the number of social workers that are needed for this particular work?
Yes, they said they're short. I forgot how many they are lacking, but yes, they have some openings. And the ones that I've dealt with that's there, they're not that good. And I think back in the day, and you know when back in the day was, the the CFSA was more for orphans rather than bad children. But now they're for bad children. I think the social workers there, they can't handle the bad children as much as just orphans. And I think they maybe need new training and I'm not going to say experience because we don't want them to experience, get the experience on the back of not doing right for the children that they have.
Thank you very much. We will explore that and hopefully be back in touch with you on some of this, but we certainly will explore it with the city administrator when he comes on a little later. Thank you very much. And I see we have been joined by Mr. Freeman. Mr. Freeman, we are available now to take your statement if you are ready.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Good morning. Now we can hear you.
This is Kamon Freeman, Angry Black Men in Therapy. Happy Black History Month, and I'm here to advocate on the behalf of the Office of Racial Equity. First of all, I'm glad that it exists, but I'm here to advocate that they get a full seat at the table and the justice that they deserve, because it is the issue of our time. The issues I want to address briefly in the time I've been granted here is to address some of the things that I would like to see as part of their mission, and the city should be taking it very serious. One is guaranteed income as a means of a public safety issue. Guaranteed income was supported by Martin Luther King. He said we must develop progress to drive the nation to a guaranteed annual income. And essentially the proposal will have been greeted with ridicule in the past and denunciation, but it's this initiative is our responsibility. He said we come a long way in understanding human motivation, but the people in the islands, we might have to have a constant employment to prevent the burdens of poverty. And this should be a #1 priority concern for public safety. There's potential to cut violent crime in half overnight. I repeat, it has the potential to cut violent crime in half overnight. Universal basic income has been seen in other cities, from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, Jamestown, New York, and also in California. So I wanted to make sure that was said. Also, property tax is an issue that I think is ongoing in a displacement of Washingtonians in the city. This further exacerbates the disparities in the city. Property tax is the Martin redlining as we now know it, because even when you do own property, you own your home, you worked your whole life for it, escalating, never-ending property tax can still displace you with the development that comes as the city moves towards a higher density rate. So that is something that should be addressed aggressively as well, because you should have a cap on property tax. And whatever amount of property tax you was paying at the purchase of your home, it should be capped right there. So, and in addition to the property tax as a Martin redlining and displacement tool, it should also be detached from the public funding of public schools, because the schools are funded based on the property tax that are attached to that area. And again, this is further exacerbating Martin issues that we are now doing, that's further exacerbating the racial equities within our city. And that is not just me talking. Again, I'm quoting some of our elders. This is Malcolm X. He said, when you live in a poor neighborhood, you'll live in an area where you have poor schools. When you have poor schools, you have poor teachers. When you have poor teachers, you get a poor education. And when you get a poor education, you only work a poor paying job, which enables you to once again live in a poor neighborhood. So it's a very vicious cycle that will continue to perpetuate. And finally, I wanted to talk about health. I just recently came back from Cuba. And for those who are unaware, Cuba has one of the best healthcare systems in the world. And one of the ways they do it and achieve it is because they have clinics in their neighborhoods. Everyone doesn't pack into a hospital. They have clinics throughout their communities. And I think that's a model that we should be following. We're going to talk about addressing disparities in the city. For those who are unaware, DC is the most dangerous city for a Black woman of any socioeconomic background to give birth. We have the highest maternal mortality rate in the country. And for us to have a woman mayor, that should be on top priority. So I think we want to think aggressively. I'm glad to hear the word revolution came up in this conversation before I came up here, so I don't feel like I'm speaking out of line, but we do need to have a revolution of values. And that's something else that Martin Luther King talked about, a revolution of values. And we need to decide if we have the will to address those issues. And I think that the existence of the Office of Racial Equity is a great start. But it cannot be a paper tiger. They need to be funded. They need to be staffed, and their proposals need to be implemented. And finally, in closing, I would say that community control of the police should be another concern of ours. We have an Office of Police Complaints, but they are a paper tiger because even when we have police misconduct, they're unable to effectively do anything about it. The Chief Police Conte even had the difficulty even find police officers with misconduct. So therein lies a problem, because we need to address that as well. There needs to be a community control mechanism over the police, and I think the best way to begin that process is to give the Office of Police Complaint hiring and firing powers, so that they don't just simply make recommendations. I think that we need to peel back some of the powers that the police union has when we are forced to face instances of police misconduct in our city. And I think that, what you guys are attempting to do here is a great step forward, but we need to make sure that it is implemented. And policy is nothing without implementation. Budgets is nothing without the funding. And it is a moral document that needs to be a lead in our behavior and not a hindrance in progressive efforts. So that's my time. And I just want to close with saying that we're very familiar with Martin Luther King's last speech, but we're not as familiar with his next to his last speech, which was delivered March 31st, March 31st, 1968. It was entitled "Remaining Awake During a Great Revolution." He goes on to say that far too often people live in periods of great social change, but yet they fail to develop the new ideas, the new mental responses that the new situation demands. They end up sleeping through a revolution. So I think we need to shed the false beliefs post-pandemic, because pre-pandemic, and embrace the reality of the post-pandemic world, because things have changed and we need to rise to the occasion to address those changes. And unless, of course, we're going to continue to enforce the inequities that we're now dealing with in this city. So thank you for your time. This is Kimon Freeman, and we'll try to get you a written statement before the deadline.
Thank you very much, Mr. Freeman. You bring up a number of concerns that we have heard in the community over, especially since, I guess, post-pandemic in particular. And so thank you very much for that. And now I want to acknowledge that we have been joined by Council Member Christine Henderson, and so I'll give her an opportunity to make a statement if she cares to do so at this time.
Good morning, Councilmember Bonds, and to all of the public witnesses, City Administrator Donahue, and to your team. I'll be incredibly brief. I want to just say thank you so much to the public witnesses for their testimony today. Good to see you again, Ms. Seegers, and Mr. Williams and Mr. Freeman. And I appreciate, I think someone else was here as well who might have hopped off, but most certainly I appreciate the comments that you have made and some of the issues that you brought up that I'll certainly ask the city administrator and his team about. So thank you so much, Councilmember Bonds, but I don't want to belabor you getting to the testimony from everyone else.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. We will, as I indicated a little time earlier, we'll begin today's hearing with the Office of the City Administrator. And again, this is an office of great importance to us, because this is where the center of all service delivery emulates from. And so with that, I think I see City Administrator Kevin Donahue and his team. And so if you will raise your right hand, I'll swear you in, and those that perhaps are going to prevent testimony today. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
Yes.
All righty, thank you, and thank you for being with us. Mr. City Administrator, you can begin when you're ready, and I think you've been ready for a little bit of time here this morning.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds, members and staff of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. I'd also like to take a moment to thank the three public witnesses, Ms. Seegers, Mr. Freeman, and Mr. George. I had the pleasure of listening to their testimony and taking note of the points that they raised. I'm Kevin Donahue, and I have the privilege of serving as a city administrator. And I'm here today to discuss the performance of the Office of the City Administrator during fiscal year 2022 and 2023 to date. And I'm joined by several members of my team, Assistant City Administrator Lindsay Parker, the Director of the Office of Budget and Performance Management, Jenny Reed, the District's Chief Equity Officer, Dr. Amber Hewitt, and joining with me virtually is the Director of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, Linda Harley-Harper. I am proud of my office's staff who have supported the district's continued recovery from COVID-19 and its challenges, including maintaining safe workplaces for district residents, overseeing the use of ARPA funds, developing a comprehensive plan to reduce racial disparities, and leading our efforts to reduce the epidemic of gun violence. OCA's work this past year exemplified a mission to coordinate and facilitate the effective and efficient implementation of Mayor Bowser's programs and policies by providing leadership, support, and oversight of district agencies. Now, let me talk a bit about the office and its role. So the Office of the City Administrator serves as a central hub of district government operations. We prepare and manage the district's budget, like a household balances its checkbook. This means we monitor agency budgets throughout the year, try to predict what costs we'll see in coming years, secure funds for the federal government, and evaluate whether programs are effectively using these funds. We work closely with agencies to set operational goals and implement legislative actions and policy decisions of the mayor and the council. My office also serves as a hub of coordination for several critical priorities, including creating a more racially equitable city and preventing gun violence. Now, let me talk about some of the experiences and work we've done over the past year and a half. I'll start with the COVID-19 public health emergency, which the federal government will have the official emergency expire on May 11th of this year. In many ways, we reached this sort of the new normal in our government operations, even as we continue to support the ongoing recovery of residents and businesses. The internal services team, led by Lindsay Parker, has led the evolution of the district's COVID-19 response and will continue to do so as we move into its final phase. We will continue to seek reimbursement from FEMA for pandemic-related expenses, and we are proud that on a per capita basis, the district is at the forefront of receiving federal recovery funding. A second critical function involves the budget and performance and evaluation. So the Office of Budget and Performance Management, led by Jenny Reed, leverages data, innovation, and strategic planning to guide the district's investments. OBPM, as we call it, formulates the budget and tracks agency performance through quarterly cluster meetings where each agency's key performance indicators and initiatives are reviewed and discussed. The budget team has maximized the use of federal funds to meet district needs, and we are on track to fully expend ARPA funds by the deadline established under federal law. We're at the halfway point for the eligible use of these funds, and in the following the laid out plans of FY21 through 23 budgets, the district is also about halfway through spending the allocated federal funding. And I'm proud that we are on track, and our goal is to not have a single dollar that remains unspent and at risk of being clawed back by changes in federal legislation. The performance team and the lab at DC are also continuing the work of the Launch Evaluation and Monitoring Hub to track the effectiveness of the district's use of ARPA funds, with program design support, technical assistance, and very importantly, evaluating the impact of these investments and providing research studies, ongoing reporting, and data analysis to agencies and the public. In addition, OBPM is coordinating with the mayor's Build Back Better Infrastructure Task Force to identify the most transformational, equitable, and sustainable projects to build with the once-in-a-generation funding provided by the President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law. As we wind down COVID-19, another critical area of my office is working on the other public health crisis, which is gun violence. In the FY23 budget, Mayor Bowser funded the Office of Gun Violence Prevention as a permanent office within the OCA to provide a whole-of-government approach to address gun violence. Linda Harley-Harper serves as the district's first director of gun violence prevention, and in this role, she is responsible for developing policy and initiatives to drive down gun violence. She also advises on budget allocations, coordinates the district agencies, and implements a robust community engagement process. This office's mission is to have a citywide view of all the work underway to reduce gun violence, including coordinating cross-agency effort and measuring the impact of those efforts. Last week, Mayor Bowser announced Director Harley-Harper would also serve as the new director of the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. I believe that in overseeing both the policy development and operational implementation of our gun violence strategy, Director Harley-Harper will be able to better coordinate and streamline our citywide response. As one example, while heading up OGVP, or the Gun Violence Prevention Office, Director Harley-Harper coordinated the Department of For-Hire Vehicles to develop a Promise Rides program, which provides transportation for people vulnerable to being impacted by gun violence. The primary source of those referred to this program are violence interrupters working out of the ONES office. Additionally, Director Harley-Harper has extensive experience coordinating the Building Blocks DC grants and connecting community members to maximize their efforts and outcomes. She'll now oversee the agency that partners very closely with these communities in working with at-risk individuals to interrupt gun violence, and look forward to having her serving leadership in both roles. Mayor Bowser's made historic investments in gun violence prevention. Those investments focus heavily on creating employment opportunities that specifically have set aside for persons most at risk of gun violence in critical programs that put them on a path to financial stability. These programs also include wraparound services to meet health, education, and the housing needs of those participants. And we've also provided grant funding to our residents and community-based organizations to help them break these cycles of violence. Finally, I'd like to highlight the work of our Office of Racial Equity. Dr. Amber Hewitt, who's also joined with me here today, serves as the district's first chief equity officer leading this office. ORE's mission is to ensure policy decisions and programs are evaluated through a racial equity lens. Dr. Hewitt and her team's accomplishments include releasing a draft of the district's first racial equity action plan for public comments, which ORE is currently reviewing after a comprehensive process of seeking public input. Supporting the first two racial equity pilot cohorts, a partnership of 22 district agencies to test racial equity tools, complete departmental assessments, and develop agency-specific racial equity action plans. Third, leading the Interagency Committee on Racial Equity to advise on the development and implementation of racial equity plans, and also continuing to advance the Racial Equity Data Standards Pilot Project, which collaborates with the Mayor's Office of Policy and Innovation, a cohort of 4 district agencies and community partners to develop guidance on race, ethnicity, data collection, and analysis. Finally, looking ahead, we know we have a lot of work to do. We'll still continue to coordinate the key aspects of the district's COVID-19 recovery, especially with the end of the federal declaration of public health emergency in May to meet the needs of city residents. We'll develop plans and strategies on what we call the future of government, which is to strategically analyze district government workforce needs, facility needs, contracting and technology needs, and identify changes that are needed to be able to meet individuals and circumstances as they evolve. We know we have to expand and sustain our gun violence prevention coordination efforts, including using the new OGVP website and dashboard to share data and information with residents and stakeholders. And we know we have to maintain a focus on data capacity, measurement, and evaluation to ensure that district programs are effectively and equitably administered and are meeting the stated goals and outcomes. Thank you, Chairwoman Bonds, for the opportunity to share the highlights of my team's work. I'm prepared to answer your questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I do have a few questions based on the testimony and wanted to make sure that we are on top of this. You did mention, and maybe this is to Assistant City Administrator Parker, you mentioned that you'll continue to seek reimbursement from the feds for pandemic-related expenses, but you did not mention any funding from the federal infrastructure project. So can you tell us a little bit about that? If you recall, that is one of the issues that was mentioned by one of our public witnesses this morning.
Yes, so we do have a once in a generation opportunity to be able to improve the infrastructure of the city through the bipartisan infrastructure law. Some of that is going to be formula funded, meaning that each state, including DC, which is considered a state in this context, receives funds directly. Much of that formula funding goes to bridge improvement and repair projects, which, as you know, are very costly projects that allow us to be able to redirect our own local capital funding to other investments. There's also a bulk of that law is actually competitive grants. And we've stood up a team in my office to be able to evaluate all the federal competitive grant opportunities and make sure where the district qualifies, we are actively competing for those grants. Where we don't get grants, we actually evaluate and look at why we didn't. The grant program that I believe was referenced by the witness was actually one that is geared towards cities. Now, we think of ourselves as a city. Administratively, the US DOT thinks of us as a state, so we actually did not qualify for that particular grant. And Jenny Reed can actually give a little bit more information about what we're doing with the infrastructure law.
Sure. Good morning, Chairwoman Bond. So as the city administrator mentioned, we have stood up a team in the office of the city administrator to make sure that we're tracking all of the different opportunities through the bipartisan infrastructure law. In formula funds, the district as a whole is expected to receive about $3 billion, but it's important to note that about 1.9 billion of that is passed through directly to WMATA and DC Water. Approximately another 800 million is just existing grants that go to DDOT, and then there's about 600 million of new money. So we're looking at how we can use that new money to accelerate and expand a lot of the work already underway to make our streets safer. As the city administrator mentioned, unfortunately, we were not eligible to apply for that Safe Streets grant. We are working with Congresswoman Norton's office and the U.S. Department of Transportation to see if we can be eligible in future rounds, but we have not heard back from them yet.
Thank you very much for that response. And I hope Mr. George, I heard your response and is comfortable with what you have shared with us. Can I ask a little bit about this 1.9 billion? What are the projects that it would be devoted to?
So there's a couple different components. So the 1.9 that really goes directly to WMATA and to DC Water, all the money for DC Water is, or nearly all of it is for lead pipe replacement. So it's a little under $300 million, and that will help accelerate the efforts that DC Water already has underway to remove all lead pipes in the city. The funding for WMATA is couched under a couple large different grants, mainly to improve transit operations. So it can be everything from capital repairs to tracks to purchasing more efficient vehicles. And then there's also some clean water revolving funds that will also go to DC Water to help improve overall water quality.
All right. So if, as it relates to the lead pipe removal, that is happening across the city, correct?
Yes, DC Water could probably answer a little bit better, but yes, it is happening across the city. If folks are interested, if residents are interested in getting their lead pipes replaced, and in some cases for free, please reach out to DC Water and do sign up for their lead pipe replacement program.
Thank you for that announcement, that ad. That is exactly what I wanted to put on the record so that we get some of the calls where there's confusion as to who qualifies. And I know that a number of callers have indicated that they have been approached by contractors that want to do the work, and they're unclear when they hear us say, well, we have money for replacement. What does that really mean? So thank you. And I will refer them to DC Water. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
So when we talk about the Build Back Better Infrastructure Task Force, we're talking about just what is that? What is that? Is that the bridges, or is that other things that we would want to spend the 600 million on? Or am I getting them confused?
The Build Back Better Task Force was a group of government and non-government individuals that have quite a bit of expertise in the area that advised the city on how to best position ourselves to be able to compete for and fund the benefits of the bipartisan infrastructure law. Much of the formula funds, that's not the pass-through funds, but the funds that come directly to us, will go to fund some important bridge projects that the city has.
Okay, bridges across the city.
Correct.
How many bridges do we have across the city? I think at one time I was told maybe more than 100 little bridges.
Oh, we have well over 100 bridges. I think we may have well over 200 bridges. Not all bridges are the same size and the same complexity, though.
Yes, I know. I was just curious about that. So I'll talk to get that information to the public as to the number of bridges we have. Should that inquiry go to DDOT or where?
We can follow up. We take notes of certainly the follow-up requests that happen, and we can make sure that gets back to your office.
All righty, thank you. You mentioned in your testimony on page 4 that the coordinated effort that the gun violence prevention strategy includes opportunities for employment of wraparound services to meet the health, education, and housing needs of participants. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? As you know, this new committee that I chair is very concerned with employment. So I want people to hear that loud and clear.
Absolutely. So a key part of our gun violence prevention strategy is providing employment opportunities and wraparound services to individuals who are caught up in gun violence. So the outreach has to be very targeted and directed, and is often done by our violence interrupters who have a sense as to who in the community would benefit from those programs. Probably the most long-standing program, well, the most long-standing one really is some programs in the Department of Employment Services, particularly Project Empowerment. But for the gun violence prevention efforts, the Pathways program at the ONE's office, which at this point probably has had nearly 200 individuals go through cohorts that at this point stretch back to about 2018. And those cohorts provide very intensive services to individuals who are given about 8 to 12 weeks of life coaching and classroom training that they're compensated for to prepare them for the workforce. And then it gives them a guarantee of relatively long-term subsidized employment that puts them on a pathway to unsubsidized employment and the services that they need to be able to access those jobs, which can include transportation services, it can include mental health services, it can sometimes include housing services. With the ARPA money, we expanded that program to include an enhanced project empowerment at the Department of Employment Services that provides almost 18 months of subsidized employment and wraparound services that are much more intensive than what is traditionally found in DOES programs. So those are two examples, but very often what I find is individuals who are caught up in gun violence want an exit ramp out of it. And we just have to be able to meet them where they are and make sure we provide the right supports to individuals to be able to connect to the vibrancy of our city.
Thank you. This is such an important area of concern, as you well know, that's being expressed by the community. I do recognize, and I will try my very best to take into consideration my colleagues that also want to speak. So I'm going to have a second round, and I'll now turn to Councilmember Henderson. I see you on them.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds, and good morning, CA and team. I think y'all are upstairs. We could have all done this in the same room, but that's okay. I want to start with some questions about ARPA funding. So obviously I've had a number of groups who have started to have meetings in terms of the budget. And the one question that they have is like, oh, do we think that there's going to be any sort of extension on this funding? And I said, no, I don't think that this Congress is going to extend the money. And so I want to make sure that we are doing everything in our power in the district, so we're not sending money back to the federal government. So I think I might have asked this during the ACFR hearing, but now that we've had a little bit more time in some of these performance oversight hearings, I have to admit, CA, I'm a little concerned about some of the agencies not being on track with their spend plans currently to spend down the money. Department of Behavioral Health, I just had their hearing last week. I'm going to sort of deep dive into this with DC Healthcare Finance tomorrow. So I guess my question is first, for the spend plans that have already been submitted to the federal government, can those be revised?
Yes, they can be revised.
Okay, and what is that process for doing so? Because there are a lot of our agencies who have very high balances for their ARPA money from FY22 that perhaps the program that they thought that they were going to do is no longer a good use of those funds. So what is the process for the revisions?
So Director Reed and I can go into that process. So I do want to highlight though, the process we go through to monitor their spend rates. So we do go through an extensive process that is both looking at the spend data and also meeting and discussing in person with the directors and the program managers some of the challenges they have in standing up and spending down their funds. We also look at the impact the funds have. It's true that in FY22, we had programs that had a longer ramp up time to stand up. Now, some programs still will struggle to hire or push money out the door. But in FY22, we saw what I thought were pretty natural, realistic timelines that maybe were at odds with the optimistic timelines that we budgeted for that were part of standing up a program. The council did allow the city to be able to extend some of the ARPA money into new fiscal years if it was for the same purpose. That's been very helpful. And now Jenny will sort of talk in detail about how then we reallocate or reappropriate funding that we don't think will be spent for a purpose to make sure no money is clawed back.
Sure, thank you. Just so briefly, we do submit reports to the federal government on a quarterly and annual basis. And those reports, they're asked for us to really lay out what our plans are, but we are not necessarily locked into that spend plan.
Okay.
We just have to continue to update them. So our process is to reevaluate each year as we submit the budget to the DC Council, what's working, what's not, what needs to be shifted. As the CA said, I think we have enough time has passed now where we have a good, we have a better sense of what we're able to do in different programs and what might need to be rethought.
Can I ask a question? I mean, it seems as though too, we have seen a change in posture from 2021 to now where you all are okay with ARPA funding being spent on salaries. Yes?
Yeah, so I think that we wanted to be careful in the beginning because we weren't sure how it was really going to, we weren't sure how the revenues were going to recover, to be careful not to put too much salary on ARPA since it is one-time funding, but we are looking at ways that we can leverage those funds and backfill with local funds in the future for some of these critical priorities.
Okay. I get it in terms of for the long term, but I think what we get until FY26. Meanwhile, we've got direct care service workers who are being paid essentially minimum wage. We've got issues trying to get bus drivers for OSI, and they can be making a higher salary so that they can be more competitive. I just feel like, and you know, I'm going to do this with the agencies in my cluster to sort of go line by line in terms of like, is this still a good use of the funding, and should we be doing something different here? I just want to make sure, hearing from you all, that that is something that is able for us to do. I really, really wish that we were able to do the public dashboard that you all said that you were going to do, because I've seen the reports and like, sure, I could sit down and like work through the weeds of like what this means, but for the public, it would be nice to have a visual understanding of what we are doing with all of this money, because I feel like people are still sort of confused on that front. But I'm going to move on to another issue because I only have like 4 minutes. I want to talk a little bit about building blocks and gun violence prevention and what's happening there. Director Harley Harper, and they roped you in as another one who's doing 2 jobs with 1 salary. Can you explain the differences between the 2 roles? And where there are differences, or how you plan to manage both roles? Are you going to sit over in the one's office? Are you going to stay at CA?
Good morning, Councilmember Henderson, and thank you so much for your question. I'm very excited about having the 2 roles. It really does make a lot of sense. It is about streamlining the way that we are approaching gun violence, and building blocks, just to help to understand it, building blocks is actually the strategy for the city overall. And my role is going to be over the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, which is stood up and has a chief of staff. And we have been responsible for the policy of gun violence prevention for the city. We are in communication with national organizations and experts and local organizations and experts and around the policy, and have really put Washington, D.C. in the conversation about gun violence prevention with other jurisdictions who are struggling with the same challenges that we are here. And now in my new role, which this is my 2nd day in the new role, so I don't want to pretend like I know everything about the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement in a detailed way, but what I will say is that the difference between OGVP and the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, the one's office is, one is policy and one is direct practice, and they should be hand in hand. And so having one leader over both is going to help us to streamline that.
Okay. I will say, we already had the hearing with the one's office, and the team that is over there is incredibly impressive. The deputy director, the chief of staff, they're really strong and knowledgeable in their work. And so I'm excited to see how you all take it to the next level on that front. I want to ask, and I think with Lindsay Parker here, who also has her double hat too, hopefully doesn't mind me asking about the website. I noticed that the current website for building blocks hasn't been updated since 2020, but I think you said we saw in some pre-hearing response that there's going to be some sort of dashboard of gun violence related data. Can you expand upon that? I don't know who.
Sure, I'll jump in there.
Okay.
So I think we were trying to put it live in time, version 1.0 in time for this hearing. But it starts with a single place people can go to get a plain language description of what we are doing for gun violence prevention, who is responsible for each program, and to the extent that we have data available that shows activity and impact, that we make that data available on a single website. So I know we were trying to get it up for this hearing. And I think as that website evolves, it will include more robust evaluations and formal studies of the work that we've done, both at the one's office and in other programs across the city.
Okay. And with my 1 minute, I guess this is a CA project, the overhaul of all of DC government websites. Is this a CA project? Is this is an OCA project? Whose project is this?
Well, I think it's all of ours, actually. And that's really why we've opened it up to, good morning, Councilmember.
Good morning.
That's really why we've opened it up to the question up to the public. So it's an OCTA-led project. The web design team is at OCTA, but we've asked for feedback on every single dc.gov website. There's a little blue tab that says, let us know your thoughts on the redesign of dc.gov. And we've already received over, I think it's almost 700 responses, which is pretty neat. Some really good ideas. We're looking for folks to tell us, what do you like? Are there other websites that you've been to? There's actually a lot of websites that are doing really well. We've got a lot of people going to them and getting through quite quickly. So we've gotten a lot of good responses and some good suggestions. My hope is we get rid of sort of the alphabet soup of government websites and think about a little bit more, think about that customer, the user, make sure that their experience is seamless and they're getting to what they need quickly.
Okay, I'm over my time. And Councilmember Bonds, did you say there would be another round?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you very
All
much.
right, thank you.
I'd like to also recognize Councilwoman Lewis George, who is a member of the committee, for statement and for questions during this round. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairwoman Bonds, for holding today's hearing, and thank you to all our public and government witnesses who are testifying today. I am excited to speak with our witnesses today to dig into the city's staffing challenges we're facing, to really understand what is being done strategically to address them. At last week's hearing with the Department of Behavioral Health, we heard about struggles to fill critical school and early learning behavioral health counseling roles and community outreach roles. You know, as we speak now, the National Park Service is evicting unhoused residents from McPherson Square, despite park residents not being on a meaningful pathway to housing. And we know that a large part of this disconnect is case manager shortage, fueled by underfunding our housing navigation partners. We have a teacher recruitment and retention challenge at the moment. And yet union contracts and the raises they contain are approved consistently 3 years late. I hear regularly from Ward 4 residents that they are applying for city jobs, or their kids or grandkids apply for jobs within DC government, but they don't hear back. We've heard this complaint particularly frequent for some of our DPR roles. Recreational and social programs are being cut citywide, and hours have been reduced at Ward 4 recreation centers. And the reason is, we're told, is because of staffing. Yet I can rarely find job postings for DPR on the DC career site. And then when jobs are posted, applicants aren't hearing back. And so I would like to understand what is happening at DCHR and at the city administrator level to strategically invest in the human capital necessary to make this government and our services work. And I'm really glad on the new committee jurisdiction in the council, we can have these conversations together in one hearing. And finally, on the human capital side, I want to note that I will have questions about the status of government worker paid family and medical leave implementation plans. And I will also have questions about the work of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention and the newly joint leadership of this office with the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. And I look forward to today's discussion. So thank you again, Committee Chair Bonds, for allowing me to speak this morning and to take part in this hearing. So I'm going to get started with first set of questions, and I want to just go directly into staffing shortages. How many positions does this city currently have vacant across all agencies? As of summer 2022, I know there were 1,000 vacancies. Where are we now?
Our vacancy rate is generally around 15% right now. So that would be probably 3,000 to 4,000 vacancies. Now, vacancies doesn't mean active jobs posted. Someone could have just left a job, could be reclassifying a job. But on average, it's about a 15% vacancy rate. And we have an employee base of about 37,000 staff.
And is 15% higher than previous years?
It is.
Or pre-pandemic years?
It is what we look at because it is hard to get a real read on what a vacancy means, particularly earlier in the fiscal year, though we're not too early in the fiscal year anymore. So we also look at the number of people who leave from non-temporary positions and who come in. So pre-pandemic, we saw about 3,000 to 4,000 people leaving district government each year. From 21 FY22, we saw that closer to 4,000 to 5,000 people leaving. So we've seen more people exit. We've also seen the number of people hire go up as well. So it's not that we haven't responded. Pre-pandemic, we hired about 3,500 people. In last fiscal year, we hired nearly 5,000 people. Now the pain, as you pointed out in your opening remarks, is not equally felt. And I think that's a really important point.
Because that's my next question. Because we keep hearing from different, I know we have Aussie bus drivers and we have DPR position getting cut and DBH. And so what are the top 5 agencies? What are the top 5 agencies with vacancy issues?
So let me, first of all, let me just say, I thank you for raising this question. I know Director Lindsay Maxwell is going to be on later today. It is, to me, the single most important internal administrative challenge we have as a city is how to fill and keep our people. So I appreciate you raising it. I'll tell you what sort of keeps me up, which is not a statistical analysis, but what really I focus the most on is it is hard to find caseworkers. It's hard to find clinicians too. OSCE DOT bus drivers is something I have a multiple times a week discussion and report on from our superintendent. I think I've listed 3. Fourth, we struggle, as we have for many years now, to fill our slots in the police academy. We graduate typically about 15 individuals. The academy can graduate 30 individuals. And finally, there are some professions that are just people move more nimbly and command higher salaries. So IT positions, procurement positions, HR staff are fields that you really can move from place to place fairly seamlessly. Those are the areas that keep me up at night the most. And I suspect if I had the data at this hearing to show you, probably is backed up in the data as well.
Yeah, but we could use everybody's help with this. So I think one of the things that we can all work on together is we need a concerted effort to talk about the benefits of being a public servant and reminding the public just how beneficial it is to work on behalf of your community and have that sort of mission focused work on your resume. And I think hearings like this are great opportunities for us to talk about that and make sure that what we're not doing is talking about sort of how bad things are going, but instead about all the benefits that come with working in government. That's how we're going to be able to change the narrative on this, and we could really use your help in doing so.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm trying to diagnose so that we can like figure out how to support and help. And so I'm
telling stories about
what are we
public service.
What are we seeing? What does the data show as to why we're not able to recruit? Like, what are the top 3 reasons? I've heard, people have listed housing as one of the reasons they have left. As far as when people are leaving, I know that we do exit interviews in a government service in different agencies throughout. What are people listing as the reasons as to why they are leaving government services? And then what are our challenges as far as recruitment goes? Diagnose the issue for me.
Thank you for that question. So it's important to have as an overlay, there are some trends and forces that really are broad, that aren't unique to DC or district government, that are affecting the whole country. 2 of them to diagnose that is there is a labor shortage that economists are still trying to understand that likely relates to individuals who are opting out of the workforce. That is directly prompted by what started in March 2020. Second, government services in particular, because of in part the increase in federal aid, we're hiring more, not just DC, but states and cities using the same funding sources, which includes federal funds The same capital gains income taxes everyone has. So there is a surge in hiring, particularly in fields that are most, unique. So I think that's a broad overlay of labor shortage, increase in hiring that creates this gap that we see. Now, you've rightly pointed out that there are specific circumstances with some of these positions that are hard to fill. And the remedy for each really is catered to what would motivate and move that particular workforce. So I'll list just two for the sake of time that we've talked about. OCA DOT bus drivers is one where we did early this calendar year in quick response to what we were seeing from on-time service. We extended attendance bonuses to incentivize people who were employed to be able to show up to work. We also have hiring bonuses that are calibrated to what the regional market is for that field. A second area that is in clinicians that I think we have to look at as a city is we still have qualifications, particularly around certified positions that have to get looked at. And Dr. Bazron is looking at where we have overqualified our positions above what is an industry or federal standard for those practices and activities. That's just two examples.
So am I hearing this right? Because I'm just trying to make it this list here. We have licensing as a barrier, licensing and certification for certain careers as a barrier. We have is wages and flexibility or sort of telework to flexibility, is that a factor in it? Housing costs. I'm just trying to get the list. So I hear licensing and certification. And so what else is there? Is there a wages issue? I know with some of the issues like violence interrupters, for example, I know one of the reasons was that we were not retaining VIs as much because they weren't getting paid a salary that made them want to stay and they were having to work multiple jobs. So I'm just trying to get it from you, their direct sort of like list of, so we can diagnose it so that we can cure it. It's licensing and certification. What else is on that list? Is it wages?
I'll continue going through the list. There are cases where wages, I think broadly, I don't attribute it as a cause. In some specific fields, it may be. And that's where we have signing bonuses that can help. I think another area is the speed to hire. There is an expectation among applicants that you can get a job quickly. DCHR has expanded the job fairs that the offers can be made on the spot too. We have to continue to expand that. I think housing is one where we have fields that we really value, particularly highly living in the district. So police officers' housing is an issue because we hire district residents who want to keep them here. We hire non-DC residents who want to live here. So that's particularly acute there, but I'm not sure I put housing at the same level as speed to hire. I think certification is more broadly, have we overqualified a position based on industry standards that would expand a labor market that's available for that. I think there's intrinsic interest for people to want to work in DC. I also don't think that telework, broadly speaking, is a factor. It may be for some niche areas, but I don't think that telework policies relate to the hiring jobs. I actually think we have people who've dropped out of the workforce nationally, and there's more money to spend and more positions to spend trying to recruit people. That has created a structural imbalance that we're not unique with in trying to grapple with.
All right. One of the things that I appreciate, reason I mentioned salary is because I know we have a real issue with some of the contracted and grant roles. I know in Council Period 23, we passed the Direct Support Professional Payment Rate Act, and then the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act. And I think both of these bills seek to address compensation in some of our most critical direct service provider roles that we insufficient grant and contract for. How is the city administrator's office working with all the relevant agencies needed to make the full the real implementation and funding of these critical laws?
So I'll go ahead and start. Good morning, council members. So on the direct support professionals, The mayor did include funding in her budget for FY23 that does begin to increase the wage for those direct support professionals. It's a combination of local funds as well as federal home and community-based waiver services funds, and it's being funded over 4 years. We can follow up with your office with more specifics so that you can just sort of see the phased-in approach on that. When it comes to the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act, it is something that I'm currently working with Assistant City Administrator Parker, and we're doing two things. First, we're trying to get an understanding and build a data set of all the different contracts and all the different groups, because as you know, many nonprofits work with multiple different agencies, right? So we have to have this coordinated. The second thing that I think is really unfortunate is that there was not a cost attributed to the bill when it was passed, even though it absolutely will have a cost. The only way, unless you change the total contract value, to pay for this is to cut services or increase the overall cost. When it was passed, it said it had zero cost. So we have to figure that out. And I think that was unfortunate because it really delayed the implementation of it. So we are working on it. We take it very seriously, but it isn't as easy to flip on as we all to be. So we'll continue to keep you updated on that.
I appreciate that. And I know some of the direct support workers wanted, I think, $24 an hour. And I know the mayor did 18. Has there been any conversation of getting to that $24 so in order to fill some of these direct service gaps?
We're still in the budget formulation process, but I would say it's a very tight budget year, and you'll see as we get closer to the rollout of the budget. I've been in DC government for a while. It's probably the tightest budget year we've seen from a revenue standpoint since 2009, 2010. So we are looking at everything, but it's going to be tight.
Okay. And my understanding is, I know we have, my understanding is I know we have the signing bonus, 20K for a signing bonus for police. We did 16K and I think 5K mid-year bonuses for school-based mental health clinicians. And I think 1,500 retention bonuses for direct care workers through the Medicaid reimbursement.
Councilwoman,
sorry.
The second round.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Sorry.
All righty. Very good. I'm going to take the liberty to have my second round now. Thank you very much. And so I wanted to ask a few questions about some of the information that was shared earlier by our public witnesses. And I wanted to talk with I want to talk about the racial equity program and get some feedback from you, City Administrator, and of course from Ms. Hewitt as it relates to some of the issues that Mr. Freeman mentioned. I think it's worth, putting it on the record. If you recall, he talked a little bit about guaranteed income to prevent poverty. He talked about property tax, and I think there's a little confusion here, but he said that it's seen as redlining because it can displace residents, et cetera. Then he talked a little bit about healthcare, wondering whether or not we could move to clinics in every neighborhood. And then the issue of the hiring and firing of police officers that could be done by the police complaints board. So just wanted to get some feedback on behalf of these public witnesses that showed up today to talk with us.
Sure. Why don't I start and then turn it over to Dr. Hewitt to expand upon some of the racial equity work that we've done. In specific response to some of the ideas that he mentioned, I think broadly what I heard him talking about was for us to really have a direct impact on racial disparity, we have to have programs that are designed specifically to address racial disparities. So I think if you look at some of the mayor's legacy initiatives, the Commercial Property Acquisition Fund, the Black Homeowners Strike Force recommendations, you see work and investments that was done specifically to try to narrow the racial inequity that we have in the city. He mentioned property taxes specifically. The city does cap the increase on property taxes. Thanks to Mayor Bowser, we have a very low increase in seniors who are often on fixed incomes and have the most difficult time staying in their properties. And those are just examples where we try to design programs to specifically address the problems that we're seeing, and that can look different from place to place. But I do want to give Dr. Hewitt a chance to be able to speak about some of the racial equity work that the OCA has been doing over the past year.
Good morning, council members. So the city administrator addressed several of the issues raised by Mr. Freeman. So I'll talk a little bit about the work broadly. So he touched on the legacy initiatives as well as the guaranteed income pilot. So Mr. Freeman touched on a variety of issues, but I do want to highlight, as the CA identified in his testimony, that we have released the first draft district-wide racial equity action plan. And one of the key core pieces within the plan, it looks at indicators of racial equity across several themes. So similar to the public witness around housing, economic opportunity, education, public safety, neighborhood, and civic life. So when it comes to racial equity, we know that it touches everything, and we have to take a whole of government approach. So our strategic plan on racial equity that the mayor launched in November of last year sets that roadmap and builds on her vision for a racially equitable DC. Happy to touch on more specific pieces of the work over the past year or the plan more specifically.
Can I just supplement Dr. Hewitt's remarks specific around the guaranteed income? So there have been pilots that have been done in different states around the country whose results are very promising, and they also just look at both the benefits of guaranteed income and the relative benefits sometimes compared to programs where you might be better off giving guaranteed income than spending money on the program itself that maybe try to address poverty. We have, 3 specific programs in DC that reflect that evidence and research. One is a program of guaranteed income for mothers in Ward 8 that's being evaluated by a third party, because evaluation will come out, I believe, next month. We have the Career Map program, which provides individuals who are trying, particularly mothers and families who are trying to increase income by basically filling in gaps left as they raise their income, and there have to be the federal benefits decline. We actually provide guaranteed benefits and income to fill up those gaps, and we evaluate over the course of 5 years what the impact is on those families. And we also have a income, I call it income light program for returning citizens, where we provide direct cash reimbursement for some core basic needs that individuals have when they're returning to DC. So we are trying to, and we have incorporated some of that evidence to what we do now. We study it very closely to assess, is it having a positive impact? And is it having a positive impact that might suggest a more efficient use of funds?
Thank you very much for that response. I just wanted to put your response on the record. I think that's also important. I wanted to just inquire a little bit about the dashboard idea as it relates to gun violence prevention and the coordination of that, and wondered if Ms. Harper could talk with us a little bit about what is her timeline for creating the device that would be accessible by the public.
Good morning, Councilmember Bonds. Thank you so much for your question. I'm excited to share that this has been a project that the city administrator has really made a priority for OGVP, and we have been working very hard. OGVP wants to have a dashboard and intends to have a dashboard that can serve as a data hub for gun violence prevention in the city, to be a place where residents can sign on to one website and see where the criminal activity is happening, where the gunshots are happening within our communities, but more importantly, to be able to also see what are the city responses. And so to be able to identify who are the violence interrupters in specific communities, and to be able to have contact information for the organization that has the contract is our goal. Very proud to say that our first iteration of the website went live on yesterday, and it is up and running. And so please, council member and to the other council members on here, please look at the website and feel free to give us feedback. In our 2.0 version of the website, it will include dashboards. Yesterday, we did a presentation of the draft dashboards and the possibility of what data we will be able to share on the website. We did it before CJCC and the Gun Stat Crime Committee and got really good feedback. And so really looking forward to being able to put real-time dashboards on the next version of the OGVP website. And we will always have linkages back to the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. In terms of timeline, I don't have the answer to that right now, but I will say that we are working actively and with nudges from the city administrator to move expeditiously to get the next version out as well. And so really looking forward to having that information be available to residents at their fingertips.
And thank you very much for that response. That's very important, and congratulations to get it up and running. That's
Thank
what
you.
people have been waiting for. Now you'll get more questions and more comments from the community. One of the things that I noticed that we have begun to put forth photographs of those persons of question that we're seeking. And I wonder if at some point that would also be included. So it's like comprehensive, anything related to violence, perpetrators in community or what have you, would we have one location that we can go to gather all that information?
Could let me just shape expectations. The website and the dashboard will focus often on sort of prevention measures that we're doing, as well as information about what's happening in community. There will still be some things that NPD will do that will not be on the website that will really exist on NPD's social media presence and NPD's website. So a person of interest may live with NPD, and I think this is about the work we're doing to prevent the gunshot from happening in the first place.
All right, thank you. Ms. Hewitt, I wondered if we can look forward to a similar device that would be developed and project to us what we are doing and how we're treating a racial equity within government as we're trying to make sure that all of our programs take that into consideration as we're implementing them. Just curious.
And Councilmember Bonds, are you referring to a similar racial equity dashboard? If so, that is a companion to the Racial Equity Action Plan, and the request for proposals for that dashboard is currently being reviewed with the Office of Contracts and Procurement. And what will be displayed on that dashboard are the finalized list of indicators disaggregated by race and ethnicity across a variety of different policy areas.
Yes, thank you. That's important to have that on the record, that we are moving in those directions. And then I have to ask the city administrator, since we're talking about this, you indicated future of government. And I wondered if, as we are thinking about the future of government and you're developing strategies, you're doing analysis regarding workforce and facilities, as you say, contracting, technology, and the changes that are needed, could we look forward to having such a vehicle that the public can also look at as maybe in real time as the decisions are made or the analysis are completed, that would inform us as to how our government is moving forward into
what I can certainly do is make a commitment to transparency where there's reports or information or even website-based material that we can make available to the public, we will. Let me just the future of government is a phrase at least I think of as how do we change our practices to be able to match both the expectations of our residents, which have changed over the past 3 years, the expectations of our employees and prospective employees, which have also changed over the past 3 years. And where do we have just goals and obligations that the way in which we do things now, we have to make adjustments to be able to make sure we're successful. And that will include how we hire, including how we contract and procure, as well as how we survey and understand what our employees need. So it covers really the broad span, almost all of which resides in ACA Parker's internal services team. But it's really meant to recognize that we live in a different world now and make adjustments that keep us competitive and able to fulfill the expectations of our residents.
All right, well, thank you. I've exhausted my time and I'm going over. And I understand that Councilmember Fruman is back. So Councilmember, you have a round.
Thank you very much, Chairman Bonds. I hope I don't use my whole round. I wanted to go back again, and I don't know whether folks have asked about the WTU contract, and I know that you've gone over it before, City Administrator Donahue, but can you remind me again of how you're anticipating implementing the WTU contract in terms of pay reaching teachers? I know there's a lot of anxiety about that.
Sure. So after the hearing of the WTU contract, I put in writing the timelines that we have to be able to get teachers their money. There are 3 batches of money that teachers and educators, I should say, it's not just teachers, educators will see. They will get a 4% retention bonus. Most of our WTU members will, that qualify for that. They will see their pay go up. That will include the the ripple effect of multiple years of pay increases. So their pay will go up on the order of about 10% for many individuals. And third, they will get retroactive pay for the money that would have been part of the pay increases that they should have gotten that date back to the beginning of the plan. So those are 3 batches. The first 2 batches of funding will, I think, be given to educators on March 24th. The retroactive pay will take longer because that money will have to be appropriated by the council. So that will get paid, I think it's going to be within the same month that the council will vote, which according to the chairman's time estimates was early May. So we're now targeting the May 19th pay date for educators to get the retroactive pay. And again, that is based in part on the fact that that's the most significant amount of money and it has to get appropriated through the supplemental budget. The city will send a supplemental budget, send 2 of them. One will just be for this, that allows the council to be able to fast track the voting and passage of the supplemental that relates to the WTU contract.
And I might have gotten myself confused about this, but I think the council is going to have its first vote on the budget on May 16th. Would you expect the vote on that supplemental to be May 16th?
I think at the hearing, the chairman laid out a schedule that was going to take the WTU appropriation on a faster track. And he gave a date that was in the first 10 days of May that he thought the council could vote on it. The next pay period for us is May 19th. So our IT and HR teams and payroll teams are targeting that pay date that would be right after when the chairman indicated the council would vote on the appropriation.
I see. And so, and when do you think that you would submit the legislation on the supplemental appropriation?
I believe at the same time the mayor submits her budget on March 22nd.
So March 22nd. Okay. And that then goes to another issue that's out there that there's been some testimony and I've had some conversation about, and that is what to do relative to the charter sector. And would it be your plan that anything on that issue that we would see it in the mayor's budget on March 22nd, or do you think that would happen sometime sooner than that?
I believe it would be reflected in the mayor's budget submission. It's not something I'm prepared to go into at this hearing. But as we get closer to the budget submission, I'm sure there'll be more discussion around that.
Okay, and one of the things that I've said at these different hearings on these subjects is that in order to do anything in that setting, you'd really need to have a lot of information about what's happened inside of the charter sector. What are the individual salaries of charter teachers? I think a step that you might be looking at is information gathering at this point as you think about what it is that you might do. And I'll follow up with you about that. But I don't know if you have a comment about that. It strikes me that on the DCPS side, things go through a 6-step or some, multi-step validation process to figure out who gets paid what. And you'd think that something similar, if there were going to be something done, would have to be done on the charter side. Do you share that view?
So I can jump in here. I think, Councilmember, good morning, still morning. Good morning. We will, as the city administrator mentioned, this is complicated, right? This is a very big contract. There are a lot of implications. So we are exploring all different options right now. School budgets will be going out. They'll be going out today. And you will not see WTU reflected in the school budgets. You will see WTU and how we'll handle it in the budget when we submit it on March 22nd.
I see. Okay. And then the other topic and I've spoken with you all about this before, but just to touch it again, because trying to figure out what's the most effective way to get the city to seriously think about purchasing the Intelsat Whittle building. And I know that's a big whale to swallow, but I wonder, what kinds of things does the city do when it is thinking about making a purchase like that? Or do you reach out to outside consultants to evaluate what the potential uses are? How do you go about the process of considering an idea like that? Because it does strike me that we have this very big building right next to a metro that the city has a path to getting access to and could be used for a lot of different uses. But how do you go about thinking about an idea like that?
Well, I will answer sort of the strategic level, and then ACA Parker will talk about tactically, what does that actually look like? So it really starts with a clear service need to the residents, often articulated by an agency. There have been cases where very well-intentioned parts of our budget, the council will put provisions in sometimes to purchase a particular property. If there's no agency interest, it's hard to swallow that financially. But the origin point is often a demonstrated need. I'll give an example of one that's pretty current, and I suspect will be part of budget conversations. Is the city set aside money to acquire properties for the purpose of housing, for single room occupancy, for housing individuals who are homeless that may not be in the right place within their life to go to a voucher in a distributed apartment building. So that was a demonstrated need that we have that can help humanely deal with encampments and deal with some of our most needy homeless individuals. And so that prompted funding and a very strategic citywide systemic look, as you mentioned that in your opening, a systemic look at what properties match that need and what their costs are and what the renovation costs are. So where there's a need, we will do that. Now, tactically, let me have ACA Parker sort of demonstrate what that really looks like.
Yeah. And so to that point, the Department of General Services has a small but very efficient team that deals with all of our portfolio management. And so they would get the need from the agency, right? The actual need in the community. And then they work with a broker that we work with. So we don't pay that broker. The broker gets paid by the actual entity entity that owns the property. But they're a very helpful team that look around the city to see what properties might meet that need. We then come back to the agency and say, here are a number of different options. We can take a tour. We can think about sort of how one might set up a contract with that property. So either we're going to lease it, we're going to buy it, we're going to lease it and they're going to provide property management, or we're going to lease it and we're going to provide property management. So there's lots of different options that we can then think through. And then we work with the agency to decide what we're going to pursue, obviously with the blessing of city leadership.
Yeah, so I hear you on that. And the challenge in this context is this building. There could be 5 things that would be addressed. And so it's tricky. Like I
can assure you that we look at the Whittle School under a number of different, we've looked at the Whittle School a number of different times for a number of different uses.
And then are you thinking about trying to piece them all together to see if they add up to
a number of those different uses have been thought out we've contemplated utilizing the building for a number of different things. What I will say is it's a very expensive building.
Yeah. Okay.
And
well,
just if I could just add, so it is a really unique building. You're right about that. It's a very large, unique building. For an acquisition of that size, there would have to also be a demonstrated sort of citywide value to it. So it's one thing to buy like say a former dormitory in Foggy Bottom. The price tag is not going to be anything near to use, say, for homeless families. May only benefit Ward 2. So for a building of that size and cost, it also has to be something that would have a real ripple effect and a benefit for all 8 wards. We have looked at it, but it's a very expensive building. It is a unique building, and you're right about that.
all right. Well, it's all very helpful. You can count on me to keep trying to get you to think about it. And the number of uses, one use, it's a very big site as well, and housing is a very acute need. And so it could be a site for additional housing and affordable housing, which is a very important city priority. I don't so much want to make the case for it here. It is useful to hear the way you think about it and the way what I'm going to need to do if I'm going to be persuasive to you. So thank you very much for that.
Get your colleagues as excited as you are about a building of that. Getting your colleagues as excited as you are about a building of that size and cost is sort of like is my humble recommendation.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. We'll now turn to Councilwoman Henderson.
Thank you, Chairperson Bonds. Dr. Hewitt, first wanted to ask you about the Racial Equity Action Plan. I understand that you all had conversations with the community, but it's currently in draft form. When will that be finalized?
So the plan was released to the public in November of last year. We had a public comment period from mid-November, which wrapped on January 31st. So the draft plan is on our website, and we received over 100 comments that we're currently reviewing and thinking through incorporation into the final plan. So our goal is to review all of those comments from our internal and external stakeholders to have a final plan this spring.
Okay, this spring. Okay. CA, do you look at the other reports that come out of the government? I'm trying to.
That's an outstanding question. So
it's a loaded question. I'm just trying to understand the logjam of some of these reports that everyone has been telling us it's pending, it's pending, it's pending. So I'm.
Almost in every case. So let me just set some context. So for every agency that actually this cycle we're talking to about their formulation for the FY24 budget, we also asked them, what reports do you have to submit to the council? Where are those reports? What reports do you submit to the public? To get just and there's a significant volume of reports. that cut across a lot of agencies. When they say they're pending, on almost every case, they're well-intentioned, they're working hard, and they are stretched very thin. There are cases in which the data is taking longer to get to us. There's cases in which the analysis might be nuanced and complex. There's cases where you have one person at an agency with 4 jobs, and one of them is producing the reports, and they're stretched thin. And I think those sort of like honest or honorable reasons to me attribute probably 99.9% of the reports that you might still be waiting for that are still pending.
Okay. But when they say, the agencies say still pending, many times they say, oh, we sent that to EOM.
I will sometimes get a report, and it's not just me. So we have an approval process that typically the first stop are the career attorneys that work in the OCA. I have a general counsel who has worked for, I think at this point, 3 or 4 mayors and about 5 city administrators, who reviews all the reports. I will review reports that are of a certain threshold of importance or complexity or in the public eye. Others in the Wilson building, their deputy mayors will look at reports. I know there are cases where I will send a report back because the analysis isn't clear, or I'll have additional questions that I think once it gets to the public or to you, I might be the one answering those questions, so I have to understand what the answers are. But that's often the pending. I actually think pending is mostly, though, it's not going through what we call the IQ process, which is reviews in the Wilson building. Is often actually an employee with 3 jobs at an agency who is stretched thin, trying to gather data and write analysis to a report.
Okay, so I'm just gonna give you just a brief synopsis of like some things I've asked for and or asked about in the last week or 2 or a month or a few months. So the disparity study that DMPED has contracted out. We spent local dollars to pay for a third party to do that. My understanding is that there's a draft report. Somebody said that findings have been shared with the chairperson of that committee, but no one can give me a timeline on when that will be shared with the rest of the council. The annual report from the healthcare ombudsman that should have been part of their performance oversight submission. The agency said it had been sent over. We haven't seen it. The findings from the CARES pilot would be great to see if it worked. As we're thinking about what to do going forward in terms of encampments, that's not. I'm told that has been done and sent. We haven't seen it. A composting study, DOEE, I've been told that's been done and has been sent, but we haven't seen it. Quality report from DC Health for United Medical Center. We're supposed to be doing those annually as we do that for other hospitals. No one seems to know what's going on. So I acknowledge that there are lots of reports. I understand it comes, some of these from BSA subtitles, et cetera, but some of these are also from initiatives that you all have put forward that it would be great to know to inform as we go into the budget season, whether or not these programs like the program evaluation pieces, are they working? Are we doing what we said we were going to do? All of those pieces, especially since, I think we've talked before about the lab at DC, which I think is an incredible piece that we have to sort of grapple with some questions, but they're not doing the program evaluation pieces of some of these initiatives, or if they are, I don't necessarily see them on the website. So I hate to take this as a moment to look like a tattletale, but when I keep asking agencies and I don't get an answer, I feel like you're the person I have to come to.
I appreciate that. So let me respond, and I'll be brief to respect time. So I'll start with the easiest one, which is the lab at DC is one of the most transparent entities I've ever seen, because they also publish their methodology before they even do the analysis.
Yes.
So you can see that they're not going to game their analysis to produce a particular outcome. And they publish, they both publish on a website and try to literally publish their findings. We did use ARPA money to expand their capacity during the ARPA time period so that there'll be the ability to provide those public assessments of many of our ARPA projects that we have ongoing. Second, you did mention specific reports. Some of them I'm familiar with, some of them I'm not. I can certainly commit to where there's a report that is sort of, there's just a longer release time than we anticipate, that we explain why. And I'll give one example from the list that you gave, the first one you mentioned, the disparity report. That is at the threshold. It's doing really important work, which is to understand in our contracting practices, is there the basis for which we can use to have race-based targets for procurements, which is a policy that instinctively it's a good one. It has to survive sort of a specific legal threshold. I looked at that as one that I looked at. I do believe the draft findings were sent to the committee. I thought the methodology used for that study needed to be reassessed. I actually don't think the methodology used would survive a court challenge. And that's actually one where I specifically, with sort of my prior work in data, just raised concerns that they used unorthodox methods to be able to get to conclusions that wouldn't be supported when any change in policy is challenged in court. That's a bit longer. I'm not as familiar with some of the others that you mentioned, but I'll make sure we provide sort of if there is a longer than expected germination period, sort of a reason why that's the case.
Okay.
It is typically, though, and I'll end where I started, in good faith interactions between civil servants who are trying to make sure it's a clean, well-written, publishable document. That is the reason why 99% of reports that don't come out on time don't come out on time.
Okay. This is helpful context. I think probably more explanation than what anyone has provided up until this point. And I think we did this, at least when I was committee director, like we did this for OCA, where we asked for the agency to submit all of the reports that you are required to do, not the actual reports, but like, what are the reports that are required and what do you feel like is necessary versus redundant versus not, and try to do some cleanup on that.
Oh, that would be wonderful. So when I was a federal employee, the legislative branch Congress and OMB did a similar exercise of actually having a list of all the reports Congress that asked for and looking which ones could we sunset.
Yes.
And I actually think that would be a really good collaborative exercise for us all to do.
Okay, well, count me in on that. But again, that means that we actually have to get the list in order to be able to go forth on that. I got 30 seconds and I don't think we're going to get another round. So let me just ask this really quickly. In terms of the jail and the new construction project for the jail, whose office is leading up the work on behalf of EOM around what goes forth there?
It is the policy, the lead for the critical policy decisions will be the Department of Corrections. And the expectation I have of them is that they will have a community-based task force that they will leverage to be able to help shape and guide sort of the basic scoping of that. DGS is obviously a critical part of providing the contracting expertise needed to put into plans and scopes what those policy choices are that DOC and this community-based working group would help shape.
Okay. I will just say this, because we already had a task force that produced 2 reports that we were part of, that the government was part of, that EOM was part of. I just feel like I'm skeptical, but I'll follow up with Director Faust on.
I was part of those task forces and you'll be surprised. I think I'm optimistic about the ability of this task force to make a real difference.
Okay.
With shaping the jail.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you, Councilwoman Henderson. We'll now turn to Councilwoman Lewis George for second round.
Thank you. Ms. Rita, I caught at the end of this the infrastructure dollar question regarding infrastructure money for lead replacement. what I want to understand is the federal Build Back funds, will they be sufficient to fully replace all pipes, or what is the gap in funds? What are the gap in funds are likely to be? I know DC Water claims there are 20,000 pipes, but independent report believes there are closer to 42,000. So it'd just be good to understand which pipe number OCA and the budget office are using to assess if money will go far enough.
That's a great question. So I think we are still trying to determine what the gap number is. The 300 million that will come through the bipartisan infrastructure law will be a huge acceleration for the work that can be done. I think DC Water has set a goal of eliminating all lead pipes in the district by 2030. Right. But we need to assess with them if there, and I think there is still some gap, what that is, particularly as construction costs have changed so significantly. It's something that we're currently working with them to understand. As you know, we put local dollars in as well to try to speed up some of that work.
Okay. Okay. So whenever you get a chance, I'm because the numbers are different, and we had the independent report for 42,000 and then DC says 20,000. I just want to make sure we get that number right. And so whenever you have sort of what that gap funding is going to look like, I would love to be able to see that. I wanted to go to the Office of Gun Violence and Safety and the one's office. So help me understand, is building blocks still a thing? Because people keep using the term, but I thought we shifted from building blocks to, I forget the new name of it. So is building blocks still a thing? Let's start.
Yes, let me start with this one because this is a question. It's a good question. It's important to clarify this. So building blocks is a phrase that we use to sort of label all the investments that the mayor made in her budget submission, in which the intention of that investment is to reduce gun violence. And the reason we did that was that we had investments in DOES, in for-hire vehicles, in ones obviously, in Office of Victim Services. And we wanted those directors to know that, hey, this isn't just any other program. You have to do your outreach and design of the program specifically to be able to address gun violence. So it was meant to try to capture this multi-million-dollar investment that stretched over about a half dozen agencies. That given a name, it was a signal to the public, but also the agency heads that this is an area where Linda Harley Harper really needs a line into how you're designing the program and how we're assessing it. And I'll let Linda add anything that further.
Thanks, CA. Just to add to what you would say, I would say that one thing that we have done is chosen to leave the name of the grants that we put out of OGVP as building blocks of grants. The community is so familiar with that name that we wanted to leave it the same, but it does represent the much larger strategy of which the grantees are certainly a part of the city's violence prevention strategy.
Got it. Okay. That helps with the confusion. I appreciate that. So as far as sort of the two offices go, who is the direct person who's sort of who's charged with these sort of interagency, the coordinating interagency responses to public safety matters? So if, for example, if a shooting happens and multiple victims, multiple families engaged, several offices have to engage, obviously. Who is our direct contact to say, we are coordinating, we are doing the interagency response here to ensure every agency that needs to be tapped in is going to be tapped in?
I'll let Director Harper take that one.
Thank you. So second day on the job with the one's office. But what I will say is that through my work with OGVP, we receive a lot of inquiries from the community about help to coordinate. There's so many, we have really put the resources and the dollars into violence prevention, and we will better realize results when we're able to improve coordination. And I believe that the one's office should lead the coordination responses. I am reviewing the org chart now and looking at the various who the staff, and I will have an answer to that question very, very soon. And when I do, I'll be sure to share it with you.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, because I know my community will email, and so I know they've been emailing Deputy Mayor Paya like every day. Sorry, but it is true, and so I think they were. So I want to just give them the direct person as far as coordinating agency resources to go to. So when you have that, please just please let us know on that.
Sure.
Piece. I know last year you all rolled out the community micro grants to help engage young and at-risk individuals. How many grants were awarded, and sort of what was the breakdown by ward, and sort of how is your office measuring the success of those grants in preventing or diverting gun violence?
So to respond to that, that's a great question. I am happy to share that the grantee information is on the website for OGVP, but also we have a team of credible messengers who have been trained to be grant monitors, and they go out and they attend the various events and meet with all of the grantees who are funded through Building Blocks dollars. And we, in this particular round that we have going on right now, for those who are doing good work, who are in compliance with the financial and programmatic aspects of their grant, they'll be eligible for larger grants, up to $15,000, which is a great improvement. It's a response to the community's sort of outcry around, we're doing great work and then it stops. And so we want those who are doing great work to have the ability to continue their work beyond just that one grant cycle. I'll also say that in terms of, it's a goal to be on our website as where all of the Building Blocks grantees actually are providing their service, so that you're able to see that on a dashboard. And we're working on that that feature for the dashboard on OGVP's website now. And so looking forward to having that kind of information readily available to the public, where you can see what communities have been impacted by the grantees. Right now, we get such great feedback. I certainly use community feedback as part of my assessment of how the grantees are doing. The community is very vocal and lets me know who's done a great job in their communities. And so, and conversely, right? And so, but definitely we have reports and, tracking and observation forms that we have for every grantee that's been funded.
Okay, that's perfect. And a follow-up to that, Dr. Reed, in 2021, the mayor allocated, I think, $34 million total of ARPA dollars for public safety related streetscaping. Do you, can you provide an update on the spending and the locations to date? Have any decisions been made regarding that streetscaping funding and what locations are gonna be able to utilize it?
Sure. So when the mayor submitted her budget back in 2021, as you mentioned, we used ARPA funds for several important safety improvements. And we were really targeting areas that were known as that time as building block neighborhoods. So for example, it would have been streetscape improvements on MLK Junior Avenue, on Alabama Avenue, and it would have included some additional work around the South Capitol corridor. The council budget office, when you all had the budget, put that money onto capital funds instead of the ARPA dollars. And so those projects are moving forward, but they're now in the capital budget. So we can get you an update on where they are in the capital budget and how they scope out now.
Okay. I appreciate that. I'm asking because I had a specific interest around Petworth in Ward 4. So I was wanting to see if that could be selected as a streetscape project. So I wanted to understand where they were in that specific process. I see I have 25 seconds left. So let me say this to follow up on a discussion you were having with Councilmember Fruman. As you know, one of my goals for this year is to get a community center type facility located on Kennedy Street, specifically whether through eminent domain on 5th and Kennedy or acquiring property. And I think this is an ideal location for a new library, job training center, or one's outpost. So clear benefits and multiple uses to our city government. And I think it's for much cheaper, maybe for much cheaper than property on Connecticut Avenue. So it's not a question, just putting on your record radar. And I'd love to follow up after the hearing and talk through acquisition strategy further on that.
I'm happy to follow up after this hearing with you. And it is a somewhat less expensive proposition.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Bonds.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Lewis George. I wanted to ask Ms. Harper about statistics. I wondered if you have any statistics that indicate whether your efforts have assisted in decreasing homicides in the city.
So that is the exact right question, Councilmember Bonds. What I will say is that I am looking at all of the data that we have available right now, and I would like an opportunity to report back to you on that. I know that we have communities that have shown a decrease, excuse me, in gun violence. I think the challenge is that the city really, residents want to know, are the violence interrupters working? Are the grants working? And I think that we should frame it in a thought process around we rise and fall together. The increases that we may see in public safety can be attributed to the decrease in gun violence and violence overall should be attributed to MPD. It should be attributed to the grantees. It should be attributed to violence interrupters and safe passage. We all are successful together, and conversely, we, you know, if things are not showing an improvement, we need to come together and figure out the why. And so I'd like an opportunity to thought partner with my partners in law enforcement to figure out how best to shape that narrative for the public in a way that makes sense. But the non-law enforcement plus the law enforcement efforts, we certainly have seen some decreases in specific communities. I think it's how we present that information is, you know, in a way that makes sense to the public is what's most important.
Thank you very much for that response, because you hit it on the head. The issue is the public wants to know, and in some neighborhoods, they can feel results, successful results. And so just wanted to put that on your radar so you know that if we can begin to articulate those kinds of answers, I think it will improve the cooperation that we need amongst our community. And that leads me to just asking about the goals that you set for FY22 and whether or not you are able to report accomplishments in general and the work that's ongoing, thinking about the level of support and engagement from your strategic partners. And then if you have some thoughts about how whether or not there's more that community can do. You know, community engagement is a big part of getting a handle on violence and the fear of violence in our community. And then thirdly, if you have some ideas about any legislative strategies that we might need to look more closely at.
So that's a loaded question.
Opportunity, yes.
CA, I want to yield to you first for response, or if you would like for me to go ahead.
Why don't you start, Director Harper, and I'll follow.
Okay. Councilmember Bonds, I always have a bright idea. So regarding the legislative actions, absolutely, I have ideas that I want to run by the CA first. And so give me an opportunity to get back to you about that. For the other part of your question, community engagement is really something that I am, it's my passion, and I think that it is the way that we build community trust by listening and responding to community. And so I am looking forward to figuring out how to best utilize the resources that we have in OGVP and the ONE's office collectively to be more engaged with the community and more responsive and transparent. And so those are really my main goals as I step into this leadership over both agencies, to make sure that we are being transparent and responsive and accountable to the community residents, to the communities and to the residents. And one thing I love about my city so much is that the residents will tell me. And so I'm already flush with lots of text messages and emails about concerns and, accolades. And so looking forward to really sorting through all of those as we develop a plan moving forward. And I'm happy to remain in communication with you around those steps.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. And I look forward to talking with you as always. But you didn't talk at all about your strategic partners. And what I'm asking in this oversight hearing, are there entities that we need to step up or to become engaged that are not yet engaged in helping to solve this dilemma that we're engaged, that we are part of? Or are there some that are extraordinary and they're going to need more resources in order for us to get the job done?
I mean, as I've stepped into the role of OGVP, what I will say is that this is the most I've ever worked with law enforcement in my entire career. It hasn't been sort of it hasn't been my lane up to this point. MPD have been extraordinary partners and extremely supportive. I can't say enough about Chief Conti and Chief Parsons' leadership and support in our non-law enforcement efforts. And wanting to stand back and be out of the way and allow non-law enforcement to work, but to also be available when we need to include law enforcement. I think that's something that we can only strengthen. I think that my sister agencies, I've received so many emails. I think that it's been even tough internally for the agencies to know who to partner with. And so I think it will only get better. And I think that the sister agencies stand ready and are looking for, how can we help? That's the question people ask me all the time. And I think that I will have a better answer than I've been able to have up until this point.
If I could just add, Councilmember Bonds, a couple of specific stakeholder groups that are very important. I'd say one is our faith community. And we know when our faith community is engaged and their energy and connection and moral credibility is utilized creatively, like we know it makes a big difference. The second group I'd say is, much of the work has been done by some nonprofit partners that many of whom have done outstanding work and both work on the street, but also work to make sure that they do so in a way that allows for us to successfully contract with them, pay their invoices. So there's a lot of overhead and a lot of critical street work that some of our critical nonprofit partners have done, and they'll continue to be an important stakeholder going forward.
Thank you very much for that response. Let's talk a little bit about the budget. In developing the district's overall annual budget, how do you determine the allocation and the subsequent use of supplemental funds? So I'll ask Ms. Reed if she and the city administrator want to venture into those areas.
I can talk just very high level about how we approach the formulation process for the budget. So we start our conversations with our agencies in the fall. At that point, we look at what we believe all of our available resources will be by the time we submit the budget in March. So we make a lot of projections and we look at what some of our needs are. We then set out targets for agencies to hit with their local funds budget. They submit information back to us and we discuss their different options for getting to that target. We also discuss options for adding additional funds to their budget, what's typically called an enhancement. We go through lots of dialogue and discussion with our agencies. We also start to get valuable information and feedback from the public, from community groups, from the council members themselves. And we use all of that information to make recommendations ultimately to the city administrator and mayor that go into the budget that you all will see on March 22nd.
All right, and that's the general budget process. Is there some special consideration given to the utilization of supplemental funds?
Oh, sure. So if we were going to submit a supplemental, and a supplemental budget would be an additional budget, or basically a budget amendment that we would send during the current fiscal year. There's a couple considerations. First would be, are there any areas where we need to add funding because of some sort of policy or legal change, or what people often refer to as a spending pressure. And then there may be areas where we now see some savings because things haven't been implemented as quickly as we thought, or there's been a change in direction. I think ever since I've been doing the budget, we always submit a supplemental because, as you know, we formulate our budget well in advance of the start of the fiscal year. And the budget is really a dynamic tool and needs to respond to circumstances as they change over time.
Okay. I wanted to just talk a minute about the teachers union contract. The life of the contract is $346 million. And my question is, that's I guess within the budget plan is okay. So I want to know if similar amount is proposed or is being considered as it relates to the charter sector schools.
That's something that would be a decision reflected when the mayor submits her budget in March, and it's just not something I'm prepared to speak to at this hearing.
I kind of understand, and you're the city administrator, and I'm going to listen to this. But what is of concern is I feel like we have two sets of guidance. One, we have stipulated that the amount of resources we expend in DC public schools would be the same amount we would expend for the charter sector. We also have the stipulation that the teachers union is just that, organized labor that negotiated a set of determinations, which the charter sector is not unionized and has not negotiated a set of determinations. And so I'm not going to ask you to go further on your response, but I just want you to know that the public is looking at how we respond to this important issue. And I think depending on how we respond, we may be setting a precedent. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. It's been brought to my attention a number of times. So I would be remiss if I didn't share it with you, Mr. Donahue, as you well know. I wanted to ask about the studies and the research papers and what have you. There are 24 in the list that you gave us, and a number of them have been completed. And then there are a number that are still in development, like the 911 behavioral health diversion, that's in development. The automated traffic enforcement is still in development. Let's see, you have Also, the food access for older adults, that's still underway or in development. And the MPD ELUCD density, that's under development. And of course, that's it's a design and analysis of integrating community sentiment measures into police community engagement efforts. So be interested in knowing what that really means to the public. And of course, the ONE's pathways evaluation, that's under development as well. And the ONE's office rental assistance, again, that's under development. And then reimagining high schools. That's not still under development. And transportation subsidy program for families in emergency. Well, I don't know where the rest of that goes, but it's missing because it's clear, okay, that is actually the findings have been published, it looks like. But in other words, you've got a number of projects that are under development. And I wondered, what is the timeline? I didn't really get a timeline on all of these. On some, we did get a timeline as to when they would be complete. And so I want to make sure that we get a timeline on these important reports.
Maybe I could just start with there. That's an easy one. We will make sure each of these has a projected timeline for when the study will be complete and when the results will be able to be published. We'll make sure for each of those that are not yet published, we have you and the rest of the council will have a copy of what those timelines are. The second point is that a number of the projects that you identified are, and I just say, the team at the lab at DC, they do outstanding work and really provide academic and publishable rigor to our evaluation of how we spend money and what impact it's having. So they provide a really important niche that I think can really shape our decisions. A number of the projects that you mentioned, and I'll ask Director Reed to go into one of them, really were projects that were initiated in part of the ARPA spending that was actually part of the learn, evaluation, and monitor effort that gave the lab at DC more people over the course of the ARPA time horizon to specifically study those investments and their impact. So that's why you just see a much more significant number than, say, this time last year that were in development or in progress because they're tied to the ARPA spending. But why don't Director Reed maybe give an example of one that illustrates what they're doing?
Sure. So just one example would, I think, be the food access programs for seniors. So we certainly know during the pandemic that a lot of seniors struggled to get fresh, healthy food and struggled to access that in part because of the inability to leave their home. We have a number of programs meant to address senior hunger. They all have different eligibility rules and requirements. And our understanding is that they all provide a piece of what's needed, but maybe not the holistic goods that a senior is looking for. So what we're trying to do is understand all of these different programs and requirements. And is there a way to streamline some of the programs so that seniors don't have to go to as many places or to as many doors to try to access critical food? It's sort of like Front Door and what we did for home ownership.
Yes, yes. Thank you for that. And I really would, I want to stay on top of this report because, as you know, last year, the council passed legislation that addresses some of the same issues that you mentioned as it relates to senior hunger. And we also sort of mandated that the Department on Aging and Community Living, where our senior programs are, that they fulfill the requirements of the legislation by bringing these various food supplemental programs together and coming up with a plan. So all of this is very related. So we do need to talk. I would like to talk with you further about that so that we're all on one accord and we're not piecemealing here and there. So
Absolutely. We'll follow up and find a time to speak with you.
The Interagency Council on Homelessness Employment Analysis. The analysis you said was complete and a full report is expected to be published in the spring of 2023. Would be very interested in what that might reveal, because to me, it touches on what DOES is probably also doing. And
I have a standing meeting almost every week where I meet with the director of the Interagency Council on Homelessness, along with the deputy mayor for Health and Human Services. So I'm sure that will be part of our agenda as that study comes to completion.
all right, thank you. All right, well, thank you very much for your attention today. My colleagues asked you some of the questions that we have in our list, so we will not be redundant and go over them again. But thank you very, very much for your team and for your participation today. Thank you.
It's our pleasure. Thank you. And
I
thank
look
you
forward to meeting with you. Definitely.
Absolutely. And I want to also thank, I have many hardworking people on my team who contributed to my ability to answer all your questions. So I appreciate their work as well.
Thank you. Yes, you do. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll move to the next agency on our list, which is the Department of Human Resources. All right. Oh, I do. All right, thank you, everyone. We are reconvening. And now we're going to talk about the Department of Human Resources. And we do have a public witness, but let me go through a description of the Department of Human Resources first. The Department of Human Resources provides human resource management services that strengthen individual and organizational performance and enables the district government to attract, develop, and retain a well-qualified and diverse workforce. The department is organized into 6 administrations and the Office of General Counsel. And all of these divisions report to the Office of the Director. The Human Services Solutions includes Solutions Administration, Strategic Human Capital, Benefits and Retirement Administration, Policy and Compliance Administration, and the Center for Learning and Development. And so we're now going to turn to our representative from the public, Mr. Christopher Williams. Mr. Williams, you are on, and welcome.
Oh, thank you very much, Councilmember Bonds. I'd like to provide insight into the function of DC government, or rather really dysfunction. I was employed briefly in the current fiscal year. It was not a good fit for me. And I'd like to have my testimony around 3 major themes. The first is that in my first couple of months employed with district government, I went without health insurance because although I had elected that in the system, there was some kind of technical glitch where it did not have me registered as enrolling in healthcare. A healthcare plan never happened. I mean, it's unfathomable that this could happen to an employee. And when I spoke with the HR, representatives that I spoke with on 2 separate occasions indicated that this is something that is a known issue to them. That was very troubling to hear. The second issue is around sort of recruitment. Kevin Donahue earlier talked about the challenges around recruitment and retention. Well, the fairs that he talked about, these job fairs that the city's doing, my experience was that I applied to not a specific position, but to a position like name the job 2022 summer hiring event. So when I go back in the system and I pull the job description that I applied for, it doesn't actually show me the job that I applied for. These are highly unusual human resources practices. And when I spoke with HR, they indicated, this is at the department level, they indicated, well, that's the way we do it for the job fairs. I also had concerns that I was being assigned work, strategic planning for my entire department, the Department of Health, which was well beyond the scope of my job. And the HR person really did not have any concerns with that. She, in fact, felt that that's a part of DC government and you'll just have to get used to it. Her conversation, her demeanor was very unprofessional. That was a number of issues. The other issue that I brought to HR's attention was that work was being taken from folks who were 2 levels up from me and being given to me because it was too much on their plate. That's a clear issue with not just HR policy, but frankly, the law. So those are some of the issues that I really want to highlight around district dysfunction in recruitment and retention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. I just want to make sure that I have captured what you are sharing with us. That one, when you were hired, you indicated you would not be signing on to a healthcare plan. Is that correct?
No, it's the opposite. So
oh my goodness, okay.
I went into the system and I got to the summary page, but I didn't see a summary of the benefits. But I did have an option to click the button for submit final or submit whatever it said. And that's what I did. As it turns out, and I thought that was unusual. So I emailed HR saying, by the way, I saw this thing in the system. I didn't hear back from anyone about that. And so I go to check my healthcare plan and the system is showing that I didn't enroll in a program. And this is a known issue to the Department of Human Resources, that it had affected other employees. This is a major issue, major concern.
All right, so we'll be examining that with the director that'll be coming on. And also as it relates to recruitment, you indicated that you were able to apply for a position which had a number, but it didn't give you a description of the position. Is that correct?
No, so you didn't even apply for a position. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean that.
That's okay. That's all right.
No. Sorry about that. But no, the folks who were hired under the job fair applied for the job fair, and so that's what is listed as the position in the system. So when you go back and I look through the records, and there's no job description associated with that. And so then you started getting all these calls from different positions. You could get a call for a CS10 or CS13. Really, you don't get the call for the position. You get a call for an interview. It's only in the interview that you know what the position's about. Again, highly unusual, aberrant HR practices. And we really wonder why we have a problem in the city with recruitment and retention. But the position itself is not listed. That is what I'm trying to get across.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Well, we're going to examine your issues with the director that'll be on momentarily. And thank you very much for that. It sounds very peculiar. I agree with you.
It's highly dysfunctional. And there's also an equity issue here because no one, when I asked for the job description, the supervisor and the HR could not agree on what the job description entailed. And so, as I mentioned, I ended up working on strategic planning for the entire Department of Health, well beyond what I was reasonably within the whatever job description existed. So you have job descriptions that are non-existent. You have competing job descriptions. You have a disconnect between supervisors and departments, and they create these huge buckets of categories that range in CS level from a CS10 to a CS13, all within the same job title. I mean, it's a mess. It's a big mess.
All right, I got you. I'm a little familiar with that range of yes, I hear you. So we're going to examine that issue for you. Thank you very, very much. And if you care to stay on, or we can make sure that you get the information that we collect today. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we will now bring on the interim director, Mr. Lindsay Maxwell II, and I'll swear you in. Oh, he is not in the panel. Okay. All right, so Mr. Maxwell, will you accept a motion to panelists? Okay, here you are. Great. Fantastic.
Good morning.
Good. Good afternoon. We're at afternoon now. Okay. So if you will raise your right hand, we'll swear you in. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
Thank you very much. And we will receive your testimony.
All right. Good morning. Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is E. Lindsay Maxwell, and I serve as both the Director of the Office of Labor Relations and Collective Bargaining, or OLRCB, and the Interim Director of the DC Department of Human Resources, DCHR. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on DCHR's fiscal year 22 and 23 performance to date. As the personnel authority for most district agencies, DCHR's mission is to provide first-class human resource management services that drive organizational success and empower employees and agencies to provide the very best in government services to our residents. Today, I will highlight our fiscal year 22 accomplishments that have most impacted the people we serve. I will also provide insight into our plans for continued excellence in fiscal year 23. I'd like to begin by providing you and the committee with a brief overview of DCHR's organizational structure. The programmatic work we do is organized into 6 administrations. The Benefits and Retirement Administration administers district employee benefits, including health, vision, dental, short and long-term disability, life insurances, as well as our employee assistance, wellness programs, and flexible spending accounts. This team oversees employee retirements, including those under the Police and Firefighters Retirement Relief Board. The Center for Learning Development provides training, workforce development, and organizational development programs that increase the knowledge and skills of district employees. This team oversees the Capital City Fellows, Career Pathways Program, District Leadership Program, the Executive Leadership Program, and the In-School Youth Leadership Program. Our Human Resources Solutions Administration provides recruitment services through position classification, employee selection and placement, and strategic recruitment efforts to support a modern workforce. The Office of the General Counsel provides employee relations services and is responsible for overseeing the paid family medical leave program. The Policy and Compliance Administration designs, implements, and oversees personnel standards to support a safe, effective, and best-in-class work environment. The administration ensures compliance with suitability and applicable regulatory requirements such as district residency for certain district government positions. Finally, the Strategic Human Capital team provides oversight and full cycle management of human capital planning. They provide data and analytics, research best practices, and implement business process improvements. The work these teams do at DCHR serves our 3 main customers: our residents, our employees, and our district HR professionals. The district needs the best and brightest talent to meet residents' expectations for first-rate government services. To attract the finest talent, we must continue to evolve our recruiting strategy to remain proactive and in touch with that talent. In FY22, DCHR began hosting quarterly virtual hiring events. These events give agencies the ability to promote and recruit for multiple vacancies at once, reach a wider talent pool, and provide hiring managers with dedicated time to interview qualified applicants. Our hiring events have been extremely successful. In FY22, agencies hired 414 employees through these events. In addition, DCHR began to proactively source candidates for hard-to-fill positions using a district-wide LinkedIn contract. Our partnership with LinkedIn expands and diversifies the way the district recruits for critical in-demand talent. In FY23, DCHR continues to host quarterly virtual hiring events and expand our use of social media to attract the best talent. At DCHR, we understand that some job applicants may need help navigating the district's hiring landscape. To prepare residents for our virtual hiring events, DCHR hosts preparation sessions that teach critical interviewing skills, techniques for engaging in conversations, and how to use the virtual platform. DCHR and the DC Public Library recently relaunched our partnership to provide in-person classes on resume writing and interviewing. We host these classes every month at libraries across the city. Our collaboration with DCPL serves as one of the ways DCHR works to increase job opportunities for our residents. By providing both digital and in-person services that are supportive and accessible, DCHR can ensure that its hiring efforts, irrespective of the form, attract and recruit the best possible talent. DCHR attracts district talent through our apprenticeship programs, where district residents can gain experience, hands-on training, and professional mentoring and coaching. In collaboration with the Department of Employment Services, DCHR has approved apprenticeship standards for 8 programs in information technology, human resources, law enforcement, call center, and healthcare administration. We are excited to report that in FY22, we registered over 100 apprentices, and many have been selected for permanent positions with district government. In FY23, DCHR plans to expand our apprenticeship programs by collaborating with DC Health and the District of Columbia Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking to include additional positions. In the coming year, we will expand opportunities for district residents to learn while they work in key industries and job functions. Communication is the key to building a strong employee-employer relationship. In FY22, DCHR focused on improving the way we communicate with our largest customer, district employees. In partnership with the Office of the Chief Technology Officer, or OCTO, we launched a new modern website that includes an interactive chat. The chat uses artificial intelligence, or AI, to automatically answer employee questions using keywords and is available 24/7. During business hours, the chat allows employees to connect to a live customer care representative and has a callback feature that allows employees to leave their phone number if they call us and an agent is unavailable. We understand our employees' time is valuable, so we will continue to work on improving ways that we interact with our customers in FY23 by implementing a customer relationship management platform. DCHR has expanded the way we communicate to employees about benefits and wellness opportunities, which are crucial to maintaining a healthy and productive workforce. During FY22's open enrollment program, we began sending text messages to employees' government-issued cell phones. This allowed employees to get quick reminders about key dates and action items, even if they didn't frequently view their email. In addition, we created a monthly wellness newsletter that highlights key wellness opportunities, including wellness and fitness classes, financial preparedness, and professional development opportunities such as Spanish classes. Several of the newsletters included video messages that quickly highlight important topics such as stress management, time management, and creating a healthy work-life balance. In total, in FY22, we hosted 248 wellness events, averaging more than 20 per month. In FY23, DCHR hopes to expand the use of texting and video messaging to engage not only with current employees, but also job applicants. Managers play a critical role in ensuring district residents receive the services they need. To assist managers in their professional development and growth, we hosted over 1,000 participants at our second Manager Summit entitled FY22 Managerial Experience, Stronger, Strategic, and Successful. Through the week-long experience, managers were exposed to topics including leading a resilient team, inspiring others, and building a positive work culture, managing challenging people, emotional intelligence, and the physical and emotional impact of stress. 25 managers had an opportunity to participate in a mental first aid mini boot camp, a high-impact skills-based training program that teaches managers how to identify, understand, and respond to signs and symptoms of employee mental health or substance use challenges. We also celebrate our managers with a virtual kudos board as an example of providing recognition for high-performing employees. DCHR plans to continue this dedicated manager opportunity in FY23. The work of our HR professionals throughout the district is instrumental in our ability to implement innovative and modern HR strategies. Our accomplishments would be impossible without their work and support. To facilitate this collaboration, DCHR hosts monthly HR advisor meetings with nearly 200 attendees across our government. During these meetings, DCHR subject matter experts and agency guest speakers share program updates, information on new initiatives, and HR best practices. This year, in collaboration with OCTO, we implemented several tools to increase knowledge sharing. District HR professionals now have access to a wealth of information via ServiceNow, knowledge articles, and videos. These materials provide guidance on our key processes, tools, and our human resources information system, PeopleSoft. To promote efficiency and information sharing, we expanded the use of our HR advisors Microsoft Teams channel to allow for real-time questions and answers and sharing of important updates. So that we continue to grow as a community, DCHR invests in the professional development of our HR professionals. In FY22, we offered several HR courses, including qualification analysis and an exam bootcamp for the Society of Human Resource Management, or SHRM, certification. In addition, DCHR offered its own district HR certificate program to teach HR skills in a district government context. This fall, 23 participants graduated as the second cohort of our HR certificate program. Participants learned about HR foundations and completed a capstone project that highlighted the most valuable lessons learned during the program. We are excited to announce that in FY23, we will launch Tier 2 of the HR certificate program, which will provide participants with a more in-depth understanding of HR in the district. In conclusion, throughout FY22, we challenge ourselves to think differently so that we can implement activities and programs in smarter, more efficient ways, and we will continue to evolve in FY23. As we look further in FY23, we will expand much of the work we started in FY22, including proactive recruitment, expanded apprenticeship programs, innovative employee and HR community communication methods, and modern HR professional development. These accomplishments are possible because of the dedication, expertise, and unwavering support of the DCHR team who dedicate each day to improving the lives of district employees and residents. I want to thank Mayor Bowser for her leadership and for the opportunity to serve the city's dynamic workforce. Thank you, Chairperson Bonds and the committee and your council colleagues and staff for your continued support of DCHR. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maxwell. Let's do two things. Let's talk a little bit about this area that you just referenced, which is your HR professional development program. And you indicated that this is a program where HR professionals participate in a certification process. And I think you said you had, well, let's see, in the second group, you said you had 23. How many participated in your first cohort?
I believe it was 20.
Okay, and so can we, this committee, get a list of the agencies and the certified personnel, the names of the certified personnel, and maybe their title that have completed this training, let's say for both of the cohorts, 1 and 2? That would be very helpful.
Absolutely, we'll provide that for you.
Okay, that's important because I'm thinking back to Mr. Williams, our public witness, and what he shared with us. And I believe you probably heard his testimony. And he's really saying that whatever the hiring process that he encountered, it was not as thorough as we would like it to be in government, and certainly you as the interim director of the office. So I want to make sure that we have an understanding of where we are with those issues that he brought out. It seems that he was speaking of utilizing an electronic process for deciding or determining his healthcare needs, and some glitches that were later identified by an individual in human resources indicated that, oh, we know about that. And so I'm a little curious about, can you talk a little bit about what we're doing differently now that we know about it, and what's our answer?
Sure. Let me start by first of all saying I would welcome for Mr. Williams to contact me directly. He can shoot me an email, lindsay.maxwell@dc.gov, so that we can get to the bottom of it. From listening to his testimony, I believe he said he was at the Department of Health. But one thing that we know is that we provide HR services across the district. But in every agency, there is its own HR professional and sometimes an HR team. It sounds like mostly he was talking to that HR team that was internal. I don't know if that's the case or not, but certainly I would love to speak to him to see if we can get to the bottom of this. I'd also like to say we have roughly 36,000 employees district-wide. Certainly, we are not above making mistakes, but we own those mistakes. And in situations like Mr. Williams, things like missing health insurance, we address those very quickly, and we also address it retroactively so that the person is actually covered from the moment when they should have been covered. So we will fix the problem. So again, I welcome him to give me a call. I'd love to talk to him about it.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And I think the other issue that he spoke of is the manner in which a position that an applicant is interested in and how they have difficulty applying for the position, and then understanding that within the position, there is a range of salaries. I think he mentioned DS 10, DS 13. And so is there some way that we can inform the public that might be looking at these positions as to, you need a little more qualification to be a 13 or a more qualification, something, or is it that you need more qualifications? Is it based on your current salary? And this, you know, as far as the start salary, I don't know. Tell us about that, why there would be a job description that would show ranges from a 10 to a 13 and how the public should interpret it.
Sure, there's a few things here that are at play, some moving parts. First of all, sometimes there's a posting for a position, and that position has a position number, but it actually may be for more than one actual job. So you might have a posting for a police officer. Posting for a police officer, it might be one posting, and there might be different ranges in there based on the experience level of the candidate. And so that one position, though, does have a job position description, which is what I wanted to be sure that Mr. Williams understood. But also that range is there to address people who have differing levels of ability, experience, and the qualifications based on, you know, the quality of the qualifications, if they have them or not. But those are all on every posting. So again, I would love to talk to Mr. Williams about where this may have broken down in his situation.
All right, well, thank you for that. I do have a few other questions. Let me. All right. What are the current hiring goals for your agency in FY23? And they differ from last year, 2022 and 2021?
Let me just ask for clarification on the question. Are you talking about DCHRs?
Yes.
Internal plan to hire folks? Sure. I mean, we run a very lean ship at DCHR. We don't have a lot of extra positions. In fact, I believe we're all staffed up right now. If not, we're very close to it. So internally, we don't have any staffing issues. We continue. We didn't ask for more. We're not getting any more positions moving in the future. So I mean, right now we're staffed up right where we should be. All
right. And so you heard perhaps earlier that there are 3,000 to 4,000 vacancies in the government currently, DC government. And what I'm asking now is, what are the goals of the Department of Human Resources towards filling those? Are you going to try to do 500? You're trying to do 3,000? What are the goals?
Well, we work to fill every open position that the agency wants filled. And I think it's the last part of what I just said, which is important to understand. Every agency determines based on budget, based on workload, what positions they want to fill. Sometimes we have open positions and they're not filled because the agency is not ready to fill them. Sometimes there's vacancy savings that are aligned with that vacancy. And so by choice of the agency, they decide to leave it open. So at DCHR, we always just venture to try to do what's best for our clients, which are our agencies. If they want a position filled, then we move to fill it. We try to fill it as quickly as possible.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. And I do understand that situation. So then, Mr. Maxwell, I want to ask if I can get from the department a list by agency of the different positions that through FY22, the agency was asked to fill, and whether or not those positions were filled, you know, some numbers that would give us an indication, and the same thus far for FY for FY23. If I can get that in 10 days, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely. We'll have it to you sooner than that.
All righty. Do you know how many unionized workers are in DC government?
At last count, I believe we were right around 26,000, 27,000.
Okay. And of those, are all of the unionized workers' contracts kind of up to date as of today?
That's sort of a loaded question. So let me start by saying we have some contracts that we're still working on, and some contracts while we are negotiating. I'll give you a great example, which I know you want to dive into, is the WTU contract. The WTU contract, which we just completed, actually will expire on September 30th. So we are in an active negotiations period right now with WTU for their next contract. So is the contract up to date? Sure, it's up to date, but we are actually still in negotiations for the next contract. And I believe we have maybe four of those contracts that are in a similar situation.
Okay. Can you tell me what four contracts are in negotiations now?
Sure, we have the WTU contract. We have the Office of Administrative Hearings. We have judges there who are unionized. Their contract is open for negotiations. We have what's called AFG 1403, which are our attorneys district-wide, both in OAG and also those that fall under the authority of the MOC. And the one open contract that we have that is probably what you would call out of date would be our contract with AFSCME 2921. Those are our paraprofessionals at DCPS, and we are in negotiations with them right now.
All right, and you say they are the care professionals. Where are they located?
There are paraprofessionals. They work in classrooms side by side with teachers at DCPS.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. We don't have the clock running, so I recognize that my colleague, Councilwoman Lewis George, who is also a member of our committee, is here. So I'll give her, let's say 5 minutes or so, and then we'll come back. All right, Councilwoman George.
Thank you, Chairwoman Bonds, and good afternoon, Director Maxwell. I want to start with some questions just around paid leave. Can you provide a general update on where things stand with implementing the District Government Workers Paid Leave Amendment Act? For public awareness, this law will increase paid leave benefits to 12 weeks for parental and family caregiving leave, and will newly create 12 weeks of paid medical leave for our public sector. So Director, could you just give me an update on where things stand? If a city employee reaches out for clarification on their benefits, what should I tell them they are eligible for at this moment?
Sure, we've completed the changes that are necessary in PeopleSoft. Employees may now apply. And the short of it is they're allowed up to 8 weeks of paid family medical leave. They could use 2 of those weeks for their own condition.
Okay.
All of our HR professionals have now been trained in this. So district-wide, all of our HR professionals in every building or at every agency are well aware of the policy. And of course, we here at DCHR stand ready to assist and support.
Okay. And so if someone, I guess for calendar year, these are a few examples that come up. So if someone has a baby on the way, what are they entitled to this calendar year for city funded paid leave? Like, and what if they're planning to grow their family next year? What will be the difference in 2024?
Yeah, there wouldn't be a difference. They'd be entitled to 8 weeks, 8 weeks off. And we've also done issuances for employees and an FAQ. We also have a website that's available to answer some of these questions. And in addition, we've updated the process in PeopleSoft so that it's now automated. We can get them approved much quicker.
Okay, so I'm hearing 2 weeks medical, 8 weeks family/parental leave. When do we get to the 12 weeks?
12 weeks was in the legislation, but based on the fiscal impact statement, the district didn't have sufficient funds to increase the program to 12 weeks.
And so what is the outlook for that as far as the district goes? When the funds become available, it will be expanded at that time?
I don't want to get out in front of it, but I would assume so, but that's not a decision that I would make. That would come from the mayor and the CA based on funding.
Okay. Now, and I thought we were supposed to redo the leave banks to achieve the 12 weeks.
Well, okay, so what we're doing with the leave banks, and for those who are listening who don't know, we have two different leave bank systems. We have a leave bank that we operate here at DCHR, which covers the district, but also every agency also has its own individual leave bank, which is a little bit more personalized if you want to donate leave to somebody that you know. So what's going to happen now is we plan on combining those together so that people can then apply for leave bank, leave from the leave bank, and hopefully that would be enough to get them the rest of the way home.
Okay, and when do you sort of how is that transitioning happening, and when do you expect that transition to be in place?
We believe April, May.
Okay, April, May of this year.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And that'll be in PeopleSoft. We'll do that in PeopleSoft too. Again, we want to make it automated so that it's much quicker and much easier, much leaner.
Okay, so does that mean folks could take 10 weeks from a leave bank for medical leave?
I believe when we do the banks together, it's sort of on a case-by-case basis. It requires a lot of documentation needs to be put forth.
Okay.
And then we reference that with other data that we have, and then the appropriate amount of leave is then granted to that person.
Okay, so that's going to be sort of that's going to be sort of done on a case-by-case basis.
Yes.
And how are we going to how will we be able to communicate that to government workers?
We'll do an issuance. We'll do the frequently asked questions. We'll train our professionals so that when they get the questions at the agency, they'll be armed to help. And again, we stand ready to assist and support. Okay.
And I'm asking now, is the update to DCHR website reflect the current rights and recent changes to in the laws to paid leave?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And I know that the District Government Workers Paid Leave Enhancement Act authorized retroactive paid leave for workers who took unpaid or sick leave since the start of fiscal year 23, basically October 1st of 2022. How is implementation of that provision going right now?
I can get you an update if you want specifics. I know we've done the same. We've done everything that we're supposed to do in PeopleSoft to affect those changes. We continue to take field questions from people. And if they want to make changes, they contact us and we can do whatever they need to do to get them where they need to be.
Okay. And are you, because we've been trying to look on the website to see where we can find it. Are you all, how are you all contacting employees in the situation of retroactive paid leave to let them know about this opportunity for restoration?
Yeah, I already sent an email to all employees.
Okay, great. And so looking forward, from your opinion, what is needed to make real the 12 full weeks of paid medical, parental, and family caregiving for city workers? I know we have lead bank transitions funding, but what do we need to do from the council to ensure sort of timely implementation of this law?
I think right now we need to see how this goes and see where there may be bumps in the road, because we don't know. It's still early in our implementation of the program.
Okay.
But we do believe that with the changes to the lead bank and with structure, we should be able to accommodate everybody for just about everything that they need.
Okay. And Director, because my office fields a lot of questions from employees about the status of the law and leave eligibility. If you all have a landing page or a set of FAQs regarding this, it would be helpful if you could just send it to the council offices just so we have it as we fill those questions. Obviously, we can always add you all to an email, but we also could field questions if you could just provide us with some, like a one pager would be very helpful.
I'll provide you with the email that I sent, the one pager, FAQs and the actual site. We'll get that to you so you have the accurate information on the website.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I was talking with the city administrator before this. We have 15% vacancy. And here's the thing. So I see DCHR out there doing these virtual job fairs. I see you all on the ground doing in-person job fairs. And so, Director, I'm having trouble with like us having these vacancies because we're having these job fairs and people are applying. And so, and then people are telling me they're applying for jobs, they're not hearing back, or they're not getting the jobs. Help me understand what's going on in this situation, because people are going to these job fairs, and I think there's some apathy growing now because we have all these events, they're applying, and they sort of have this false sense of hope after being at these job fairs, and there's no follow through, and they're not getting in. So help me understand what you're seeing on your end.
So let me start by saying the data that we provide to anybody as it relates to filling positions and hiring is based on the information that we get from the agencies.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes that data requires reconciling for the reasons that I mentioned before. Sometimes there are positions that say they're open, but they're really not open. And then also just to be sure that, if we're going to fill it, that there's budget for it and that the agency has approved it. Well, we've been doing many things. As you said, we've been doing quarterly hiring events.
Right.
And we've been doing those virtually. As it relates to people hearing back, again, what happens is somebody applies in the system for one of these jobs, and the agency, once they close it, the applicant will get an email. However, sometimes it doesn't get closed. And that, again, requires us to go back and check with the agencies. Like, hey,
right.
Problem because this one hasn't closed. And so, again, certainly the system isn't perfect. We're working within the system that we have, and we're trying to make the best of it. But along with the quarterly hiring events we're doing, we've also been doing some specific hiring events. OCA, for example,
right?
We've gone out and done a few hiring events with them. We have one coming up, I believe, the end of next month.
Yeah.
We've also done bonuses for folks that are tied to
right.
Things, which is very important. And we've been doing signing bonuses. So, we do hope that this will help. But I don't want for anybody to be disillusioned. One thing that the CA said, which I think is key for us to all understand, is that people are leaving the workforce and no one knows why. These are things that, we rely on SHRM, which is Society for HR. They give us data. These things are still stumping people, economists and HR professionals alike. And I just think we have enough data to be able to pinpoint why they're leaving. I mean, if I had it, I'd be a millionaire, because everybody wants to know why. And we're looking at it from every angle.
Okay. I appreciate that. And then what happens when, so for example, what happens when, for example, we'll have an agency, DPR, for example, who will say, we have staffing shortages. But if I go on DCHR website, I may see, one sort of one position, and then under there is a category you have where it says positions open, or like who you're seeking. I think, and it's two, they'll have like two people. So that they are looking for two people in that specific position. Am I to guess that means that's all the agency has as far as funding for staffing?
I would say it's all the agency wants to fill at this time. And sometimes we get these kind of positions, they'll fill two, and then they'll come back 3 or 4 weeks later after they've onboarded them and fill 5 more. It just all depends on what the agency's operational needs are.
Okay. And job applications for the district and the DC careers portal are we've heard are not user friendly. They're like clunky and complex, and sometimes have some irrelevant questions and are overly long. And sometimes I think our job titles are, unappealing, maybe, I don't know, but to some, the job descriptions are also a little vague frequently to make it hard to know what to apply for and what the evaluation criteria will be. How can are you all working right now to improve and simplify the applications? Is that some feedback that you all have been working to cure?
Sure. As it relates to the actual application process, we continue to work with PeopleSoft to update that system to make it more robust and to make it cleaner. It certainly is a system that is robust, and we're learning more about it as we use it, the best ways to make it work. I would agree. Many parts of it are a little clunky and a little cumbersome. As it relates to the other question you had about the classification system, we use the federal classification system. It's been that way in DC for years. And so when you have a job opening at a certain position, that's the first place where we go. We go to that system, and that sort of helps guide how we actually make the position description relevant and how we put it out for public consumption. But as it relates to getting more information, I think that the partnership that we launched recently with LinkedIn will really help us do better. It will provide for us a lot of analytics on who's applying, what industries they're coming from. It will also allow us to do something like, when somebody clicks the job, but they don't go back. Well, our system now automatically will poke them and say, hey, you came on our website and look, are you sure you don't want to apply? Here's some great benefits that we offer. So we have that capability. And so we're very anxious to see how this works. And what we're hoping is that we can actually expand it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Director. I continue to hope to work with you on our paid leave, just making sure we can get that up and as soon as possible, as well as I'll follow up with some of the agencies regarding what you spoke about and as far as some of the of what we're seeing. I appreciate all the outreach and work you all have been doing on the ground. You just have a critical role here because of what we're seeing with vacancies. So look forward to working with you. Thank you, Chairwoman Bonds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Lewis George. Mr. Maxwell, I wanted to ask you if you could just help me understand a statement you made a little earlier. You said that when an agency contacts a department to fill a position, you check to see if there is budget. That was one of the things that you mentioned. I guess my question is, why is that your role? And it seems to me if an agency says they want to fill the position, maybe they should come with some sort of certification that indicates they have the money, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. And maybe I misspoke. They do provide us with information. Usually when we're filling a position, we get a statement from their agency fiscal officer stating that there's funds for the position. And so, it's just one of our double checks, so to speak, that we want to be sure that when we fill it, we fill it. There's nothing worse than posting a job, getting applicants, and then finding out, we don't want to fill that job anymore. That doesn't help any of us.
Okay, so you sort of do the second check to make sure that before you announce the position that it is in fact a position that there will be fundable.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. I just thought that was very interesting. I didn't know that you had a sort of like an adjudication function as well.
I just want to be sure that we're doing the right thing by the agencies.
Okay, all right. I hear you. I hear you. The agency has listed 39 different programs under its purview. And how does the agency conduct its outreach to ensure that relevant individuals are aware of the programming and the services?
Mm-hmm. Most district government employees get emails from me on a regular basis. I would say almost weekly. They get something from me talking about events that we're doing, programs that we're doing. One of the things we've been very big on, and one of the things that personally I hope to see come more to the front in the coming year, is our focus on employee health and wellness. One thing that I learned is that vacancies are important. The time to fill those vacancies is important, and our employees' health and wellness is important. And so we've been very big on communicating on a regular basis about some of these programs that we're offering, especially in health and wellness. But also there's sort of two layers of support when it comes to just more general HR options. So let's say, you have a problem with your benefits or a question about your benefits. We have HR professionals in your agency that can provide you with all the same information that we're going to provide you here at DCHR. And if you feel like the explanation that you got was lacking, then you can also come here and we'll be glad to provide you with any additional resources that we have.
Okay, you mentioned that the agency's learning and development programs run a host of programming such as the district's leadership program, Capital City Fellows that's been running for 23 years. The Learn, Earn, Advance, Prosper, Leap. Can you talk about the type of results these programs yield?
Sure.
And numbers, that would be very helpful.
Sure. Specific numbers I can get you, but let me just give you an example. Let me start with our apprenticeship program. We have apprentices across the district, 8 different apprenticeship programs. HR apprentices, we have 10. MPD apprentices is 75. DOES apprentices, 17. Then we have 2 who are doing IT at DPR, 1 is doing IT at DCHR, and then a couple more from that are at healthcare and finance. And so we find that these are very rewarding programs for people who want to come in and they want to learn, because normally what happens is in the process of them learning, they get hired. And that is the goal here.
Okay, so you said that when individuals come in, they get hired, correct?
Right.
Okay, so these apprenticeship programs are open to the public?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's what I wanted to make sure, okay. So what is the participation by the Capital City Fellows?
Capital City Fellows. What specifically would you like to know? How many folks are in the program?
Yes.
I can get that information to you. I don't think I have it in front of me right now, but I can get it to you.
Okay, and how is that program beneficial to our government?
Oh, it's been crucial. A lot of people who were in leadership in the district have been through that program and are now serving in the highest levels of government, because it's one where, it's master's level education is required, and they get 3 rotations. And then there's always the project that's at the end. And so we found that, again, people get in or come in through this program, but usually end up getting hired in some other full-time capacity by another agency that just really is impressed by their work.
And that program is open to the current DC government?
Yes, it is.
All of this is important to put on the record for
Yes.
those who are new to exactly what your office is doing or
Sure.
this agency does.
Let me add that they also must be DC residents as it relates to this program.
Ah, great.
Or become residents in 180 days or less.
I just have this question about the Department of Human Resources and the Office of Labor Relations and Collective Bargaining. I notice that you're partnering together to cross-train incoming attorneys at both agencies on labor and employment topics. What will be the timeline of training that you are planning, and how long will the incoming attorneys be trained? Is this going to be a continuation, program year after year? And just, tell us a little bit about what you envision and the closeness of the two very important agencies.
Sure. This is a program I'm very excited about. It's very close to my heart. What we've decided to do is we've taken our attorneys at OLRCB and the new hires that we have, we're not bringing them in what we call a hybrid role. So they're splitting some time. They're spending a couple days a week at OLRCB doing labor-related things such as negotiating contracts, litigating cases, giving advice to agencies. Then they come to DCHR for a couple days a week. And when they come to DCHR, they learn more of what goes on the employee relations side of the house, ADA issues and sexual harassment issues. Those issues come here. And so our attorneys are they're able to we're actually able to get 2 for 1 because we're getting attorneys that are well-versed. It's my hope that we'll continue to use this program just to have career growth, to have just some stability so that when somebody leaves, we can plug and play folks from different agencies if necessary to achieve the goals. Again, I can't speak enough or highly enough about the folks that we've brought in over the past 6 months and how they've been able to hit the ground running and contribute solely because they've been able to participate in this program between the 2 agencies.
Okay, so it's a great educational enrichment program. Are you indicating that the training portion is 6 months in duration, or is it a shorter time frame? Or
there's no definite time frame. This is just an ongoing rolling program. And again, we have different training. So similarly, I talked about the OLRCB attorneys that come to DCHR. Similarly, we have DCHR attorneys who are now taking part in labor training. And one of the things that's beneficial and crucial to them is it gets them experience actually litigating cases, because here, our Office of General Counsel at DCHR does not really litigate cases. And for some attorneys, it's important to gain that skill. And we need that skill at OLRCB and other agencies across the district. And so it's an ongoing process. It's an ongoing program. We evaluate it every week. We sit down and talk about how folks are doing in it. But it's something that we really hope we can continue doing in the future.
Okay, two things, your evaluation process. If you have in writing your evaluation plan for this hybrid, division of labor, could you make sure that we get a copy of that in the next 10 days? I would like to see something in writing about that. And then secondly, as it relates to this hybrid, it sounds like we're blending the two clearly defined separate entities into one. Is that the intention, or is that how you see things flowing?
Listen, we have two separate agencies. This is no different than when sometimes we'll detail folks to an agency for a time. Sometimes folks will cross-train. This is no different. It's two separate agencies. The intent here is for us to have a stronger bench so that when folks leave, we're not then scrambling to find somebody who we can actually bring up to speed on how to do labor or do the employment side. And so we look at this as this is an opportunity for us to grow and to also grow talent and to also give people skills that they're going to need in their development as an attorney. And also it's going to benefit the district in the long run.
Okay, and so currently are the two agencies personnel evaluated separately?
You mean for the attorneys?
Yes.
Yes.
We're speaking of that. Okay.
Yes. OLRCB and DCHR are two separate agencies. So they get separate evaluations.
All right. I recognize that Councilwoman Henderson is here. I'll certainly want to give her an opportunity to talk with you. So I'll give her 10 minutes and I'll come back to you. Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. Councilwoman Henderson.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. I was not expecting you to come to me just then. Let me get my questions together. Good afternoon, Director.
Good afternoon, Councilperson.
I want to follow up on a conversation that you were having, I believe, with Councilmember Lewis George around, I guess, what we have been calling "quote unquote" ghost vacancies. And this has come up often for me, and this even came up 2 weeks ago. We had the director of the DMV who was before the Committee on Transportation and the Environment for his hearing. He said he currently is hiring for 10 jobs. I pull up the DCHR website and I only saw one position there listed for the DMV. This has happened with DPR. This has happened with a couple of others. And so I'm trying to understand is it that there are 9 jobs that are in active recruitment that are not yet open to the public? Or is there something, is there something being lost in translation from an agency to you all around when to post and make a position public?
Sure. Let me start by saying you're correct. Usually it's different stages of recruitment there, which is why you see it listed the way you see it. But we're also undergoing a district-wide effort to clean up where there may be some errors or where there may be some information there that's not quite jiving. So, I mean, we are doing that, but DCHR approves all listings, all postings before they go up, again, with the approval of the agency.
Okay. Are you all looking at improvements perhaps to your website? And I say that just from a usability standpoint. So for instance, if I go in and I click on a job, I can't go back without the whole website saying, sorry, you cannot perform this function. And then you got to go back and start all over again, which I think could be discouraging if someone is trying to look through several job postings to see, is this something that they're interested in? Do they meet the minimum qualifications? But essentially, if you kick me out of the system every time I move on, I might just be like, you know what, forget it.
I couldn't agree with you more. I understand the frustrations with PeopleSoft and the system. As I said before, we continue to work with Octo to make improvements there. Those issues like the one you're mentioning, when we find them, we immediately report them to Octo, and that opens a ticket and we get on trying to fix it. But we do recognize that there are improvements and updates that we will continue to make to PeopleSoft to make it more user friendly.
Okay. Is there a system by which someone could sign up and say, I'm interested in learning more, and then they, the PeopleSoft system proactively sends them an email when a job at a particular agency might be posted?
No, and that's why I was highlighting the partnership with LinkedIn. That vehicle provides us the opportunity to do just what you said. Okay.
Let's follow up on some things we talked about last year. Dental plans. We talked about dental plans that are being offered. And, you know, I think I expressed a little dismay that we only have one dental insurer offering for DC government employees. Now, when we think of, you know, our quote unquote employee group size, I feel like we're large enough for other insurers to have an interest here. I know dental insurance is a little strange in terms of companies and how they, you know, provide coverage, but have you all been actively looking for other options to add to the pool?
We are actively looking into other options. OCP is our partner who helps us to find other contractors who may be willing to provide that service. You know, but there's also there's a budget component here, because remember, we pay 100% of our dental. The district pays 100%, which makes it a little bit different than some other places where folks work.
Okay. I'm giving you a hard time. I would just say, I think nationwide dental insurance coverage is lackluster at best, because it, for the most part, only covers preventative. And when you really need it, you know, when you have to have surgery or something to that effect, all of a sudden it's a very large copay or out of pocket cost, or you find out that your insurance doesn't cover this particular specialty surgery. Even though I don't know how someone plans for a root canal. Like, how do I know that that's going to be a thing that I'm going to need, you know, in the coming year? Okay. Similar question in terms of vision. I think we have excellent vision coverage. But I'm curious though, I think I'm about choice. I'm about options, and I want to make sure that district government employees have that available to them.
Yeah, I agree. We will continue to work with OCP to find additional vendor. I mean, we've got some pretty robust benefits, but I would say, yeah, we've had that has been brought to our attention many times, and we are actively working with OCP to fix it. We would like for people to have more choices.
Okay, so when you say actively working with OCP, in terms of a process, do you all put out a RFQ, RFP?
That's correct. We put out an RFQ. OCP vets them, find out who can actually do business with us, and then they'll bring us to the table and we'll talk. And so that process is ongoing as we speak.
All right. The council passed legislation to provide additional paid leave for district employees. In particular, I wanted to check in on bereavement leave and whether or not that has been fully executed and implemented in terms of a policy change at DCHR.
Yes, it has. We've done all the work we need to do in PeopleSoft. 10 days for the death, 10 days for death. And I'm sorry, I'm blanking, a child under 21.
Yep.
Yes. So the changes have been made and it's up and running.
Okay. I don't see any information on your website about this. And so I just want to make sure that employees know that this is an option that is available to them.
Mm-hmm. I believe we sent an update email to everybody. That was some time ago. It's also in the DPM, and the DPM has been updated to reflect this. But we'll continue our outreach. We'll certainly take what you said under advisement.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I can appreciate that you all sent out the email once we did it. But of course, if somebody onboarded after that email, I just want to make sure that when they're reviewing their benefit information, that this is something that they know that is an option that's available to them.
Yeah, it should be communicated when they're onboarded. We go through that with everybody on board.
Okay. To what extent, though, we've had a couple of cases around this, but to what extent are you communicating and or following up with agencies who have independent hiring authority, right? So I sometimes get questions, say, from a DCPS employee, and then they'll say, well, we contacted HR and then HR sent us to our human resources office and they didn't necessarily have the answer to the question, et cetera. And so I guess I want to get a better understanding around, you know, you're not the central body. I mean, you're the central human resources body, but you don't control what's going on necessarily in these other agencies. But I think it's incumbent upon you to make sure that everybody is following the policies that we have in place. What are our thoughts there?
So we really do our best, especially with our independent agencies, to follow up, keep in touch with them. We invite them to all of our trainings that we offer for everybody district-wide. But in most cases, please keep in mind that the relationship that DCHR may have with an independent is covered by an MOU. Sometimes that MOU may actually cover recruitment, and sometimes it does not. We have a lot of independent agencies that do their own recruitment, and for good reason, because they have access to some different places where they can advertise jobs.
Right.
And they know, and so it makes sense for them to do it. But we continue to work with them, especially through these HR trainings, to be sure that we're updating them with what they need.
Okay. In that regard, my understanding is that you all have a MOU agreement with some charter LEAs around the background check process.
Mm-hmm.
How many are you currently working with?
I don't know if I have the exact number, but I can get that for you.
Okay.
Are you interested in the ones that we're doing the suitability determinations for?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, we can get that information for you.
Okay. I want to ask about IVF coverage within the plans that we provide for employees.
Okay.
So as you may be aware, last council period, I introduced a bill that would cover IVF for health plans that are offered in the district. Interestingly enough, for folks who don't know it, there are several insurance plans that are already offered for DC government employees that already have this coverage as a benefit. But let's see the best way to ask this question. To what extent is your office vetting some of the healthcare offerings to make sure that the plans are not in conflict with district law? So I'll give you an example. We had a constituent who reached out, also a district government employee. She reached out about her inability to obtain IVF coverage, even though it's part of the plan of the insurance that she purchased or signed up for, because she's part of the LGBTQIA community. And so she didn't fit their definition of infertility, because their definition of infertility is only for heterosexual individuals. And I was, I could refer her to the Office of Human Rights, but I feel like it's also a thing for you all too, because at some level you have to vet these plans. And so to what extent are we saying, hey, X insurance company, we noticed something here, we need this to be addressed?
First of all, let me say, I would encourage anybody who encounters that issue to contact us. We have both our benefits department as well as our policy and compliance administration, which can provide some assistance here. Also, OCP, who helps us vet these contracts, they also take a role here in being sure that the contracts, the people that we're contracting with, are in compliance with the law. And we continue to have regular dialogue and good dialogue, I might say, with all of our vendors who provide healthcare. And if we see this popping up or coming as a problem, then we'll discuss it with them, handle it on a case-by-case basis. But surely this is something that is covered, at least supposed to be covered by our plans. Yes.
Okay, I'll follow up with you separately. Sorry, Councilmember Vance, I know I'm over. I just want to wrap up here and just say, we're going to fix this in the law altogether. But for this particular constituent, and today, it was just like a glaring sort of,
I had a conversation last week with my associate director about a very similar issue. So I would love to be your partner in working on this to be sure that we get our vendors in compliance.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Henderson. Mr. Maxwell, we have a few more questions. PeopleSoft is currently programmed to compute overtime based on the current interpretation of union collective bargaining agreements, which may exceed what is required by DC and federal regulations. What is the current DC law regarding overtime? And then is the law different for DC unionized employees? And if so, what's the difference? And finally, do union contracts factor into potential overtime when they're developed?
The simple answer is yes, it varies by union. So our union contracts would trump any local statute we have on overtime. So yes, it varies contract to contract.
Okay, and so that means that when the budget process is developed, consideration is given a lump amount, or is it based on the history of the union as to the amount of overtime that's factored into our budget?
Yeah.
Just trying to understand how we get to make sure that we are in compliance with the union contract, and at the same time that you know what I'm looking for? I'm really looking for all of these agency savings and wondering if the determination is over determined so that there will be savings.
Sure. Anytime we complete negotiations on a union contract, that contract is put together, and then we get a legal sufficiency letter from OAG, and we get a fiscal sufficiency letter from the OCFO. It's in that process at OCFO where they review past data as it relates to overtime for that particular bargaining unit, and that's how we're able to get the projections to be able to say whether or not we can afford it. But that comes from OCFO.
All right, and are there plans to continue this process, or are there some changes in the works?
I believe this is the process that we've had. It works. I'm in favor of it because it ensures that once we're done with the contract and it comes to you, the council, for approval, you already know that it's been certified by the OCFO, that there's money there to pay it. And you've also been assured by the OAG that legally it's on all fours. So I would say we should continue with the process as we've done.
This is now talking about the apprenticeships and internships again. Under the career pathways, the agency is in collaboration with other agencies, expanded to pre-existing apprenticeship programs, and you've held informal sessions. So how do you advertise and promote these informational sessions?
There's several different ways. We keep a database of people who have visited our site, and we've developed a listserv. So we send that listserv emails to let them know. We also have high school partners, especially when it comes to our internship program. We have high school partners that we communicate this to. I believe we've actually even done a few visits in high schools to help promote the program. And we're actually doing one today to promote the program.
Okay, when you say you have high school partners, is that all of the public schools and charter schools, or is it just a few select schools that are participants?
We try to get that information to anybody who is actually eligible for the program, and to be eligible, you should come from a DC public school or a DC public charter school, or have a GED or high school equivalency credential from the District of Columbia. But we have a plethora of information we can share with you on this, and kind of how our communications go on this. We'd be happy to pass it on to you as well.
Okay, I note that you have 700 applications for the Career Pathways program. Is there room to expand that?
We would love to expand the program, but a lot of time it's all based on budget. And so just ensuring that we have the money in the budget for it is important.
Okay, so let's talk about what it costs to respond to one applicant that is an adult, and they're interested in apprenticeship, let's say with DOES, customer service task or skills?
So the employees are, they're paid from the beginning, and these are positions that are grade 7. And so being sure that the agency has budget for, some agencies don't have any grade 7s, right? So if there's no grade 7, then we couldn't do the program. So there has to be a grade 7 position, and the agency has to then have budget for it. Then we apply and we apportion them accordingly.
So are all of the apprenticeship programs or positions are grade 7?
Yes, they are.
They are, okay. And so for, is that just for the customer service position, or is it also for information technology at a grade 7?
It's for all positions that I think I went through earlier. We have some at DCHR, we have some at DOES, we have, I think we have one at OCTO, we have a large cadre of them at MPD, and also healthcare finance.
Okay, and I think also in, yeah, I see, okay, DOES, healthcare finance, human services, and parks and recreation.
The DPR, we also have one at DHS, DOES, MPD, and healthcare finance.
All right, and we know that the MPD apprentices are law enforcement, and it's 75. What is that, law enforcement? Because I can understand call center, customer service, information technology, but are you training future police?
These are pre-cadets. So this is before they actually get into the MPD cadet program. They are pre-cadets. One of the things that we're hoping to impart in this program that's been very important to me is that it doesn't matter to me where you work in DC government. We don't necessarily want people with jobs. We want people who want careers. And there's a difference between getting a job and a career. Many people have looked at MPD as a job. No, MPD can be a career for folks. And so being able to influence these young minds in the pre-cadet program is important to be sure that they understand that you can have a career here. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're walking a beat for 50 years. There's other opportunities in law enforcement, and that's why the pre-cadet program is so important.
That's very important. I just wanted you to put that on the record so that people would understand that there are opportunities for apprenticeship across the board. Are you thinking that you can expand this program? And if you could, what agencies would fit this model, or any agency?
I think that to me, that one of the biggest well, let me start by saying we've already explored doing it at DISB and DC Health. But one of the places where I think it could be majorly important is at OCTO. We already know that people who program and develop our software systems, we need more. And so OCTO is already engaged in some programs that the OCTO director can speak to, trying to get kids in high school, even in gaming competitions, to understand that they can have a career at this that might be a little bit unconventional. So I would love to see us expand this at OCTO.
Okay, thank you for that. That's very important. I have my questions, so I'm trying to go systematically down through them. Can we talk a little bit about the in-school youth leadership program that I think you have only 15 high schoolers and college students in the program currently? About right?
Right. So we're currently recruiting 15 youth to participate in our FY23 in-school youth leadership program. And that's where we offer virtual orientation. It features engaging discussions with district leadership, just to teach critical skills on how to have critical conversations and skills, navigating how to interview for jobs, and how to prepare for a career. And so it's something that we've been doing in the past. We did not host one in FY22.
Okay.
I believe that was because of the funding issues.
All right. So what amount of funding is needed to do that?
I wouldn't have that exact number. Probably Director Morris Hughes would be the one, because DOES actually funds the stipends for this program.
Okay, so it's really supported by the stipends from the OES.
That's correct.
All right, okay. So are you in partnership with the building blocks, the gun violence prevention with? Are you one of the agencies that could be called on? Seems to me, you just told me there's an opportunity for our young people to get in a program that
Yes.
may help to change their trajectory.
Yes. One of the ways we are big supporters of building blocks. And one of the ways that we showed our commitment was we actually detailed one of our associate directors to assist in the program. A, because they needed the help, but also B, it will give us valuable insight on how we can actually be more useful to them in this important effort.
All right, and so your associate director, is that individual still detailed to building blocks?
Yes, she is. And she's actually also the person who handles our apprenticeship program. So that should tip you off on where we think this may lead.
Okay, all right, thank you. Sometimes you have to ask these questions to get to where we need to be. Thank you very much for that.
Sure.
My colleagues have, I think, pretty much exhausted the issues that we all hear from the public about the hiring fairs and what happens and what have you. But I wanted to ask you about the time frame that it takes from application, receipt of the application, and actually getting that person, if they're considered, I guess, highly qualified, and getting them on and into the position. What does your current data show? Is it 3 months? Is it 6 months? Is it 3 weeks?
I'm proud to report that time to fill has been something that we've been focused on here at DCHR even before I got here. We actually now are down from 70, I believe it's 71, it used to be 76 days. Now we're down to 71 days. We're moving in the right direction. But we've also put some things in place that we hope will help speed this along. For instance, one of the things we've done is put a moratorium on our certifying our position description. So every time there's a position that opens up, and that, let's say it's a widget worker, well, that widget worker position may be open and has a very specific PD associated with it. Every 3 years, we have to recertify that PD before they can go out and advertise for more widget workers under that posting. And so what we've done, we've waived that. That has allowed for us to be able to interview people faster. We don't have to wait for that. And so we continue though to work with agencies to find ways that we can further streamline this interview process. 71 days in my estimation is still not acceptable, and we're going to work to get it down. But you know, I want to just reduce our touch points even further. I mean, we've reduced them down to almost none now, but we feel like maybe there's some other things we can do to assist agencies to get that time down even further.
So where is the current 71 days? I mean, in what buckets of the process? What steps of the process is, let's say, 20 days or more?
Mm-hmm. So first there's the when the person leaves, right? That's when we start counting. Then we have to put the position description out and advertise for that job. That's not really been the holdup. Usually the holdup comes when it's time to interview, because everybody's time is short. And I'm guilty of it, just like some of my fellow directors are guilty of it. When you're filling positions, sometimes you want to do all the interviews in 1 week because that's when everybody can get together. Or you want to set the interviews up in a way that sometimes takes a little longer time, where you have tiered interviews, right? You do your first interview with one panel, a second one with another panel. We found that sometimes has been a holdup because trying to get people together and then also get the applicant there at the same time. The schedules don't always jive. And so sometimes we found that there's some delay there. In addition, we found that there's some delay in that process where we've actually identified the candidate, we've made the offer, and then the candidate wants to negotiate salary. They negotiate to a salary that we can't match. Then we have to go back and start that process over again with the candidates that are left. Sometimes those candidates are still around, and sometimes they're not. If they're not, we have to go back even further to the beginning and repost. And so that's where we found the biggest slowdowns in this system. I couldn't give you a number of days, but speaking from experience, I mean, that sometimes can take months.
Okay, so let me ask you, would it be helpful and a way to reduce the number of days if we also indicated to the applicants that this job is for a specific amount or a narrow range of dollars? So then you would know what you're applying for.
Sure. I would agree that may make it easier, but we have the range because many times our employers, our agencies want to have that flexibility based on somebody's experience, length of service at their last job. They want to have that flexibility to have a range, because sometimes you want to bring somebody in lower so that they have room to grow. But other times you bring people in who have a lot of experience and you're probably getting them at a bargain, which means you're going to need to have the maximum amount of salary available that you can to get this person in the job. And so I understand, yes, having something a little bit more specific probably would be helpful, but I would like to continue to consult with the agencies to see where they feel it best, that we advertise the job.
So during the interview process, is that a time when the salary range can be explored with the candidate and the candidate can perhaps check off and say, well, I want X and I will not take less than X or Z?
I would recommend to the candidates that if the salary is a concern, they raise it right in the very first interview, maybe even before they go into that room to interview, to let the people who are actually interviewing them know whether or not that's something that they can do.
Yeah, and then I'm thinking too that as it relates to agencies, they could very easily, I know currently when you're hired, you have to wait 12 months before you can get an increase. Mm-hmm. So maybe it's like if you are at the beginning level of that job description, we hire you for 3 months, a probation period of some sort. And then if you are doing the work, you may have the opportunity. I'm just trying to, my concern is that 3,000, 4,000 vacancies is quite a bit. And here we are as a city telling the world that DC government is hiring. And you can't get that done if we are using a system that is kind of prohibited. We're really gassing up fast, as I call it. Sure. And so just trying to think of ways that we can do a better job and do it, of course, faster and stay within the law. Or if we need to change the law, perhaps, that might be something we would want to look at.
Sure. We would love to partner with you and the members of your staff to explore some of these ideas. Some of them may be prohibited legally. Maybe there's ways for us to work on legislative fixes together, but anything that we can do to get time to fill down, I'm all for it.
Well, thank you very much. I'm really pushing hard for us to get a full, at least, you didn't tell me what your goal is this year, but maybe we could get to 500 or maybe 1,500 new hires to fill, half of what is vacant now. And as you said, every year you're going to have attrition, you're going to lose positions. So if we were to keep that same 3,000 and then lose another 3,000, we're at 6,000.
Right.
But maybe we have learned how to do more with fewer employees. So maybe we are not 30 37,000 government any longer. I don't know. I'm sure you've been in some discussions with the city administrator about that.
We try to operate as a government as lean as possible, and I understand that. One of the things that I've been very big on, again, is health and wellness. We've had situations, especially since COVID, where we've had employee burnout. People were just worn out, working overtime, double overtime, working weekends. And so just being sure that whatever we do, that it's fiscally responsible, but also, we do owe responsibility to our employees to be sure that we're not overworking them just for the sake of saving some money.
So your shop would not be, this agency would not be the agency that would keep records regarding overtime on an agency by agency basis. I would get that information from the city administrator, or do you have that as well?
That's correct. We don't keep it here, but we'd be more than happy to work with you to get whatever you need, whether that's through the city administrator or somewhere else.
All right, I think we need that. I think we need to understand, because you just made a point that people are working and they're tired, and we need to understand what's going on an agency by agency basis, and also the program by program, so that we know where we really need to push to fill vacancies.
Agreed.
I want to ask you about your partnership with Bade LLC to conduct residency study. What's going on with that? Because is this the first time that your agency has worked with this contractor?
We're familiar with the contractor. We've used them in the past for some other things. I believe currently it's both. It's actually two different things that they're working on. There's the residency study, and then there was also a gender identity study. The first steps of both of those programs have already occurred. We've gathered stakeholders, developed questions, and so the process is moving, and we will continue to keep you apprised of that process.
All right, well, I won't ask you then about how this contractor was chosen, whether it was a competitive bidding process, because it may have predated your leadership of the agency. Am I correct?
That is correct, but OCP was involved in the selection of that, and so they're probably the right person to ask.
All right.
But it was competed for.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that I don't have any colleagues in the queue, so thank you very much, Mr. Maxwell. I really appreciate your time and attention today.
Thank you for your leadership.
We'll send you a couple of follow-up questions, as you can imagine, but thank you so very much.
No problem. We appreciate appearing today. Thank you for your leadership and the committee. And I also want to thank those people who worked here at DCHR to be sure that I was properly prepared and had all the answers to your questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you again. And to your team, was well said. Thank you. We are going to take another quick break, everyone. This time we'll do 15 minutes, and then we will be right back with continuing the hearing. Thank you again. Now we have before us the Office of Labor Relations and Collective Bargaining. This office is the principal advocate for the district's labor management programs. The office is responsible for negotiating agreements between the district government and labor organizations. It's also the primary litigators for the district's labor disputes. The office is responsible for managing agreements that cover thousands of district employees. I think the number is actually close to 27,000 of district employees are within the labor pool. Many of these agreements are large and cover vital district employees, such as the agreement which we recently reached with the Washington Teachers Union. The office performs wide-reaching, important work, and of course, we look forward to the testimony today. And I will call the public witness again. It is Director Lindsay Mackwell, and I thank you so very much, sir. We swore you in earlier, but given this is a new office, I'll swear you in again, if that's okay with you. And thank you for your indulgence.
Absolutely, no problem.
All righty. So do you you have your hand up? All right. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements before me today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
Thank you very much, sir. We will begin with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is E. Lindsay Maxwell, and I'm honored to serve the residents of the District of Columbia as the Director of the Office of Labor Relations and Collective Bargaining, also referred to as OLRCB. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on the performance and activities of OLRCB during fiscal year 22 and first quarter of fiscal year 23. OLRCB is organized into three sections. There's the negotiations and contract administration section, the litigation section, and administrative support. The negotiations and contract administration section is responsible for negotiating collective bargaining agreements, which is the process by which wages, benefits, and other terms and conditions of employment for unionized employees are established. We also train management representatives on the provisions of each of working conditions CBA as applicable to their respective agencies, and we conduct impact and effects bargaining over subjects that are statutorily deemed management rights. OLRCB's litigation section is focused on initiating, prosecuting, defending, and monitoring a wide range of litigation activity for and on behalf of agencies under the personnel authority of the mayor. This litigation activity consists primarily of grievance arbitrations, unfair labor practice complaints, enforcement actions, and arbitration review requests before the Public Employee Relations Board. Litigation activity also flows from interest arbitrations, negotiability appeals, and similar actions that directly arise from the negotiation activities carried out by OLRCB. The administrative section is responsible for providing general agency support and conducting research and analysis necessary to support management position during negotiations. This section also provides training to agencies regarding the labor relations program and the legal obligations which emanate from DC law and our collective bargaining agreements. This section is also responsible for program support to the negotiation and litigation sections, providing human resources, contract and procurement, and other related customer and operational services for the agency. Finally, this section supports the Negotiated Employee Assistance Home Purchase Program, which assists unionized district employees with closing costs and down payments for homes they seek to buy within the district. This benefit was established through collective bargaining with the compensation units 1 and 2. OLRCB partners with the Department of Housing and Community Development and the Greater Washington Urban League to assist in administering this program to eligible unionized district employees. In FY 22 and 23, OLRCB staff includes 17 full-time equivalent positions. And of those positions, 11 are designated for attorneys, 5 positions are for administrative and program support, and 1 is designated for the director. Attorneys are directly involved in carrying out the primary mission of the office by providing advice, counsel, and representation to agencies on all matters concerning labor relations. In addition, attorneys actively negotiate CBAs with representatives of the various labor organizations representing district government employees, and they litigate matters across from the unions and on behalf of the executive. The administrative and program staff support the director and attorneys and assist in carrying out the office's customer service and other district mandates. Their role is critical in the office's efforts to administer an efficient labor relations program because they often are the first point of contact with the public, employees, management, and labor representatives with whom we interact daily. The District of Columbia government's unionized workforce represents approximately 27,000 people, or 75% of its employees. In that regard, OLRCB serves as the executive's representative in labor relations and collective bargaining matters as we administer the labor relations program for agencies under the mayor's personnel authority by negotiating collective bargaining agreements and representing management in related labor litigation. It is my sincere belief that positive employee and labor relations is essential to creating a healthy and productive work environment. This is why OLRCB's approach to administering labor relations is to do so in a manner that enhances efficiency of government operations while also recognizing and respecting employee rights. In FY22, we continued our tradition of regularly meeting and engaging with labor leaders to discuss and develop consensus on a broad range of topics, including closing the loop on the district's response to COVID-19, among other things. OLRCB has and continues to have an open door policy and a direct line of communication between myself and local labor presidents to facilitate a collective approach to addressing labor relations matters in the District of Columbia. For example, I have joined the city administrator, the Department of Human Resources, and the Department of Health in holding labor briefings that I believe advance productive relationships with our labor partners. Because collective bargaining compensation agreements are by law effective for a minimum of 3 years, the work of the negotiations section can be cyclical in nature, assuming that contracts are reopened, negotiated, completed, and implemented as expected. This often results in either a period of numerous completed contracts or a period where most contracts are being renegotiated, approved, and implemented on schedule. OLRCB administers and negotiates 25 separate compensation agreements. I am pleased to announce that during FY22 and the first quarter of FY23, OLRCB negotiated a historic 10 of these CBAs. We worked with Comp Units 1 and 2, one of the district's largest units with 11,000 members, and successfully agreed to a successor compensation CBA in the first quarter of FY22. OLRCB and the union came to an agreement in less than 3 months, which is record time, and helped build momentum to close out 9 other compensation contracts over the next year, including those with the Council of Interns and Residents, Teamsters Local 639 at the Office of the Superintendent of Education, DC Nurses Association at Department of Behavioral Health, Council of School Officers, the Federal of Administrative Law Judges, the Fraternal Order of Police at the Metropolitan Police Department, and the International Association of Firefighters, Local 36. We not only negotiated these agreements in record time, we also extended the term of some of them so that the expiration dates are now staggered, allowing for less time at the bargaining table and more time to prepare for the budget implications and to align negotiation strategy. This past year's precedent-setting work with the unions is evidence of the mayor's continued commitment to the district workforce to provide first-class compensation and benefits to district government employees. Litigation resources in OLRCB are used in 3 major areas: arbitration, unfair labor practice cases, and representation issues before PERB. The litigation of arbitrations and unfair labor practice complaints consumes the bulk of OLRCB's litigation resources. Each attorney in the office carries a litigation caseload and is responsible for all related investigations, pleadings, hearings, evidentiary matters, and appeals. In FY22 and FY23 to date, there have been 45 litigation cases referred to OLRCB. 43 of those have been closed, and we were able to settle 16. In FY22, OLRCB hosted multiple labor liaison training sessions intended for management representatives at the agency level so they can provide immediate guidance on labor matters to the managers and supervisors at their respective agencies. OLRCB also provided virtual training on topics such as progressive discipline and Douglas factor analysis. In closing, as we continue to provide high-quality services to district agencies, OLRCB's well-known proactive and collaborative approach in working with our labor partners will remain constant. During last year's testimony, I mentioned that we collaborated with the Office of Risk Management to implement a new, effective, and more efficient case management system known as ERISK. By the end of FY21, OLRCB fully migrated its litigation matters into the system, and by the end of FY22, we were able to add our negotiations matters and attorney advisement assignments as well. I'm pleased to report that the ERISK case management system has allowed us to better track cases, provide real-time case updates, and analyze data which we can use to identify areas where we might need to ramp up the training internally and at the agency level, and or propose changes to contractual language. OLRCB was able to remain lean in our established relationship with our labor partners in good faith to iron out agreements that have taken years to complete in the past, and all but one of them were finalized by the parties alone and without an interest arbitrator's intervention and decision. This level of collaboration with labor speaks volumes to the unyielding effort that we have put into this work. It is my belief that our ongoing investment in strengthening and renewing trust with our labor partners will continue to pay off in FY23 and beyond in ways that we can all be proud of during these difficult times. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and we appreciate your leadership. I'm eager to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Director Maxwell. I just wanted to go back to your discussion about the agency structure. You indicated that under the litigation section, a reference to on behalf of agencies under the personnel authority of the mayor. And I wanted to know if any of the operating agencies are not within the personnel authority of the mayor.
Sure, these will be what we call our independent agencies. Probably specific to what you may be interested in would be the Department of Behavioral Health, CYSA, DDS, I believe to an extent DCPS, CFSA are not under the personnel authority of the mayor.
Okay, all right. I wanted to put that on the record because so frequently people are not aware of what does that really mean under the personnel authority of the mayor. Thank you very much for that. And so how are these agencies, how do they operate? They're outside of the mayor's personnel authority.
Sure. Most of our relationships with those agencies is done via MOU. And what we do is we provide the same labor services that we would provide to these to our other agencies under the personnel authority of the mayor. We do it by MOU. Also, keep in mind that we do have some bargaining units that actually cross sometimes between independent agencies and those that are under personnel authority of the mayor. They may actually be in one contract.
All right. You know that I'm new to this committee and to your office. So can you articulate for me what union entities are across both lines, as you said, those that are under the mayor's personnel authority and those that are independent, as an example?
Let me give you a couple of good examples. Comp units 1 and 2, which is our largest cadre of unionized employees, crosses at least half a dozen, if not more, agencies. They are all over the district, 11,000 strong, and there are actually numerous individual unions that comprise comp units 1 and 2. So we have the American Federation of Government Employees. We have the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. We have the National Association of Government Employees. Those unions comprise what we call comp units 1 and 2, and they're all over the district. Another unit you may be familiar with is the DC Nurses Association. This is another unit of nurses, but they're across the district and across several different agencies, some that are not under the authority of the mayor, like DBH. So we have examples of that, of some. We can certainly get you more, but it does happen on probably more often than most people think.
So then what I'm hearing is from your workload of your office, doesn't matter where you are, if you have a union or negotiated agreement with DC government, your office is interested in getting that done, keeping it afloat, and then making sure that we move into a new contract as much as possible.
Absolutely, yes.
Let me ask you, are there any differences in the type of contract that those personnel under the authority of the mayor and then those that are independent? Is there some difference? Do you run into that as an issue from time to time?
No, normally, no, because the interests align. But let me give you one example where there is a difference. We represent AFG 1403, which are our attorneys. That is one bargaining unit represented by one union. However, it comprises the attorneys that are at the Attorney General's office, which of course is independent, but it also comprises the attorneys that work under the personnel authority of the mayor. This would be folks that work at agencies, usually our line attorneys that work at agencies. So they're in one unit. And so in negotiating that one contract, we did have to, make something special because the two agencies don't operate the same. And so the working conditions portion of the agreement is different.
Wow. All right. So you are, I think you mentioned you're a staff of 17?
That is correct.
Is that 17 attorneys or 17 total?
It's 10 attorneys. I believe it's 10 or 11, depending on how you count them.
Yeah.
Then we have 5 folks who are in support, and then there's the director.
So are you finding that staffing pattern is just what you need, or is there some room for growth?
I believe that right now we are staffed appropriately. We have, I believe, 2 or 3 attorney positions that we're currently hiring for. We have a supervisory attorney position, which we just put an offer out for, so that one will be filled. And I have to be honest with you, the talent that we pulled in this last pool of hires that we had has been phenomenal. They've picked up quickly. They've really done good work. So I feel like we are staffed up appropriately right now. My concern always is with the future. One of the things that we did to combat sort of the workload needs in the future is, as I mentioned in my opening testimony, we've extended some contracts, and some are actually shorter, to allow for us to have staggered starts to negotiations. This allows for us to do a much better job than what we've done historically in negotiating agreements. We can get them done quicker. We can get them done staffed properly, or we're not under the gun to get them all done at once.
So tell me about the extended contracts. You just brought it back to discussion.
Mm-hmm.
What are those contracts that you had to extend because you need a little more emphasis from personnel?
Sure, I can get you the full list.
All right.
Let me try to also, the WTU contract is one that actually is probably shorter in duration. It's a 4-year deal. By law, they need to be at least 3 years, but it could have been a longer deal. However, the parties at the table decided, you know what, to get what we want, let's keep this as a short deal. It just means that we're back at the table almost immediately negotiating. And there's good reasons for that. A lot of times there are working conditions that are involved that still require much more negotiation. And so, we recognize that process is ongoing. And so to be able to do it the right way, we figure let's just shorten this agreement and we'll just keep negotiating on some of these tougher issues, but it won't hold up the last contract. And so that's how we move forward.
All right. So I'm glad you mentioned the teachers union contract because, during the, I guess, sort of like the roundtable hearing last week, Chairman Mendelson and I were pushing very hard for the teachers union to get back to the table, and they indicated some of the procedural things that they do in order to get there, and that is meeting with parents, meeting here and there. In other words, a lot of preparation that they have to go through in order to feel comfortable that they're back at the table. I'm happy to hear you say that it's also on your office from the standpoint that you recognize that there are things that they wanted that you just didn't have time to really zero in on. And so, in other words, it is a two-way street is the point I'm making. And these situations, we can't lower the hammer on one or the other because it's all of us together trying to get this work done. So I appreciate hearing that. Now it's settled in my head just what was going on.
Okay, good. Thank you.
So thank you very much for that, sir. I wanted to ask you a little bit about you mentioned that and I have to use the whole name, Negotiated Employee Assistance Housing Purchase Program. And you know, I came from the Housing Committee, so I'm familiar with it. But I want you to put on the record, what is that level of assistance that employees can get now?
Sure. This is a program that we run in conjunction with the Urban League. And what happens is if we have, specifically in the comp units 1 and 2 contract, what happens is if we have an employee who's a member of the bargaining unit who wants to buy a home in DC, there's a program where we've allocated funds in the budget, which has now been put into the contract, that employees can access those funds for down payment assistance. I'm not sure if it includes closing costs too, but each application is handled separately and differently and evaluated on its own merit. OLRCB's portion of the work here is basically to negotiate, obviously, to get the money into the contract. And then also we verify, usually to the Urban League, that that person is actually qualified as part of the bargaining unit to submit an application for the funds.
And so I guess the cogent part of this that I was hoping you would put on the record is that the amount may vary from employee to employee. So it's not like we can say, oh, there's 30,000 there or 50,000 or 10,000. It is actually based on whatever the negotiations have taken place in the contract, or is it based on the income of the employee?
So there's two separate things. The amount that was allocated in the most recent CBA, I believe it was 650,000, was what we negotiated with the union. That dollar figure was negotiated with the union. Then that money is then earmarked and put into the fund so that then people can submit their own individual applications to access the funds if they're buying a home. Those applications, we don't see those. Those go through the Urban League's process. I believe the lender gets involved, and then an award of the money is made based on the application.
All right, thank you very much. That's very, very important because in this government, we frequently throw around, dollars and cents, and sometimes we're not as accurate as we need to be in trying to inform the public.
Let me, if I could, Councilperson, let me just make one more comment on this program. The contract allows for the funds to be there. And once the funds are, if for some reason before the contract expires, the funds are gone, the union can actually reapproach us. It's one of the few times where we allow for a union to come back and get something else is in this program. And that really was based on the mayor's clear intent and how important this housing initiative was. So unions can come back later and request that, through me and the city administrator, additional money can be earmarked for this program if the funds are used, if all the funds are exhausted.
All right, and this fund is separate from the first responders fund, correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much for that. Let's see, I wanted to now get to the prepared questions, the real deal. Give me a minute.
Sure.
Turn over. I know this may sound like redundancy, but please, from your perspective, update us on the current status of the WTU contract?
Sure. The WTU contract has been negotiated, has been signed off on. My office, usually once the negotiations are finished, my office prepares an implementation memo. We also send to the Office of the Chief Financial Officer and OAG a request for a fiscal sufficiency letter and for a legal sufficiency letter. Once we get, and sometimes that can take days, sometimes it can take months. The whole point here is that this is done by two agencies that are independent and for good reason. So that once we get those back, we put that entire packet together and we submit it to the council. Usually we don't submit that to the council until the union has actually ratified the agreement, meaning that the entire union membership votes on the agreement, a thumbs up or thumbs down vote. And that process varies from union to union. So I can't speak to the specifics. WTU's process contract went through this exact same process. It was ratified. We submitted for the fiscal sufficiency and the legal sufficiency. Once we got it, we submitted it to council, where I believe it is right now. I think it was approved maybe a couple weeks ago.
Yes, we did in fact approve it. And we finally have a payment schedule of sorts. And so are you aware of that, or do you get any feedback once it gets to the council and we approve it? Does your office, are you still in the loop and we in turn get back to you so that you can bring everything to closure, so to speak, on that contract?
Yes, ma'am. Once we learn that it was approved, then the work gets done to put it in the pipeline for actual payment. That involves several different agencies. It involves DCHR, it involves OPTO, it involves OPRS. But that's where the magic happens, so to speak, where the programming changes are done and things are put in motion so that the actual money hits the employee's account. Okay,
so I'm also asking, once everything is approved, the council has voted on it. Is the council responsible for getting back to you and sending you a copy that says I'm just trying to figure out, how do you bring this contract to closure in your records? Or do you wait until you get the payments, or that CFO notifies you that the payments have been transacted, or what?
So this is a really good question, because one thing we've learned over the past few months is how much more involvement we probably need to take on some of these steps. And so what happens is, I can tell you, what we do is we monitor the legislative reports that we get from OPLA. We know that when the council has a session, we kind of know when we expect that contract to be on the agenda. Sometimes we're actually notified that it's going to be on the agenda. Once we learn that it's actually been approved by the council, then we make haste to get it paid. Please keep in mind, though, that there are people working on getting those payments made even before the council approves it, because it is a lengthy process. And we want to be sure that we're being good stewards of the district's resources. So it's very important that when we make these payments, that they're accurate. We never want them to be short, and we also don't want to overpay people. And so sometimes this takes a while. And so we get people working on it before the contract's actually approved by the council, just so we can start working on it. Because one thing about this process, we've always handled it in the past as a first in, first out. And we can only process one union at a time through the process, because of the way that the programming has to be done so that the payments are effectuated accurately.
All right, I guess so that you can check and make sure that a employee is getting their right supplement without there being any glitches. Like if everyone's name is A Bonds, you want to know it's Anita D Bonds as opposed to A Bonds. And
that's exactly correct. And what we've done is you asked about WTU. We stay in touch with the union through me. We stay in touch with the union, and so we sent them sort of a payment schedule to let them know you know, here's where we believe we're going to be able to pay this out, whether it's the retro, whether it's the COLA. They have some dates. And if those dates change, we communicate that directly and right away to the union.
So then would it be helpful to your agency and to our government overall if your office was notified by payroll that the payments are going out, or that all of the retro payments have been made, and then you could close the book on that contract as you have already begun working on the new contract? Would that be helpful?
Yeah, we actually already do something similar. We have a call every Friday where all of the interested agencies involved actually talk about where we are in the process for paying out any number of CBAs. And so we actually already do that. One of the good things is that I sit at OLRCB, but I also sit at DCHR. So there's no wall there. In other words, DCHR usually is the one that kind of helps to be sure that the payment gets processed through OPRS. I wouldn't have access to that information at OLRCB necessarily, but because I sit in both seats, it makes it very easy for me to monitor and know exactly what's going on with the payment process. And I'm kept up to date with that group.
Thank you for that comment, because as you're talking, and we talked earlier about the Department of Human Resources, I'm wondering if we are at a point where if we were to combine the two entities, how do you see it being managed? Because they're distinctly different services, but they are kind of, some parts are very much related. You're already cross-training the attorneys. So I'm just trying to get an understanding as we're looking for more efficiency in government. So that's where I'm coming from.
Sure. So let me start by saying right now we have two separate agencies. They operate independently and they're their own agencies. The mayor has made no decision one way or the other on whether or not she wants to see them combined, and we won't be moving on that unless she says so. But I can tell you this, from the time that I've taken over both seats, we have had just a really incredibly streamlined way of doing business. When we're at the negotiations table, the attorneys already know about the HR implications because they're talking and sitting side by side daily with people from DCHR. When DCHR wants to make a change to policy, OLRCB is notified right away so that we can work on what are the labor implications. Do we need to do any additional bargaining here, impact and effects bargaining? How do we notify the union? And even in the policy formation stage, we're able to identify very early where there might be problems and with specific units where there may be problems so that we can get on trying to cure those problems as quickly as possible.
But all of that could be done with a piece of paper, right? You know, each side, you know, indicating what they're doing, and
it could be, but it's the timing of the information that's being crossed, which is so key. Because I think before, not by anybody's fault, I think it's just natural when you're having a discussion at one agency that may implicate another agency, and you're in a meeting where you're kicking around ideas, that other agency may not know about it unless it makes its way out of that meeting, unless that idea is starting to become a reality. Well, we don't have that anymore. OLRCB is in the room when we're talking about the labor implications of policy changes. And I think that's very important that we're able to get that real time. I truly believe we would not have closed out the comp units 1 and 2 agreement as quickly as we did were it not for the fact that we were getting all this real-time information right at the time we were at the table.
okay. I hear you loud and clear. And I guess I'm also thinking, given the previous discussion, where it was pointed out that there's a lag time in getting through the hiring process. That's one aspect of it. I'm just curious as to what I'm discussing with you now is something that would somehow not be to the advantage of our government to have the combination, but I'm seeing it as an opportunity to, combine resources and what have you. Is there anything in DC law, current DC law, that would restrict this opportunity of the combination, the two agencies coming together that you know of?
Not that I know of. I just know that OLRCB is set aside as its own agency. And I believe a couple of years ago, we used to be actually part of the Office of the City Administrator. I believe it was at the start of last fiscal year, we actually became our own standalone agency. But as it relates to any regulatory or statutory restrictions, OLRCB in the code is set aside as its own separate agency. It is not a part of any other agency.
Yes, and I can tell you in the 80s, it was a different kind of setup too. I was running around in diapers then, but I remember a different. So thank you for that. Of course, I'm just exploring. I'm not, suggesting anything. Just wondered as we look for efficiencies everywhere, what could be a potential, good system. Can you give us an overview of the e-risk system and why you're using this system and the status of the transition to this system? Was it easy? Give us some background on this.
So first of all, I'd like to as it relates to e-risk, I'd love to thank Jed Ross and his team over at the Office of Risk Management. A couple of years ago, when we were in a meeting just discussing things, Jed brought up that there was this system of e-risk, and I was talking about the challenges that we were having with a case management system. And so he proposed e-risk, and his team connected us with the e-risk folks. We actually built the system to be custom for us from the ground up. And what this system does, it allows for us to input not just our cases, but our negotiations. And also many times we get calls from agencies just to get advisement. And so it's very helpful to have a place where we can actually track when a request came in, when one went out. We can also track litigation. When do we have filing deadlines for PERB? When it comes to negotiations, I can open up any file and look and see what documents are in there, where are the notes from the last session. It's been an invaluable tool for us to be able to actually quantify what we do at OLRCB. I truly believe that in the past, historically, OLRCB has been sort of like, people don't understand really what we do there. And so when people call and say, hey, do you have enough people? Are they working hard enough? It's difficult to quantify that. This system allows for us to be able to quantify it, to be able to look for opportunities to staff better, to hire better, to communicate better, to train people better, train our labor liaisons across the district better. We can identify opportunities for more training through this system. And we're able to run analytics and reports that we couldn't do before. Before, we were actually doing it by hand on a spreadsheet. So this is a much more robust system. It allows for it to collect all of our documents. And you asked about, our transition to that system. I believe it was in the first quarter of this past year, we were able to get all of our cases in. So now we're fully integrated into the system. And now we're looking forward to our next project, which is now we need a document management system, which is in the current budget, and we're working on procuring it right now.
Okay, so this e-risk system is really a strong tracking system, tracking of your work, your negotiations with the various unions.
Yes.
All right. Is there any concern about security? Is it just exclusive to your office, or do other parts of the government have access?
We're the only ones that have access to our module of e-risk. So it keeps the information completely separate. Nobody has access to it, and it is a secure system.
And is this in Octo?
This is not an Octo product. I don't believe. This is a third-party vendor.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure. I know you're satisfied with the performance. I saw that broad smile on your face, so thank you for that. I don't have to ask you that question.
I am. Thank you.
Let's talk about the bus driver call outs. What's going on there?
We've been working very closely with OCA to try to come up with creative ways to be sure that employees are showing up for work, that they're showing up on time. And attendance has been a real issue. And again, as I stated in my DCHR testimony, we don't have an answer yet for why we have so many people who are leaving the workforce. And that's not a DC issue. This is really a worldwide issue. And as I continue to speak to my colleagues from around the country and around the world about this issue, everybody speculates as to why. But it seems as if it has really hit just about every sector of our workforce, whether it's transportation or education or city services, it's human services. It's the same thing that we're hearing all across, and our bus drivers are no different. Just by way of just informing you of this, so we have our bus drivers at OCA are split into two unions. We have full-time drivers and we have part-time drivers. Our full-time drivers are represented by Teamsters and our part-time drivers are represented by AFSCME. Both unions we have a great relationship with, and we continue to work with them on a daily basis on how we can stop the call-outs. So one of the things that we've done, we implemented an incentive program that's tied directly to people's attendance. We're paying signing bonuses. DCHR is working with OCA to do more hiring fairs specifically for OCA bus drivers. In fact, I believe we have one next week. All of these things together, we're hoping if we keep throwing our effort at it, that something will stick and something will work. My hat's off to Dr. Grant. I know she's working really hard, and she has bent over backwards to talk to our unions, to listen to what their concerns are. And she's responded. You know, she hears these concerns and she responds. And so, you know, we're proud to sit next to her to talk to the unions and work through it. Sometimes it requires an additional agreement. We don't mind working to get one. Sometimes we've been able to achieve these things just by us sitting at the table talking in a handshake. And so we'll continue to work closely with OCA to be sure that we're delivering the best services to the residents of the district as it relates to student transportation.
Thank you for that answer. I recall, as you were speaking, I was thinking about a few years ago, I actually met with, I believe it was Teamsters, who were concerned about the quality of the structure, which is where they have an office, the full-time, you know, was really a little atrocious. They were talking to me because it was about housing, as you know, the structure.
I'm proud to report that the terminal has been repaired. It's been renovated. They've put in some new floors. They've updated bathrooms and lighting. And the union at last chance, when we spoke to the union maybe 2 weeks ago, they were very pleased at the renovations we had done.
Okay, so the renovations took, I gather, then 2 years?
I don't know how long they took.
Yeah.
I don't know if they happened in stages. I just know when we talked about it 2 weeks ago, they were happy.
All right. All right. Well, that's very good to know. Now, you mentioned that Dr. Grant had been speaking or speaks with the union. Is she speaking with the drivers? And I asked that question because as you're searching for what is it that we can do differently that would make a difference to keep people on the job, to show interest in doing the job. I just wondered if we have any data that we can look at that would inform us as to what we can do. I mean, you already said you're doing the incentives such as the signing bonus. Come up with anything else?
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with you 100%. I think we have to evaluate the things that we've done so far. I think it may be still just a little bit too early to tell. I know that the last incentive that we ran with them, I think it got paid out about 3 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken. But I'd like to know, you know, those folks that received the money, are they still working? Are they on track to actually hit the next incentive mark? Have they left the government? Why have they left the government? You know, so we're definitely interested in hearing more from the union on this. And again, Dr. Grant and I met with the union, I believe it was week before last, had a great conversation. We'll continue to do that and monitor the situation as it moves forward.
So let's say that you continue to lose drivers. So what's the alternative? Is there a private company that can do it, that somehow has a strategy for keeping people employed and will do this hard work? Because quite honestly, my understanding is that, you know, a bus may have 2 passengers and an aide and the bus driver. And that if some of the runs are far away from the city, 30, 40 miles away, then the driver and the aide just sort of stay in the vicinity of this school environment so that they can get the student back to their home close to 3 p.m., which means to me, they probably don't get there until 10 a.m. I mean, all of this to me is important, because while we as a government are committed to giving every young person opportunity for an education, I'm just trying to understand how far can we go and it really benefit the family and really benefit what we say our goals are.
I agree with you. I think some of the issues that you're bringing up are definitely operational issues that I would want to have Dr. Grant answer for as it relates to the specific activities of drivers during the day. But certainly she recognizes the challenges and I recognize the challenges, which is why she brings me to the table when she talks to them, because she knows that it's always better in these kind of situations to have your labor representative there as opposed to doing it on your own.
I tell you, Mr. Maxwell, a few years ago, we were having some concerns about transportation in our senior programs. So we now have a system where we have specialized taxis that can be used by seniors to get them to various locations, so they're no longer exclusively dependent on metro access, as an example. And so I'm wondering if some of our school clients fit that model. They need that specialized taxi. Perhaps maybe that's a service, but then the taxi driver would be compelled to wait for the student, I suspect, unless we can do a modification in the school program so that, you know, it's only a couple of hours as opposed to 4 hours that you're kind of waiting for a student. Just wondered if any of those kind of discussions are in play. And are we thinking, I mean, if we're thinking about a contract, I mean, I would really be curious to know how a contractor can do it better than our government.
I think I'm safe.
We have some very specific kind of issues as it relates to the government. That's what I'm really saying.
No, I understand perfectly. I think I can safely speak for Dr. Grant when I say she's interested in any solution which best serves the residents of the district. I'm sure her and OCP would love to partner with us and you to maybe explore what other opportunities there may be to transport students. I know I've had many late night and early morning discussions with her about this, and I'm sure she's open to any suggestion that you may have.
Well, thank you for that, because I'm also thinking from the arena of workforce or employment, this may be a new cottage industry that will make a difference. Maybe the drivers become these specialized little smaller entities that can move our students. I don't know. It is a dilemma because we get a number of comments in my office from parents that are outraged. You know, you're not picking up my kid, and this is what our system says you're going to do. And I'm like, well, we're kind of in this together. So what are some solutions as opposed to us being outraged with each other? So
absolutely.
So when you say full-time bus driver, is that an 8-hour schedule, and part-time is what, a 4-hour schedule?
I believe that is correct.
So your new document management system, you think it's en route to you, or was it in the FY22 budget?
It's in the current fiscal year's budget. I believe we actually, as of maybe a day ago, I think we've actually properly identified which vendor we may want to go with and what system we're going to purchase. So we're now in the process of getting that information over to OCP so that we can actually get the system in, get us trained, and get it installed.
So what will this management system do, which is different from your tracking system that you're very pleased with?
Sure. The document management system for attorneys is a great tool. What it allows us to do is we're able to actually catalog certain cases, decisions, briefs, memos by type. So let me give you an example. If we had an unfair labor practice about bargaining in good faith, which is a subject that comes up all the time, well, those cases get filed at PERB. PERB will adjudicate that case, but in the process of adjudicating it, there's memos and there's filings and pleadings, and those things can then be cataloged in the document management system so that the next attorney who has an unfair labor practice about bargaining in good faith, that attorney can actually go in, type in a keyword, and they'll pull up all the memos on this topic, all of the briefs on this topic, all the motions and pleadings on this topic. It just saves us a tremendous amount of time when it comes to preparing. It makes us way more efficient, way more nimble, and it just allows for us to just better use our time. And I can tell you, I was in private practice for 20 years before I came to the district. Having that document management system just really allows you to do so much faster and more efficiently. It's just, we just can't really work as efficiently as we can without it.
All right, well, it sounds like you've described the, what is it, a subject matter filing retrieval system. So I can hear you, it does make sense. Sort of like our LIMS system where we can keywords and, okay.
Exactly.
I know that the public uses LIMS every now and then, so I want them to see just what we're talking about in the event it escaped them. You indicated that one of your goals is to reinstate the labor roundtable meetings. What is that?
Back before COVID started, probably in 2019 and 2020, we would have what we called a labor management roundtable meeting. And usually this meeting comprised myself from OLRCB, at the time, Ventures Gibson, who was the prior director at DCHR, and our unions that are part of Comp Units 1 and 2. And so it would be a relatively small group. Usually it'd be, maybe 6 or 7 people, but we would allow for the unions to invite other people to the meeting, maybe other locals to come to the meeting to talk about specific things. One of the things we talked about, I'll give you just an example of the flavor of things we talked about. We would talk about stuff like we have dues. Unions run on dues. They collect dues from all of its members. Here at the district, we actually serve in a capacity where we deduct the dues from an employee's check and we send them to the union. For a union member to sign up for the union and to get dues deduction, though, there used to be a very lengthy form that came in triplicate that they had to fill out by hand. One piece went to OPRS, one piece went to OLRCB, one piece went to the agency. And it was paperwork. What we were able to do through our labor management roundtable, we discussed the possibilities of making this an automated system through PeopleSoft. And it was because of those discussions that we actually were able to achieve that. And now we have an automated dues deduction system, which has eliminated all the paperwork and allows for people to sign up or unenroll from dues processing just by a couple of clicks once they get into their PeopleSoft. So we talked about those kind of things in the labor management roundtable. We would talk about any changes in the law. I think the last time we actually had one, we were discussing the whole issue of some court decisions surrounding unions and dues and things that the union could do and that they couldn't do. It was a great discussion, but these are the things that we would discuss at the labor management roundtable. It's just that because of COVID, it seemed as though they kind of fell by the wayside because we were doing so many other meetings having to do with COVID because it just took precedence. But I would like to reinstitute those moving forward. And usually at these meetings, we would have somebody like the CA or the assistant city administrator. We would have somebody come and speak on a topic, 5 minutes or so, and they can, the people at the meeting can ask questions. It really is a good tool to strengthen the relationship between us and the unions, which is of paramount importance to me personally. I feel like the labor management system that we have in the government is as strong as it is because of the relationships that we have forged over time. We really do work as partners with our labor unions, and we call them our labor partners.
All right, well, I appreciate certainly hearing that. And as you were speaking, I wondered how many inquiries or complaints that you get from members of labor unions regarding PeopleSoft malfunctioning or something like that, or questions about, is it accurate?
I think if any complaints we get about PeopleSoft, I would never attribute to the union. I think we get those equally from union and non-union when we get them. But again, we're constantly updating PeopleSoft to make it more user-friendly, to make it more accurate, and we'll continue to do so.
Now, PeopleSoft is in Department of Human Resources, right?
That is correct.
Okie dokie. Public, I want you to understand. Okay, I was asking a very strategic question there. Okay.
Yes.
PeopleSoft. How many complaints have you gotten in to date? I'll say in FY23.
I don't think I have any specific data, but we can get that for you.
Would you please?
Sure. Just keep in mind that sometimes the complaints that we may get about PeopleSoft sometimes aren't really PeopleSoft at all. It's just policy, it's practice, it's the way we do business. And sometimes those complaints come a myriad of different ways. Sometimes I may get a phone call from a manager. Sometimes we'll get employees that will call our customer service line. And sometimes people go directly to OPRS because they're the agency that actually cuts checks. So if there's an error or a problem in processing, sometimes they'll get it. But certainly the information that we have and the data we have on PeopleSoft complaints, we'll get that to you.
Well, I appreciate that response, but also I know that it would be very helpful to have an analysis of the complaints as it relates to PeopleSoft so that we can make improvements if need be.
Understood. I agree.
So, that would be a valuable tool. So I would appreciate getting the data for FY23 to date. To date being through January 30th, 2023, and the FY22, and let's skip to FY20. See whether or not there's more that's happened and maybe misdirection, because I can understand that if someone says they did something wrong to me and I'm looking for my pay and it's wrong, that kind of stuff. PeopleSoft thinking you can find your answer there. So it could be some confusion too, but I'd be very curious to see what the data shows us.
No problem. We'll get it to you.
All right. Thank you. You met every KPI for FY22. The key performance indicators, or the percent of matters closed without litigation, is this is a new category. And you did not have a goal for FY22. Can you explain what's going on there? Because I think that it is a category. And what do you think is a reasonable target would be for FY23?
Sure. This is sort of one of those problems that sometimes that we have with these kind of reports. Like, how do we quantify and now qualify, right, what it is that we do? And the way that we're starting to look at this is very different than how we've looked at it in the past. It can't be about cases in, cases out, cases lost, cases won. It has to be more about what service are we providing to our agencies, some of which we're doing so on an MOU, some that we're doing so because they are under the mayor's personnel authority. So what we want to look at is more of the quality of what we're doing, right? How how many requests are we getting for some general advisement, right? Sometimes we get a call, oh, we have a grievance, we'll get an agency that says we have a grievance about overtime, and here's what happened. Well, that's not contract negotiation. It's not litigation, at least not yet. And so where does that fall? Well, it falls into this bucket of what I would call advisement. And so one of the reasons why we have this new measure is so that we can see how many cases are we getting where we're just advising people and we're providing them with legal advice, and then how often do we do it and how successful is it? And so that's why you have this measure, because a lot of times cases are settled before they even really get started. And so that's why we have this measure.
Okay, so when we were discussing the document management system that you are hopefully going to get immediately, and you mentioned that this is an opportunity for the attorneys to catalog the type of case. Perhaps this management tool can help you to extract this. I mean, would the management tool give you that opportunity?
Yes, that's exactly right. That's exactly one of the reasons why we need it.
All right, I got that. This is a biggie. I'm interested in your answer. For contracts that are sent to the council for review after the required 60 days, what are the standout or common reasons for delay?
Delays on them getting to the council really only fall into a couple of buckets. We would never send it to the council until it's been ratified. And so that requires the union to actually vote on it or approve it. Usually our unions are pretty good with that. And usually we'll hear back from them, usually within 30 days. But unfortunately, we have some, I know we have one right now where the agreement wasn't ratified. And even though we finished negotiating it back in June. And so the council hasn't seen it. It's definitely going to fall outside of the 60 days, but it's because the union hasn't ratified it. And so we've had discussions with the union about this and ways that hopefully they can get it ratified, but that's considered internal union business. And so we don't get into that with them. We're not allowed by law to actually insert ourselves in the union business. We just have to let that process take its course. That's one of the reasons why you would see a delay. The other reason why you may see a delay is because, again, we're waiting on that FIS and that legal sufficiency. And sometimes that takes time, especially when it's a more complex agreement. It will take some time to get that done. And we don't submit it to the council until we have those two items.
Can you give us an example of one of these delays because the union took a lengthy time to ratify the contract?
Yeah, the one I just told you, we have a union where we signed off. We call it a tentative agreement. We signed off on what's called a tentative agreement with them. I believe it was in June. But again, we're sort of in the dark as to what the process is, but we do know that the contract has yet to be ratified by the union. And so we had discussions with the union about this. Where is it? Maybe how long it may take. We think we see some light at the end of the tunnel. And once we do, then we'll proceed to move forward. But certainly that's outside of the control of anybody at OLRCB, anybody at the mayor's office. This is purely in the lap of the union.
Okay, so this contract, is it going to be similar to Washington Teachers Union contract where almost 3 years lapse and you're trying to put it in place and then you'll have to immediately, once you get it, start the new contract?
I believe the contract that we're talking, and I'll be glad to talk to you more about it offline about the specifics, but the contract that I'm thinking of now is one where it's not going to take us years. Well, I would anticipate in the next 30 to 60 days, the union will get it ratified and we'll have it to council soon thereafter.
I was just hoping that some of the union members would be observing this hearing today and they would say, listen, we got to have a contract. Let's move this agenda.
Yeah.
And it would help you out on that. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, I would like to talk to you about that.
Okay.
We know that your dual agencies have a lot of responsibilities. And for anyone who may be concerned about the capacity, your capacity to marshal the resources and make things happen in this dual responsible position, what would you say?
I would say that I can't speak enough, highly enough, and often enough about the talented people that I work with. I was in private practice for 20 years and I thought I worked with some really smart, intelligent people. But the people at OLRCB and at DHR, those staffs work so well independently and they work even better together. And so I would say to anybody who had any doubts, listen, we have a great staff. They support each other and they're working as hard as they can and we get results. I mean, closing all these agreements and in the time that we did and doing it in the way that we did speaks volume about the team and their commitment. DHR pumps out policy week after week. Getting through COVID was like navigating a minefield, yet I work here with people every day who nobody can do it better. And so if anybody has any doubts as to whether or not I can lead both agencies, I would tell them, take a look at what we've done collectively over the past 16 months or so, and you will see that what we've done here has been nothing short of remarkable. And we look forward to continuing to do this work. And we love it. The people who are working are committed. We love it.
Thank you very much for that. And just one closing question. You stated in your priorities for this year, FY23, is to reduce litigation costs. And that was in response to, I think, question 30. You also indicated that the collective bargaining does not incur litigation costs. So tell me what that means.
When we talk about litigation, this question has sort of been a carryover from a few years ago. We don't normally, OLRCB doesn't incur litigation costs. If there's any costs at all, those come from the agency because we're representing the agency. So when we talk about bills to pay an arbitrator, when we talk about a court reporter, those costs really are borne by the agencies that we're defending. So we don't actually incur those. A few years ago, we had an anomaly of a case at DHR, at OLRCB, where a rogue arbitrator awarded attorney's fees to one of our unions. It was actually not allowed by the contract. It's not allowed under law, but we had an arbitrator who decided that he thought it was fair that he award attorney's fees. And so I bring that up because I believe this issue of extended litigation costs is sort of born out of what happened some years ago. But it was an anomaly. It hasn't happened since, and we don't anticipate that it's going to happen in the future. But we do want to keep our litigation costs down as much as possible outside of attorney's fees. Like I said, court reporters and arbitrators, those costs are very hefty. And so, we try to. That's why we're tracking this, because where we can settle cases early, that's what's important. Settling them early reduces costs. And so all of our agencies understand that. We can easily get cases dismissed early, which means we're not incurring the cost of an arbitrator, we're not incurring the cost of any discovery. And so we will continue to endeavor to keep costs down. I think that anytime you have an agency like this, you rely on your relationships to be sure that you can pick up the phone. Like I could pick up the phone and call any president of a union and say, hey, your folks over at DMV filed a grievance. Tell me what they want. Tell me what's going on. Let me talk to the director or to the chief administrative officer and see what we can work out so that we don't have to go down this route of costly litigation, because it's costly in our pockets, but it's also costly on the relationship. And again, we want to preserve the relationship at all costs.
So Do we have a hard and fast rule or law in DC government that stipulates how litigation fees are handled? That they are handled, as you said, by the agency. Now, the agency is a part of our budget process. So, or do we speak to the negotiation process, arbitrary process, as you articulated, that would stipulate that decisions made by an arbitrator would be the responsibility of payment through the union?
So a lot of times it's contract to contract, and some contracts, the winner, the loser pays the cost. In some contexts, the parties share the cost. It's all about whatever's negotiated in the agreement.
All in the agreement. All right. All right. We'll close on that. Thank you very much. I wanted to make sure we put that on the record. Thank you very much, Director Maxwell. You've been more than generous with your time and your responses, and I greatly appreciate it. And we look forward to getting the few pieces of extra information we requested, and of course, continuing the opportunity to work with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I look forward to working with you more in the future. And thank you very much to your staff, and my staff will help get us prepared and get the answers to your questions ahead of time. So thank you very much, Councilperson.
Thank you. Next, we will talk with the Public Employee Relations Board and our representative. We do not have a public witness, so we will be hearing from Clarine Martin, who is the Executive Director for the Public Employees Relations Board. And I apologize to Ms. Martin for us taking most of the day to finally get to her, but we want to hear her remarks as well. So when she is led in the room and ready, we will, next voice you'll hear will be Ms. Martin. He is here? Yes. All right, thank you.
Oh, okay. Hello.
Hi, Ms. Martin. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Sorry for that. I wasn't quite sure if I was supposed to, that I needed to turn on my video, but that's what was.
That's okay.
I thought it was, I was depending on your staff.
Thank you for being patient with us. We're taking a long time today. I'm trying to get familiar with these great agencies. So
well, it was definitely very interesting and very educational. So it has been a very educational and interesting conversations that you've been involved with.
Thank you very much. So we are prepared to, if you have an opening statement, we'll take your opening statement, but I can certainly start by reading a little bit about what we know about the board, and then I'll swear you in, if that's okay with you. All right. We now have before us the Public Employee Relations Board, which is an impartial, quasi-judicial, independent agency that resolves labor management disputes between agencies of the district government and labor organizations representing the employees. The board consists of 5 members, which are appointed by the mayor with the advice and consent of the council. The 5-member board was created pursuant to Section 501 of the District of Columbia Comprehensive Merit Personnel Act, which became effective on January 1, 1980. And the board members are Mary Ann Gibbons, who represents management, Peter Winkle, Public Member, Renee Bowser, Labor Member, and Douglas Waller, who is the Chair. The board is responsible for determining appropriate compensation and non-compensation bargaining units, certifying and decertifying labor organizations as exclusive bargaining representatives, adjudicing unfair labor practice complaints, considering appeals of grievance arbitration awards, investigating standards of conduct complaints, determining whether a particular subject or proposal is within the scope of bargaining, facilitating the resolution of impasses in contract negotiation, and adopting rules and regulations for conducting the business of the board. And so now I will ask Ms. Martin if she will raise her right hand and we'll swear her in and hear what she has to tell us today. Thank you. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much.
Would you like me to begin?
Yes.
I may repeat a few things that you said, but I did have some other things to ask.
All right.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bond, and I don't see any other members of the committee. I am Clarion Martin, Executive Director of the Public Employee Relations Board. And the Public Employee Relations Board is an impartial, quasi-judicial independent agency empowered with the exclusive jurisdiction to resolve labor management disputes among agencies of the district government, district employees, and labor organizations representing employees of the district agencies. There are 5 members of the board, inclusive of both union and management representative, and it was created, as you say, in Section 501 of the District of Columbia Comprehensive Merit Personnel Act of 1979. The CMPA empowers the board to determine appropriate compensation and non-compensation bargaining units, certify and decertify labor organizations as exclusive bargaining representatives, adjudicate unfair labor practice complaints, consider appeals of grievance arbitration awards, investigate standards of conduct complaints to determine whether a particular subject or proposal is within the scope of bargaining, facilitate the resolution of impasses in contract negotiations, and adopt rules and regulations for conducting the business of the board. Consistent with these responsibilities, the board is authorized to issue subpoenas, conduct hearings, seek judicial enforcement of its orders, and retain independent legal counsel to represent its interests. PERB statutory mandates require it to respond to all requests on a timely basis. In FY22, the board held 11 monthly meetings and rendered a total of 22 decisions. Further, PERB opened 48 new cases, conducted 20 mediations, and closed 55 cases. There were 15 pre-hearing conferences and 5 hearings. PERB had 7 settlements as a direct result of mediation and 6 cases resolved during pre-hearings. Training has become one of PERB's significant roles. Second Tuesdays at PERB for the district government's managers and union representatives are 2 hours per session held once a month. In FY22, a total of 7 training sessions were held covering topics such as PERB jurisdiction and procedures, unfair labor practices, duty to bargain, subjects of bargaining, duty to fair representation, conducting elections, and duty to supply information. In addition, PERB held special training for the District of Columbia Fire and Emergency Medical Service over a course of 4 days. In FY22, PERB continued to defend board decisions and orders when challenged in either the DC Superior Court or the DC Court of Appeals. In FY22, the Superior Court ruled on 9 cases, 8 of these cases were affirmed, and one of these decisions was remanded to PERB. And the DC Court of Appeals disposed of 3 cases. PERB was affirmed in 2 of the cases, and the 3rd was remanded to PERB for additional consideration. The quality of decisions issued by PERB is a testament to the staff's training and the board's expertise and guidance. Again, thank you for the opportunity to report on PERB's performance. At this time, I will be happy to respond to any of your questions.
Thank you very much for that very thorough report, Ms. Martin. You mentioned in your testimony that of the 8 cases that were affirmed, 1 was remanded, and then of those that went to, I think to the Court of Appeals, you had 3 that were remanded. Can you just give us I have it wrong. Okay. Can you give us the nature of those that were remanded back to your agency?
Yes. Can you direct me to that was part of one of the questions. Was that question 36?
I hadn't looked at the questions. I was just
Oh,
following.
no, we know.
Yeah.
I actually have staff here with me, and they are helping me with this. So that was question 36, if you'd like to know.
All right.
These were arbitration. One was an arbitration review request that was sent back to us. And in that particular case, the Court of Appeals held that PERB should address on remand some of MPD's unaddressed arguments that the award was contrary to law, and adequately explain PERB's decision not to set aside the award as against public policy. The other case was an unfair labor practice case where the board awarded attorney fees, and it was sent back to us to give further explanation. Give a reasonable analysis for its conclusions.
Okay. So what is the reason for the conclusion of the board? I guess I have.
Right. Well, but that actually that's going to be before the board next month, and it's still pending at PERB.
All right. Thank you for that. All right. The agency or the board has listed the elimination of off-site document storage as its #1 priority in FY22 budget. And since all documents loaded off-site were shredded as your reason for that, the decision, were these documents saved electronically before the shredding?
Yes.
Okay.
All of these cases have been actually scanned, and we actually have a case management system, and there the documents are in our case management system.
All right. I hope you will share with the Office of Collective Bargaining this wonderful case management system that you have, whatever the platform is.
Yes. Yeah. I don't think that you know this, but I'm the one who hired Lindsay Maxwell into DC government. And he came here to work with us as a supervisory attorney in PERB. And he is very much aware of our case management system. But it seems like he has a more comprehensive system.
Oh, okay. I was going to say he's trying to replicate it.
Yeah, no, he's got litigation over there. And so I think that he may need a little bit more than what we have. We basically just keep our cases and our decisions, and we're able to track them. And then and also we're able to find them when people ask about them.
All right. Now, your agency conducted a 1-week mediation course for your attorneys. Let me ask you, did you also conduct training and litigation, or is that just what you hire the attorneys to do?
Okay.
And mediation is a little different.
Right. Our mediation session or class was conducted by the Federal Mediation and Conciliatory Service. I did not train them in mediation. Their next step, however, now that they've been trained, is their next step is to observe the mediators that we have here that are mediating our cases. We do not, PERB does not litigate cases.
Right, I'm just asking, I'm going through all my list.
No, I understand, I
Yeah,
understand.
yeah. Currently, you have 2 attorney vacancies for the hearing examiner and 1 operations manager. Is Mr. Maxwell helping you to fill those positions?
No. We are an independent agency, and we do have a memorandum of understanding with his office, with Human Resources. What they do when I'm looking for somebody, I do ask them to post it on their website so that we can get the word out as best we can. But we don't have any vacancies anymore.
You do not have vacancies anymore?
No, we've filled them all.
All right, and so if I understand correctly, you have an MOU with the Department of Human Resources?
Yes.
So you're one of those independent bodies that makes your own decisions?
Yes.
With the assistance of the, gotcha.
We call them for advice.
All
So
right.
we don't want any missteps.
All right. So if a DC resident was interested in working with your board in some capacity, how would they know that you have a vacancy?
Basically, they would have to be in touch with the DC, whatever Human Resources, DC Human Resources has. That's how people find out, is they go online and they see that there's a vacancy. I think some people even have an app which will ping them if there is a vacancy, from what I understand.
Okay, so the Department of Human Resources actually collects or does the recruitment for any vacancies that you have?
Kind of, yeah, right. What they do is they put the notice out.
Okay, all right, that's the advertisement, all right. So
The
they do
advertisement,
that. And then they share the pool, well, they share the responses that they have, and then your office
They
goes
send
to
us the
rest
names
of
and
it.
then we go through it. They even actually evaluate them and rank them actually.
Okay, they rank them also. I'll be up to speed when we have budget time, okay? I promise you.
Oh,
But
we haven't, are we having another hearing? Okay.
Well, if you are a budget line, are you a budget line in?
I do believe so, yeah.
Okay. So we'll
Okay,
see
yeah.
each other again, all right. Let's see. The number 3 priority in your FY22 budget was making resource materials available. And then there's somehow unforeseen circumstances and emergency with staff hindered the PERB from addressing this priority. Can you update us about the agency's plan and what is now number 1 and number 2 and number 3 priorities as you're thinking about what is important in FY23?
We are planning to put out resources on our website. In FY22, we had those vacancies. I didn't have enough staff to create resources that we wanted to create for the public. In addition to which, for some reason or another in FY22, it looked like the staff was getting sick. We had at least three employees that were hit with COVID. And then we had some employees who had children who were hit with COVID, who could not come to work. And then those kids got some other kind of diseases that were contagious. And so our staff just was not, we went bombarded with illnesses. And so we just could not do it last year. We do plan to do it this year though. And the board wants us to do it also. They're encouraging us to do it, pushing us to do it.
All right, so you currently feel you have your full complement of staff resources
Yes.
in order to move forward. Okay, all right. So that means that your work will be dynamite and you will you'll zip through not just 55 cases, but 75 cases if need be. All right.
Right. If we have enough cases to do, yes.
Yes, of course, of course. You also indicated in the FY22 document that you wanted to procure equipment for live stream hearing capacities. And I wondered, where are you with that? That's exciting, I'm sure.
Yeah, what happened is that we couldn't find a company that could install, I mean, maybe gotten started late, but we couldn't find a company to install the audio visual equipment before the end of the fiscal year. And so we did not have it installed. And we hope to do it this year, but I hesitate because PERB is changing locations in 2024, but at the end of 2024. And so I hesitate to expend that money, but if we have enough money, we might just go in and do it anyway, because there's no guarantee that where we're moving will be finished in 2024. And we still have this year as well.
I know this is premature, but what is your budget?
Our budget is for 2023. It's 1 million. I'm gonna give you the numbers so that I don't misread it. 1,362,828 and 32 cents.
Oh, would you repeat that, please?
1,362,828 and 32 cents.
My goodness. All right. Thank you so much.
I apologize for this.
And so, has your agency given consideration to speaking with maybe OCTO, but certainly with the cable television office about creating an MOU? I don't know if it's possible, but they do the Zoom meetings, they do the virtual meetings for many other components in the government, and wondered if you thought about having a conversation with them. It may be that they can do it at a reasonable amount of money, because you're part of the government. Yes. And the citizens, the residents and businesses and workers, all they know is that this is DC government and that they would like to have access. Just wondered if you had given any consideration or would give consideration to speaking with them. It might be possible.
Yeah, our board meetings are on, what is it? WebEx, right? And we do offer, we do have that on WebEx and publicize how people can try and chime into the board meetings. It is the training that I was concerned about in terms of streaming. And so I could talk to OCTO about that, yes.
All right, okay. I hope that suggestion will be helpful.
Yeah, thank you.
Of course. The pro-se process has been an issue. Tell us about that. What are the issues, and what are we doing to make it better for the public?
We have a terminal for our pro se filers, and actually it was working pretty good until we went when we went out until we left the office and went out for the COVID issue. And so no one really has been in the office to assist. Actually, our office has been closed to the public, but no one. And when we did partially open, no one was here to assist them the terminal. So basically, they had to navigate our form on their own pretty much. And so that has been a bone of contention with a couple of people. And so we have several people in the office now. In fact, we have a support staff that is here. And so if anyone wants to come in and use our terminal, it will be available. In addition to which, we have an attorney that is here every day, but will probably be here at least 3 times during the week. And he will be able to assist with the pro ses as well.
All right, thank you. That's great. I'm noticing that you hold monthly 2-hour training sessions for both management and union participants. And so now that some of the illnesses of young people are behind you as you move, we're hoping as we move into FY23, you'll be able to have those sessions again.
Oh, no, we still have them, but they are on the WebEx.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
we still have them, and they're on WebEx. What we were hoping to do is get people back into the building, back into our office,
Okay.
back into our training room. Because we were only able to have one training session before we went out for COVID. And so our training room has not been put to good use yet.
All right. And you usually hold monthly, so that's at least 10 training sessions that you would customarily hold in a year.
We usually have 8. We can go 8, 9. We save some time for independent agents, individual agencies that want to train their managers, like the fire department did last year. And so we send our trainer out. We actually sent our trainer out to a fire station where they have facilities for classes.
So when you your agency is concerned with all of our collective bargaining units, am I correct?
Only in resolving, yes, only to the extent of resolving labor disputes.
Right. All right.
Yeah.
And so which of the, I'll say, what are the top 3 collective bargaining units have the most number of disputes?
Well, at one time, I think we gave a list. Did we give a list? At one time, it was MPD. I think that they've, it's not MPD anymore, but I can get that for you. Just a minute, please.
All right.
Oh, here it is right here. Question number 35. Oh, no, they don't list the names of the, oh, yes, they do. Hold on. Are they numbered? Are they in the order? Okay. We have, right now, we have MPD still first, DCPS is second, WASA is third, and UDC is fourth.
Okay.
But even though MPD is first, they used to have a lot more cases than they used to have. A lot more cases in the past. They don't have as many cases as they used to have, what, 1/3 of our cases. They don't have that anymore.
Oh, wow. Okay. So they, in the past of your 55 cases, they would have had 1/3 of those would have been MPD.
Or even a half. Yeah, they were.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what are the nature of their disputes? And what I mean is it my supervisor's not treating me fair, or is it there was a cord in the floor and I tripped over it and they haven't removed this piece of equipment that is a hazard, or what is the nature? And I'm being very coy. I'm just trying to figure out about these disputes. What does it really mean to the public?
Basically, we're talking about arbitration, review request. We would not deal with someone tripping over a cord, but unless they filed a grievance with the union, and the union, and basically it's processing a grievance with the union, and they may file a claim against the union for failing to represent them properly.
I see.
Yeah, that is, we have representation cases, which basically would be brought against the union, failing to represent an individual because of some arbitrary or capricious reason. You have refusal to bargain, where we have collective bargaining agreements, and one of the parties would not, is failing to bargain in good faith, let's say. Those are the types of things that we deal with.
So who is in this process, who is allowed to petition your board? Is it individuals, or is it the union itself?
Anyone, any of them. A complaint can be brought against the agency or brought against the union, or the union can bring a case with us. An employer can file a complaint with us. An individual could file a complaint with us. If it is an individual, usually the individual is filing a complaint against the union, as alleging that the union has not lived up to the standards of conduct that are required of unions.
So is standards of conduct more so than provisions in a union contract? Or both, kind of?
It would be standard of conduct, usually.
Now, let me ask you then, that's the case, as you know, BEGA sort of governs it's the accountability office for all DC government employees, elected officials. I'm wondering, how does that fit in with what you do, and you're exclusive to our labor community within the district government?
We don't have any interaction with BEGA, except for the employees that work here. But otherwise, it has nothing to do with labor relations.
All right. So what I'm asking, if BEGA is overarching all of DC government employees and how we behave and what have you, I thought I understood that your office would entertain standards of conduct complaints from members of labor against their union, which is within the government. I'm just wondering if there's any conflict.
Well, the standard of conduct, which we're talking about, is the union not abiding by its bylaws and its contract and its constitution when it relates to its membership, not as with regard to the employees, but the members. So the members of a union, which basically is a club, that union is required, has bylaws and has a constitution, which it has to abide by. And if it is not abiding by certain things that affect that member, then the member, who is a DC employee, can raise it with us. Like, for instance, a union must abide by certain financial guidelines, such as they can't go off and spend their money in any kind of way. They have to report their financials to their membership. And if they fail to do that, well, then their membership can come to us. An individual can come to us and tell us that they aren't maintaining their financials, they aren't holding elections, and things of that nature. And that's what we would get involved with.
All right, thank you for schooling me. I appreciate it so much. Tell me a little bit about the elections. I understand that your agency adopted new election procedures during the pandemic, and what are these new procedures, and are they still in effect?
Mm-hmm. Well, the elections are held by an employee may come to us, or a union might come to us and say they want to represent a particular group of employees. And it's our responsibility to, if they do not come to us with at least showing the majority of the employees, they represent a majority of the employees, and don't have some type of sign off by the agency, we have to hold an election. And so what we do is that we gather all of the names. We have the employer provide, or the agency to provide us with the names of all of the people within the unit that the union wants to represent. And then we send out, we can have a face-to-face or in-person election, or we can do it by mail. And when COVID hit, we could not hold face-to-face, in-person elections. So what we did is we hired, and before COVID, for those unions or that wanted mail balloting, then we would do the balloting ourselves. We would get the envelopes and we would stuff them, and then we would send them out there ourselves. Well, during COVID, what we did is we hired a third party to do that for us. And we would just send the information to the third party who sent out the ballots and got them back and would send them to us so we could count them. And so that was the change.
All right. And is that still in effect today, that you would use a third party, or you're bringing?
No, it's not necessary now. And I really want the attorneys in our office to get a experience in conducting elections. I think that's important. That's the bread and butter of labor law and labor relations. And so I want them to get the full experience of it. And so I think that they'll be safe now. And so they'll be doing it themselves, unless a union asks for it to be a mail ballot. Like, for instance, we did a mail ballot for UDC at one time. And that was several years ago, a lot of years ago now that I think about it, but it was a good experience for us.
So in order for you to put in place the old standards that you were using prior to the pandemic, are you required to publish regulations in the DC Register, or how would the labor community of, 27,000 employees know that this is the process of using? I believe they would have understood easily, the change in the process during the pandemic. And I'm just wondering, want to make sure that whatever regulations we have to have in place are in place, so that everyone understands we all have the same so-called drawing board that we're working from.
Well, what we do is, all they have to do is file a petition. We have our rules are clear as to the elections. So there is no reason for us to notify that we have changed. We just basically, we really didn't change. We were always able to conduct balloting by mail. We really didn't change. We just changed the process, but we didn't have to give them notice that we're doing that.
Right. And your agency conducts a law student intern program, and you have 1 or 2 students each year in partnership with Howard University?
Yes, we have 1 student this year.
You have 1 student this year. This is a great opportunity. What about the other schools in Washington, DC? What do you think? American U, UDC, has thought been given to bringing on some more young
Yes.
people?
Yeah, we have had students from various schools. In fact, but it just so happens that we connected to Howard University. They have a professor and and actually this is part of a course. And so he just has been very vigilant with, he calls me every year to get his student in. And so we just take them in. I did originally contact different schools, but I wasn't very successful in getting a response from some of the schools. But
that's very interesting. You know, here at the council, we were contacted by George Washington Law School, and we have something called the Crunch Fellows. And that is in fact how I was able to get some of my attorneys. And wow, they should be working with you too, in my opinion. So
well, we really don't only have, because of our limited resources, we're a very small agency. We have limited resources. And I don't believe in giving students busy work. I want to give them something substantive that they will learn and can carry with them through life. And so we really can only accommodate one student now at a time. There was a time when we had 4, but that was when we had a large caseload of something like 200 cases. We don't have that anymore. We had a backlog.
So
we
you're
were able,
where you can work the number. All right. You know, obviously I'm looking for employment opportunities,
yes,
apprenticeship, yes, all of that. I want to get as many DC residents that are interested in the system. That's the bread and butter of our government.
I appreciate that.
Yes. So I believe you have one public member on the board, Mr. Winkler, who his term expired in December 2022. I know he can stay until probably his replacement is appointed, but I just wondered if that's how you're seeing it. Has he indicated that he wants to stay, or what's the status of that position?
Yes, Peter Winkler has indicated that he wants to stay, and I've relayed that to the mayor. We actually have 3 public members on the board, and there's only one. Oh, I'm sorry. You must be talking about basically on the board right now, but we have 3 public slots on the board.
Yes.
You were talking about the space. Okay.
Yes, the expiration of Mr. Winkler's position, yes.
Yeah, right. He has indicated that he wants to stay, and I've communicated that to the board. But also the chairman is a public member as well.
And the chairman's position expires soon?
No. He was
Okay.
just recently reappointed.
All right, all right.
So they have a carryover of 6 months to be reappointed, so.
I do have a few more questions, believe it or not.
I appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate it.
Better already. Okay, case number 18A04 MPD versus FOP and 18-U-01 FOP versus Department of General Services. They are both are, I believe, currently pending before your board. Is that correct?
Yes, those are the ones that were remanded back to us, and we anticipate the board ruling on them, having a decision on them by, one will certainly go before the board. One may go before the board this month, but next month and the month after that.
All right. And I want to thank you for providing a list of your trainings. That's very helpful. There have been some questions raised in the context of labor trafficking, where individuals perform labor through force a fraud. I was wondering, they've been coerced to, maybe, I guess, those that are coerced are come to mind more than others. Has the agency dealt with any complaints involving labor trafficking?
No, we have not. And that's really not part of our mission at all. If someone ever complained to me, I would send them to the Department of Labor. The federal Department of Labor, but we don't deal with that.
You would send it to the federal government?
Yeah, but we wouldn't even, it wouldn't be under our purview anyway. No one would come to us for that.
All right.
Yeah, no one would come to us.
And then regarding FOIA requests,
yeah, we get very few, we don't get very many of those. Be quite honest with you, because if anyone calls and wants a copy of the case, we just give it to them without hesitation, because everybody, it's a public document and everyone is entitled to it. In addition to which, and that's the only thing that they would ask for, I think. That's the only thing anybody has ever asked for. And they can get that off online.
right? So you actually publish your cases online.
Yes.
So it makes it much easier.
Yes.
Since we say everything should be transparent.
Yes.
You know, just inundate the world with material.
Information. Yes, yes. Not only do we have our case management system, as does the Office of Labor Relations and Collective Bargaining, but we also put our cases on our website, which is searchable. So you don't even have to know the case number. You can just put in a agency name and it will pull up every case dealing with, like for instance, MPD. If you're looking for a particular case from MPD, just put in MPD or Metropolitan Police Department, and the case will, all of the cases will come up, and then you can look through them and find them.
That's great. I wish we could do that throughout the government and have matters resolved. I want to thank you very much, Ms. Martin, for this time sharing with us your answers and the work that your agency does. And I look forward to seeing you in April.
Well, thank you. Thank you. April. Okay. I'll make sure that I'm okay.
All right. Okay.
And thank you. And thank you very much, Ms. Councilmember Chairman Bonds.
It's a pleasure spending time with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will talk with the Office of Employee Appeals. And this is an independent, it's an independent administrative adjudicatory agency created by the District of Columbia Government Comprehensive Merit Personnel Act of 1978. The Office of Employee Appeals is governed by a 5-member board. The current board members are Clarence Labor, Chair, Deanna Lewis, Member, LaJenna Freeman, Member, Peter Rosenstein, Member, and we have one current vacancy in this agency. Additionally, the agency has a full-time staff to process appeals filed by the district government's workforce. The hearing, and it says here the government's 40,000 member workforce. I think we are at 37,000, I think. The hearing unit consists of full-time and part-time administrative judges. And under the agency, a district government employee may initiate an appeal by filing a petition for such. The agency also established a mediation and conciliatory program to try to resolve appropriate cases through mediation and conciliation rather than litigation. And now I'd like to, do we have a public witness? We have a public witness. I'd like to call forth Mr. Fred Swartz. If you are in the room, and we will hear your testimony, and then we'll move directly to the office. All right, we understand that Mr. Swartz is here, and then we will, following Mr. Swartz, we'll actually hear from the Executive Director of the Office of Employee Appeals, Ms. Barfield. And I see Ms. Barfield, but I don't see Mr. Swartz yet. Mr. Swartz, we cannot hear you. We see that you're in the room, but we are getting no sound from you. All right, now we have your video. Now we will hear you. Thank you. We still cannot hear you. Can you attempt to adjust the audio? Is there something we can do here that would bring him on? Is your mic on, Mr. Swartz? Connect your audio to the computer. There's a switch that you can touch that would do that. Is it possible that you could just use your phone? If you use your phone, we will put you right through. Thank you. He's trying to use his phone. Yeah, but it's not coming through. What can we tell him to do? We're working with you, Mr. Swartz. We're going to get you on if possible. Have you tried the mute and unmute that you would see on your computer? If you would hit the where it says start video, and then next to it is mute and unmute. He's trying on the phone. Is that helpful at all? No. We still cannot hear you, Mr. Swartz. And can you hear me? He can hear me. So if he can hear me, just continue to press that, what looks like a microphone. Over in the corner beside the video, what looks like a camera. Mr. Schwartz, we are going to give you a phone number to call. And then we're going to put you on speakerphone here on the dais so we can hear you. Okay? So you're sending it to him now? Ms. Barfield? Ms. Barfield, can we hear you?
I'm here.
Loud and clear.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Mr. Schwartz, something is not working with your system because we can hear Ms. Barfield. We cannot hear you at all, sir.
Clicks the camera. He might be here.
Huh?
There's a phone that just came.
Okay, I don't know. Might be him.
Okay.
Oh, we have your voice right now. Someone's voice. Is this you, Mr. Schwartz?
Well, I think I'm there, but it sounds like I'm in a cave.
Well, you're going to give us feedback, unfortunately, and it is as if you're in a cave.
I am on the.
Can you do this? Can you close the camera? And we'll just have your voice. We've seen your picture. If you close the camera system, we might just pick up what you're doing on the telephone.
Okay, so could you just repeat what it is that you wanted me to do?
It's fine.
Oh, we've got it straight now. We're all straight. Just keep going and give us your testimony.
Great, thank you very much. And I apologize for my technical inability. Unfortunately, I don't have a staff like the other people who testified.
That's right. All right.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I've been a lawyer for more than 50 years. I've appeared more than 200 times before the DC Court of Appeals. I was a legislative counsel before that and regulatory attorney with the U.S. Department of Transportation. Over the past 2 decades, I have focused on Office of Employee Appeal and Police and Firefighters Relief Board cases. This is an oversight hearing, as you know, and I have only 3 minutes, so I have filed my full testimony with the committee. I have identified in my full testimony the individuals that I'll be talking about in this testimony. But first, some history. The Congress and then the Council, since 1970, which was almost more than 50 years ago, have berated the executive branch for its failure to provide effective appellate due process to DC employees facing disciplinary action. They've called it, and I'm quoting, an inefficient hodgepodge system coupled with a tendency to ignore the rudimentary merit principles. It is difficult to sort through the recent OEA submissions, but it is clear that successful appeals by employees are rare, averaging over a number of years less than 10%. Employees' attorneys, who are only paid if the employee wins, see their fees being reduced by many of the administrative judges. In one of my cases, the administrative judge reduced my fee by thousands of dollars because, for example, I didn't get her permission to file certain pleadings, even though it was not required by the rules, and because she preferred a different format for the written closing argument, although she had approved my format previously. Employees can appeal bad OEA decisions to the Superior Court and then to the Court of Appeals. However, for decades, up to a few months ago, The OEA would not allow attorney fees for those appeals. There is no reason to appeal if the cost of doing so is greater than the recovery from the agency if the employee wins. Appeals of employee bad decisions also take a long time. One of my OEA appeals was first filed in May 2013. It was wrongly decided by the senior administrative judge and was appealed to the Superior Court, which also wrongly affirmed the OEA decision. The OEA decision was then appealed to the Court of Appeals, which sent the case back to the OEA with a blistering decision in May 2020. The senior administrative judge again wrongly decided the case in March 2022. It was then appealed again to the Superior Court, where following a request from the Office of the Attorney General, it was again sent back to the OEA in December 2022, to try again. So here we are, just short of 10 years and nowhere near the end. And the OEA is of little hope in appeals. The OEA is headed by an executive director, formerly the general counsel, a general counsel, and a deputy general counsel. Together, these three individuals earn more than $500,000 plus benefits a year, but they do not take part in appeals from agency decisions. This means that the only parties who truly understand the issues, and they do, refuse to participate and also to wrestle with their own claimed failings, which is an extensive and extremely important educational experience. And we heard Mr. Maxwell today. It was very interesting that he believed that there should be appropriate efforts towards having cases mediated and having the mediate succeed. Now, these issues with the OA cannot be resolved here. I will be submitting proposed legislation and a draft committee report to identify and resolve these encroachments and more on due process for employees mandated by the Council as far back as the last century. And I'll be doing that in coming months, because it's not useful to merely complain and, as my wife put it, whine. It's important that the Council make an effort to not only review what the agency does, the OEA does, but also to ensure that the legislative fixes that are necessary have taken place.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz, very much for your testimony. And I look forward to getting a copy of your written testimony so we can follow up with you further. And I'm especially interested in the legislation that you're drafting. And let's work together and see what we can get done to make the appeals process a little more robust, as you have defined it, so that our government will work better for all of us. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, the full testimony was filed several days ago, so it's somewhere in the committee file, but I'm sure you'll be able to see it.
Okay, I have not seen it, sir. My staff is telling me that they received it. They had it today, and I'm asking, where is it? So I will have an opportunity to see your testimony. Thank you very, very much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. And so now I will swear in Ms. Barfield and her team. I think you may have other members of your team here. Okay. She has raised her right hand, so I must ask, do you swear and affirm your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much, and we will receive your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Sheila Barfield, and I am the Executive Director of the Office of Employee Appeals, also known as OEA. Thank you for this opportunity to submit testimony to you and the committee regarding OEA's performance for fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023 to date. I'm joined by my General Counsel, Lashika Brown, and my Operations Manager, Himchan Himraj, and they will be chiming in as appropriate. OEA is an independent agency whose mission is to render impartial, legally sufficient, and timely decisions on appeals filed by District of Columbia government employees. OEA's jurisdiction extends to appeals filed by employees who have received a performance rating which resulted in removal, and to employees who have been the subject of an adverse action for cause which resulted in the employee being terminated, suspended for at least 10 days, placed on enforced leave for at least 10 days, or reduced in grade. OEA also has jurisdiction over reductions in force, which result in an employee's position being abolished. On October 1st, 2021, OEA's jurisdiction was extended to include appeals wherein an employee is contesting the agency's action of designating that employee's position as a safety-sensitive position. OEA offers district government agencies and employees a three-part appeal process, which consists of mediation, adjudication, and petitions for review. The mediation process allows the employee and agency an opportunity to resolve their disputes without going through the lengthy and costly adjudication process. The adjudication process results in disputes being resolved by an administrative judge who issues an initial decision and finds in favor of either the agency or employee. The petition for review process provides an impartial review of initial decisions and culminates in the issuance of an opinion and order on petition for review. In addition to the three-part appeal process just mentioned, OEA also considers motions for compliance and motions for attorney fees. Motions for compliance are filed with the administrative judge when an employee who has been returned to work notifies the judge that an agency has not complied with OEA's decision. If an agency fails to comply with the administrative judge's decision on compliance, the matter is then certified to OEA's general counsel for enforcement. Motions for attorney fees are filed with the administrative judge when an appeal is complete and the employee is the prevailing party. OEA's priorities in FY 2022 were to ensure that the administrative judges were able to make decisions on appeals within 120 business days, ensure that all decisions were uploaded to the agency's website, resume submitting all of the agency's decisions to the Office of Documents and Issuance and Administrative Issuances for publication in the DC Register, perform an internal audit of the agency's database to ensure that all documents received by the agency while it was in a full telework posture were scanned, uploaded to, and organized within the agency's database, and continue replacing the agency's outdated laptop and desktop computers. During the fiscal year, every judge prepared a monthly docket which kept the intake coordinator apprised on the status of each appeal and the approximate length of time it would take to adjudicate the appeal. As for its other priorities, the agency's operations manager worked with the administrative support division to implement those priorities. Moreover, during FY 2022, OEA was able to accomplish much. The administrative judges and the board continue to issue decisions which successfully withstood judicial scrutiny and which are often relied upon and cited by various entities. As proof of that, are cases that were appealed to the DC Superior Court and Court of Appeals in FY 2022 were upheld 100% of the time by the court. Furthermore, the agency improved upon its efficiency in FY 2022 when it implemented strategies for notifying agencies within 2 business days of when an appeal had been filed by an employee. Additionally, all the agency's administrative judges and general counsel's office were able to attend trainings in FY 2022. Lastly, the agency completed an overhaul of its rules of procedure and had them published within the DC Register. As for this fiscal year, the agency's top priorities are to fill its vacant positions, develop a multi-year training schedule for its administrative judges, general counsel's division, and operations support division, complete the last phase of the agency's technology update modernization program, and provide additional research assistance to the public by highlighting on its website court rulings involving OEA. This concludes my testimony, and we will be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very thorough testimony. I wanted to, let's see, there are a couple of things in your testimony I wanted to make sure that I understand. This is my first go around with your agency, so I'm trying to learn.
Yes.
Sure. You mentioned let's see, you have jurisdiction over reduction in force, which results in an employee's position being abolished. That's in addition to the other jurisdiction that you have. And you mentioned that in October of 2021, you were given the jurisdiction over extended appeals where an employee is contesting the agency's action when an employee position is designated as safety sensitive. Can you tell me a little bit about the safety sensitive positions? What are they, and how many employees fell in that category?
Well, I don't really know off the top of my head how many employees government-wide fall within this, who have safety-sensitive designated positions, but we have not received any appeals from those designations. But what the legislation does is that it allows an employee whose position prior to the time of the legislation, their position was not considered safety-sensitive. And then after the legislation, their position then became designated as a safety-sensitive position. And what the legislation does, it grants that employee the right to appeal that designation, that new designation, to this office for determination of whether or not their position should in fact be considered as safety-sensitive.
All right, and so then I guess the Department of Human Resources would be a place where we can discover how many safety sensitive positions were declared and the condition under which these employees would be working.
Well, yes, and of course, you know, some of those positions are like parking enforcement officers who have to drive vehicles, people who work with children, people who work with vulnerable residents within the city. Those types of positions are designated as safety sensitive.
All right.
And of course, many more.
Trying to to understand what positions fall in that category. So that's very helpful. And these categories are very important.
Yes, absolutely.
We heard earlier today that there was some concern from the public about CFSA, where want to make sure that now that the agency is doing more with quote unquote bad kids as opposed to just orphans, that wanted to make sure that the employees were equipped and understand the behavior patterns, so that it's not just, oh, we want to make sure we place you somewhere, but we want to make sure that we place you where you're going to be safe and in a safe environment, and one where whomever is going to be with you is also safe.
Absolutely.
So, all right, so I'm getting there. I'm getting
Yes.
slow, but I'll get there. Thank you so much for that. You heard Mr. Swartz' testimony, and what's going on, because I suspect Mr. Swartz has talked with you and your staff over a number of years. He mentioned since 2015 and now finally 2022, there's some sense of resolution, but not really. So how are you going to handle that situation?
He has practiced before this office for many years, and I appreciate him coming on and expressing his thoughts and concerns. And I have spoken to him personally and truly appreciate all the work that he has done practicing here before the agency. And while he says that decisions were wrongly decided. And I understand why he says that, because of, apparently in those circumstances, his client did not win. But the decision made by the office, as he said, was upheld by the courts. So there was substantial evidence within the record to uphold OEA's decision. So the decision was really correctly decided. Now, as far as this specific case that he is talking about, I will defer to my general counsel, Ms. Brown, who can give you more detailed information on that.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. I really wanted to have an understanding of the process that he had followed, much more so than I don't believe it's within my purview to air the particulars of a case unless you happen to have the case finally decided up on the internet from your office. Is that the case?
I think that part of one of the initial decisions is up on the website. Okay. Lashika, do you want to speak to that, please?
Actually, I am not aware of which case Mr. Schwartz is referencing. There are two cases in particular, one involving an attorney's fee decision that has gone up to the Court of Appeals twice, where they've upheld our ruling to reduce his attorney's fees. And the other is an issue that's still pending in the Court of Appeals. Superior Court did remand the matter to us, but that was because both parties asked that the case be remanded. So it may be a better use of time if I review his written testimony and then provide a written response to you.
All right, well, that may be fine, but I'm looking at what the case that looks like there has been some decision is the one, the FIMS case, Mr. Dargan. That's what I'm looking at least here in his written testimony.
Okay, so in that case, we filed the record in April of 2022. The record was received. On October 4th, there was a motion for remand filed because both of the parties thought that the administrative judge, there were issues that the administrative judge had not yet decided. And so that matter is still pending.
So it must.
We understand that there was a recent order issued by the Court of Appeals asking Mr. Schwartz to show good cause why they should consider that case. And right now it's still pending.
All right, so it must be the other case that you can speak to then.
Okay, so the other case also involved fire and EMS. So in that case, I'll just start with the more recent procedural history. On September 6, 2022, the Court of Appeals issued a decision regarding attorney's fees. By way of background on this case, the employee was represented by another attorney, Clarissa Edwards. This attorney requested $5,500 for 28 hours of work. Mr. Schwartz then took over the case and requested at that time $16,000 for 37 hours of work. Our administrative judge, Lim, approved attorney Edwards' fee in full, but he reduced Mr. Schwartz's fees because he thought that it was excessive, and the reduction amount was settled at $5,100. Attorney Schwartz appealed that case to Superior Court, which remanded the matter back to our administrative judge to explain his reductions determinations. On remand, it was assigned to Judge Hockhauser, and she eventually awarded $12,015 for 27 hours of work in that case. Thereafter, Mr. Schwartz appealed that decision to Superior Court, requesting over $36,000 in attorney's fees. The court found that it was not authorized to hear attorney's fees under DC Code Section 1-606.08A. However, they opined that if they could award attorney's fees, it would only award $9,500 to Mr. Schwartz. Moreover, they offered an analysis that the number of hours that he billed was unreasonable in light of the simplicity of the issues on appeal. And in September of 2022, the Court of Appeals found that under the Federal Back Pay Act, the attorney's fees were available to an employee seeking review of an initial decision in Superior Court. Consequently, they upheld the Superior Court's holding that only $9,500 should be awarded to Attorney Schwartz. On December 9th, 2022, the Court of Appeals denied his request for rehearing. And that is the final action of the case.
All right. And so from this case, it sounds like Mr. Schwartz will be awarded the $9,000 as opposed to the $12,000, which was the result of the first appeal that he did. I just wanted to put that on the record because sometimes when, it's very easy for the public to say, well, oh, here is the government again, not following its own procedures. And I wanted to make sure that people understand that we are a just and fair government and that the proceedings are just what we make them out to be, and particularly going through our judicial system. So thank you very much for that, Ms. Brown, and thank you, Ms. Barfield, for that. And we'll talk with Mr. Schwartz about it. I did want to ask you a little bit about your priorities. Last year, the agency's priorities included performing an internal audit of the database to ensure that all documents received by the agency were in full telework posture, were scanned, uploaded, and organized. Can you let us know where are you with your internal audit and getting this matter handled appropriately?
We have completed that exercise, and we are certain that we have found, taken every document that we had that we received during that nearly 2-year period that we were in the full telework posture, and that it has been scanned in and properly uploaded to our database.
All right, and it's on your database. Now, let me ask you, do you have a website that is searchable by the public as well?
Yes, we do.
All right, and so would we find the documents there?
Well, the website contains all of the agency's decisions. Our database is an internal office tracking case management system. So the documents in our database are every pleading that's filed for an appeal. Okay. The website contains just the decisions that culminate.
Okay.
That are issued by the judges.
Okay. Does your website also perhaps tell us, let's say, case number 6 between the parties, whoever they are, and that decision is pending or the decision has been appealed, a second appeal is pending or something like that?
Well, the website contains every decision that has been issued by the agency. So within the actual decision itself, you will see the details, the procedural history of motions that were filed, motions that were requested, documents that were received, testimony that was given during an evidentiary hearing. You will see all of that within the body of a decision if it happened in that particular decision.
Okay, thank you very much for that. You indicated that your agency's first priority in the current FY year of 23 is to fill your vacant positions. And I think you have only 2 positions, administrative assistant, hearing examiner, and it's 4. Well, and a full-time administrative judge and a part-time administrative judge. Is that correct?
We have really essentially 3 positions available, vacant, yes. a full-time administrative judge, a part-time administrative judge, and a support system, administrative support person.
Okay, so the hearing examiner position would be either your full-time administrative judge or part-time? Is that?
It would be the full-time, and that's the priority. That is the position that will be filled. We actually have a timeline for when that will happen. And we hope to have the person in place and on board by July 1st.
All right, and for that position, is the Department of Human Resources doing the advertisement and the rating or ranking of the candidates for you?
Well, as an independent agency, we have personnel authority here within the agency. However, we will ask for DCHR's assistance in putting it like in PeopleSoft, the mechanics essentially of hiring the person. And we will actually also put it out on the, I think the DCHR's website, and that way, but we will also plan to advertise in other arenas as well to get as many people to apply as we possibly can. But we will be utilizing DCHR to help with the mechanics, I guess, of the hiring process.
And are you focused on advertising for DC residents only, or is it whomever?
It's whomever, but of course, within the ranking factors, I'm sure you know that those who are DC residents get a little bit more credit for being a DC resident. So when you come down to equally qualified people and you are ranking them, that DC resident person would get a higher score essentially than somebody else who is equally qualified.
Okay, so is your interest in hiring a DC resident or just a highly qualified candidate?
The interest is in hiring a highly qualified person. If that person is also a DC resident, that's even better. But the interest is in hiring a highly qualified person.
All right, well, I'll be asking those questions continuously.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Yes, definitely. Do you have a hiring plan? I know you said that the full-time administrative judge, which will dub to be your hearing examiner, is your priority.
Yes.
And what I'm asking, the other two positions, would you be advertising one per quarter through the rest of FY23, or?
Well, like I said, the priority is the administrative judge, the full-time administrative judge position. And our goal is to actually advertise for that position. I believe we have, let's see, set it out here. I think February 28th, somewhere around there, is to begin advertising. Well, let's see. Candidate search would start March 20th, actually. I think starting in February 28th, we're going to continue to review our position description and make sure, that the funding has been certified and all of that kind of thing. All of the infrastructure, I guess, is in place to actually begin the recruitment process. And as far as the other positions, I think as someone other earlier in the testimony, in testifying earlier today, indicated that you have to make sure, I think it was Director Maxwell, that you have to make sure that you have the funding available for the positions that you advertise. And so we want to make sure that after we have hired the full-time administrative judge, to then determine to see how much is left within our budget to see when we can hire the additional people to fill the other vacancies.
All right, that's great. I just wanted to make sure that we have a plan, and we want to work with you to make sure you get the personnel resources that you need.
Thank you.
100%. I have a note here that says that your agency intends on working with OCTO so that the court decisions will appear on your website. What is the agency's timeline for completing this project?
We hope to have it up and running by October 1. We are developing it right now. It's something in the works. It's part of our mandate within the code says that we must provide research assistance to the public. And one way of doing that is having all of our decisions on the website. But we also thought that it would be beneficial to have a section on our website that highlights court decisions that have been issued pertaining to OEA's cases. And so what we want to do is take the court decisions that are issued pertaining to OEA and just, briefly summarize them with 2 to 3 sentences and letting the public know that these cases exist, because I don't think the public often knows like the end result perhaps of decisions that have been appealed to the court. So this is a good way of providing them with that knowledge as well. And we want to start working on that. We have actually already begun working on that, and we hope to have it all in place by October 1.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. You cited the DC auditor's recommendation for settlements paid by the district government to MPD officers who were terminated and reinstated. Can you help me understand what that's about? Are could the terminations, for instance, be overturned through arbitration? I know that our MPD, from what we have heard from time to time, it's provides us with some difficulty in understanding how those cases go and the involvement of the union. And I know that your office only deals with non-union employee matters. Is that correct? But it sounds like you deal with all of the employees.
Well, the employee could actually be in a union, but when they decide to appeal, they have to choose, are they going to appeal through their union or are they going to come to OEA to pursue their appeal? So if they come to OEA to pursue their appeal, then they are essentially saying, we're not going to appeal through our union, even though we may technically be a member of a union. So yes, we could consider employees who are in the union. But I believe you must be referring to the auditor's report issued on October 6th, entitled 36 fired MPD officers reinstated, received $14 million in back pay.
Exactly.
Yes. And what essentially that report, I guess, basically ended up saying was that based on the length of time that these MPD officers started their case, and if they chose the route to go through arbitration through PERB, it ended up taking, for the case to be finally resolved, it ended up taking nearly 6 years. Whereas if they went through OEA for their case to be resolved, it ended up taking a little less than 2 years. And the difference in back pay, award of back pay that resulted in based on the length of time that it took. And so the auditor ended up concluding that this was a perfect opportunity for the council to enact legislation granting more appeal rights, granting additional jurisdiction to OEA to handle those appeals and not have it be, not enable those MPD officers to pursue their case through arbitration.
Sounds right to me. Saves us some money and time also, because I can imagine anyone who's involved in appeals is wanting resolution quickly as opposed to something to continue on for years.
So we're eager to handle those appeals, and we're gearing up to do that. We anticipate needing additional resources to do that, but we can discuss that further with you later on down the line. But yes, we are looking forward to that.
Okay, and you want to give me a hint as to what additional resources might look like? Are we talking about 4 additional attorneys, full-time attorneys, or?
Well, I hesitate to state right now because it's not mere speculation, but it's not 100% certainty right now because we just don't have enough information. And we also don't know, I don't think the legislation on the council's end has, which the auditor recommended that while yes, you have this comprehensive criminal code and police rights or policing reform legislation out there, there still needs to be additional legislation to affirmatively give that authority to OEA, to give that jurisdiction to OEA, and perhaps that could be done in a conforming amendment in the Budget Support Act this year. It could be easily done in that way. But we anticipate, just on what we know right now, that we would need additional resources for court reporting and perhaps additional human resources in the form of maybe another administrative judge, in addition to the one we need to hire right now, and also additional administrative support as well to handle this volume of cases that we anticipate getting.
All right, that's very helpful. Thank you very much. Have we been speaking of the so-called newly designated safety sensitive position?
Yes, we just spoke about
I thought, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
I wanted to see if I can understand the proceedings process when a case enters mediation and does not result in a settlement. What's the scenario there, and how does that work?
Well, as you know, mediation was mandatory for a period of time. Then on October 1st of 2022, the law was changed to undo that. Mediation is no longer mandatory. But either way, regardless of whether it's mandatory or not, parties are given the option to mediate their appeal instead of going through the lengthy adjudication process. And all of the administrative judges and all of the general counsel staff, and myself included, are all certified mediators. So if a party decides that they have to agree that they both want to go through the mediation process. It can't be the employee saying yes, but the agency says no, or the other way around. If either party says no, then it doesn't go through mediation. But if they both agree that they would like to mediate the dispute, then it is assigned, it's taken from the administrative judge and assigned to a mediator. It's a different judge who is also a mediator is assigned to the appeal. And then they will have a period of mediation and determine if it's going to work out, if it's not going to be resolved. If it is ultimately not settled, then the case is given back to the administrative judge who had it initially. And then it goes through the adjudication process, and it's no longer in mediation at that point.
Okay, can you provide me with numbers of cases that went through this process of mediation, elected to do mediation, and let's say as far back as 2019, you can skip 20 and go to 21 and 22 and now. What I would like to understand is whether or not people are finding the mediation process something that they choose and then change their mind, or if there are decisions that or settlements that they agree to through the mediation process. I know that mediation is something that we hear a lot about as a way of getting parties to reach, an agreement in a more amicable way than when you have to go through litigation and all of that. So I was just wondering if there is something in these analysis of these various data points that we have in our government that would show us the value of mediation.
Yes, I can do that. And I will also let you know that in our performance plan, there is a section under the KPIs which tracks the percent of appeals involved in the mediation process and the percent of appeals resolved through mediation. And that goes back as far as FY 2020. Now, I don't know if we were tracking that information in FY 19, but we probably can still provide it to you. I just don't know if we were formally tracking it at that time. But this performance plan does show FY 2020, FY 2021, FY 2022 as well, but we can still provide it to you in a separate breakout as well.
All right, well, thank you. In maybe 10 days, is that reasonable?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Okay. Can you explain how the board is selected, that is the members? Are all of them nominated by the mayor?
Yes, they're all nominated by the mayor, and I will let Ms. Brown speak to that more specifically, please.
Okay, and what I'm interested in, Ms. Brown, in particular, is there some special qualification that you're looking for when you talk to the talent office and say, I'm looking for this kind of personality or with an individual with this skill set in order to serve the board well?
Yes, typically the Office of Talent and Appointments will reach out to us with a candidate that they have in mind. And it's typically someone who's demonstrated on their resume or through their experience that they have extensive personnel or labor background. And so when the Office of Talent and Appointments will reach out to us, they will send over their resume. They normally schedule a meeting for us and their office to meet with the candidate, and we will go through questions, and they take it from that period forward with the confirmation hearings. And we will just be informed if they have successfully passed through the confirmation hearing and if they will be appointed by the mayor.
Okay, I note that there is currently one vacancy on the board. Is that correct?
Yes, we were fortunate to have Ms. Hobson Wilson to hold over until October of this year. And we have been in contact with the Office of Talent and Appointments. They have identified a replacement, but we are still waiting to schedule that meeting. But this is something that we will circle back with them on because we are also facing another board member, Jelani Freeman, whose term is up in October, and we're hopeful that he can hold over for a 6-month term to get us through the rest of the fiscal year.
All right, so in order to do your work, you need a full board or?
No, we need a quorum of 3, so 3 of the 5 board members. And it's difficult because, these are still full-time working folks who are, I don't want to say volunteering because they are paid, but they are paid at a substantially lower amount than they could make in their full-time position. And so it's a lot to coordinate calendars and schedules around their full-time positions.
So in other words, they're not compensated at a What is it?
Handsomely, no.
They're paid a government stipend is really what it's referred to.
Okay. So in order to do the work of our government and to really interface with our judicial system, the third leg of our government, because you're in one leg of our government, maybe we need to think about the compensation so that those who serve are compensated for real time and talent that they are to bring to the table. Let me ask you, how frequently is the board required to interface on these matters? Is it weekly, monthly?
We meet currently every 6 weeks. Our board docket is down to 4 cases now, and we're waiting for parties to submit responses. So we are ahead of schedule on our docket.
So you're doing very well with a stipend. So no need to think.
Well, I'm not sure that they would agree with that, but we are definitely doing the work quickly.
All right, that's important to know. I mean, I'm sure that some agencies, have a terrific schedule that they have to meet. So we'll say that it is because of the quality of your work that you have very few complaints that you have to deal with. I'll just treat it like that for the moment.
We'll accept that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Your agency, does your agency have any intern opportunities, or do you participate with the Summer Youth Employment Program, or any opportunities for our young people to get their leg into the process?
We have in the past had interns, which were law school students. So not really the mayor's summer youth program, but we have had law school students in an internship program. Right now, I don't think that we have enough cases right now to warrant an intern. And as Ms. Martin said, for her agency, we don't want to give just busy work. We want it to be meaningful and teach them something. But certainly it's something that we always want to be able to do when the opportunity presents itself.
All right, well, thank you. So your agency's total personnel FTEs is
15.
15?
Yes.
Thank you. I think I covered a lot of traffic with you, and it's almost 6 o'clock, and we've been at this for a while, and you've been waiting patiently. So I thank you again, and I thank you and your team. And I hope to get to know you, and we'll be talking dollars and cents. And I think April is when we'll have that opportunity. So don't be shy. Let me know the real deal so that I can fight for the real deal for you.
Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Of course. So I want to thank everyone who participated in today's performance oversight hearing for their contributions. I think we learned a great deal, and I hope those who watched have a better understanding of the work that these agencies have undertaken during the past year. I'm hopeful that the work that lies ahead of us, and looking forward to fostering strong relationships under the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. If the public has any additional thoughts or would like to submit written testimony regarding the performance of these agencies, please email to CEAL@dccouncil.gov. That's CEAL@dccouncil.gov. The hearing record will close in 10 days, and so that is Saturday, February the 20th, 2023 at 5 p.m. The committee's next meeting will be another performance oversight hearing, and it will be on Wednesday, February 22nd, 2023, and it will begin at 2:00. And it will be on the Workforce Investment Council and the Financial Literacy Council. With that, it is now exactly 5:45 p.m. on the same day in which we began. And thanks to everyone again, and a special thanks to my staff who's been diligent operating these electronic systems. Thank you all, and thanks to the public for watching. Good evening.